Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. The upcoming battle was crucial. And now that Fianna could use her spirit, their team's strength had increased significantly. Roy, on the other hand, had some free time. One day, while strolling through town with Ryaz, he overheard people talking about the upcoming Spirit Festival. He remembered that it was also Claire's birthday. It seemed he needed to prepare something for the occasion. They passed by an accessory shop, and an idea struck him. Early the next morning, Roy was dragged out of bed by Nezuko. "Nezuko, what's the rush?" he mumbled, following her with a yawn. He snapped his fingers, and his clothes were instantly cleaned and straightened with magic. "Come with me, Royani-chan." Nezuko pulled him along. She led him to the dining room. "Happy Spirit Festival, Roy." Ryaz and the other girls had prepared various cakes and chocolates, presenting them to him with cheerful smiles. The sweet aroma filled the air. "Thank you, everyone." Roy was touched. He hadn't expected them to prepare gifts. He then presented them with the gifts he had carefully chosen from the accessory shop. Although not expensive, they were tokens of his appreciation. "These are for you." Roy used his magic to deliver the gifts to each of them. "Wow, they're beautiful." "Thank you, Royani-chan. This is the first gift Roy has given me. I'll treasure it forever." Me too, me too." Roy was relieved that they liked his gifts. He wasn't very experienced in choosing gifts for girls. "Roy, try my chocolate." Ryaz chirped, offering him her homemade chocolate. "Okay, let me try." "It's delicious." Ryaz's cooking skills were quite good. "Roy-senpai, try my cake too." Konko offered him some cat-shaped cookies. "Alright, let me try." It's great." "Roy, try mine too." "No, try mine first." The girls eagerly offered him their cakes and chocolates, overwhelming him with sweets. After tasting everything, Roy felt like he was going to die from a sugar overdose. At noon, Claire dragged him away. Roy sat on the sofa in Claire's room, bored. Claire and Scarlet were busy in the kitchen. After a while, they emerged. Claire carried a tray covered with a lid. Roy knew this must be her Spirit Festival gift. He just hoped it wasn't more chocolate or cake. He looked at Claire, admiring her appearance. Her red pigtails swayed as she moved. Her clear ruby eyes, her soft white skin, her cherry red lips. Although her figure was a bit lacking, her overall appearance was quite charming. Claire was truly adorable. Even among the many beauties of Erishia Spirit Academy, she was one of the most attractive. And today, she wasn't wearing her usual school uniform. She had a cute apron with frills. The small chef's hat on her head made her even more adorable. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Claire asked, blushing under his intense gaze. "Because you're so cute today, Claire." Roy replied with a smile. Claire blushed even harder. "By the way, what did you make?" Roy asked, changing the subject before Claire fainted from embarrassment. "It's the Spirit Festival today, so I'm practicing my baking. But don't get any ideas. This is just for a friend," Claire said, trying to play it cool. "Just a friend?" Roy sighed dramatically. Claire panicked. Then what? "I thought I was someone you could entrust your life to," Roy teased. "And no way." Claire shook her head, blushing furiously. Roy chuckled, then lifted the lid from the tray. A sweet aroma filled the air. There were several cat paw-shaped cookies on the tray. Did Scarlet help her make these? Roy wondered, glancing at the cat spirit, who was also dressed up today. "I'll try one then." He picked up a cookie and took a bite. "How is it?" Clara and Scarlet asked expectantly. It's delicious." Roy nodded in satisfaction. Claire had a natural talent for baking. The cookies were surprisingly good. They had clearly put a lot of effort into them. "That's great." Claire beamed, relieved. She had worked hard to make these cookies. Seeing Roy's satisfied expression, she felt her efforts were worth it. "Here, Claire, have one too." Roy pulled Claire down to sit beside him and fed her a cookie. Claire blushed, flustered by his action. He had just fed her a cookie. "Roy-sama, I want some too." Scarlet chimed in, sitting beside him. "Sure. Roy, After a moment of surprise, also fed Scarlet. Chapter 116, Spirit Festival Surprises and a Team Battle. My heart would never flutter for those who needlessly hurt others. Since you've all prepared gifts for the Spirit Festival, I can't be biased. Roy said, taking out a necklace. It was a ruby necklace with a cute cat engraving. Happy birthday, Claire. He said, handing it to her. Claire's eyes welled up with tears. It had been years since anyone had said those words to her. The last time she had heard them was from her sister. Every year, on the Spirit Festival, her parents, her sister, and the local residents would gather at their castle for a grand birthday day ball. Claire would wear a beautiful dress, and the table would be filled with her favorite cakes and delicious food. And at night, she would sleep with her sister, who would return from the Divine Ritual Institute just for this day. Those were Claire's happiest memories. She threw her arms around Roy. Thank you. I love it, she said, taking the necklace and putting it on, her smile radiant. Close your eyes, Roy. She then instructed, her face flushed. Roy, knowing better than to question her, closed his eyes. He felt Claire leaning closer and mischievously opened his eyes. Seeing her with her eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttering, he couldn't resist. He captured her lips in a gentle kiss. After a while, he released her. Claire was dazed. And here's one for Scarlet. Roy took out another cat-shaped necklace, a bit different from Claire's but equally beautiful. Thank you, Roy-sama. Scarlet exclaimed, accepting the gift and then, to Roy's surprise, kissing him on the lips. He was taken aback by her boldness. Just then, a knock came from the door. Seeing Claire still dazed, Roy got up to answer it. Rinslet. What are you doing here? It was indeed Rinslet. She peeked into the room, then, seeing that Claire wasn't paying attention, grabbed Roy's hand and pulled him away. Come with me. Roy, glancing at the still dazed Claire, could only let himself be dragged away. Claire is going to be furious when she wakes up, he thought with amusement. Rinslet led him to her room and had him sit down, then went to the kitchen. Roy knew what she was up to. He just hoped it wasn't cake. He had already eaten enough sweets for one day. Carol, what's Rinslet's Spirit Festival gift? Roy asked the maid, who was tidying up the room. Roy-san, you know about it? Carol asked, surprised. I received a lot of Spirit Festival gifts today. Roy explained with a chuckle. I see. But my lady's gift is special. You'll love it, Carol declared confidently. She was glad that Rinslet had listened to her advice and prepared a unique gift. Oh? Is that so? Roy was intrigued. After a while, Carol was called to the dining room. Roy wanted to follow, but Carol stopped him. He waited curiously. What are those two up to? He wondered. But he didn't peek. Finally, Carol returned, her face flushed. Roy-san, you can come in now, she announced. Roy followed her to the dining room. Whoa! He gasped as he saw Rinslet. She was lying on the dining table, her body adorned with various sweets and fruits. This girl is really something, Roy thought, impressed by her boldness. Stop staring. I'm embarrassed, Rinslet mumbled, her face crimson as she closed her eyes. Well then, I'll dig in. Roy picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Carol peeled grapes and fed them to him. This was truly a life fit for a king. After enjoying this unique Spirit Festival experience, Roy gave Rinslet and Carol their gifts. He was then shooed out of the room by the flustered Rinslet. Roy shrugged as he looked at the closed door. Despite her bold actions, Rinslet was still quite shy. Carol must have convinced her to do this. He walked down the hallway of the girls' dormitory. Many girls, seeing him, their eyes lit up. They surrounded him, holding out chocolates and cakes. Roy-san, please try my cake. And my chocolate. I made it myself. Get out of the way. Roy-san should try my cheese first. Is that even cheese? It looks like charcoal. What? You dare insult my cheese? So what? My cookies are much better than yours. The girls chattered excitedly, crowding around Roy. Roy sighed, feeling a headache coming on. Just as he was about to teleport away. What are you all doing here? Go back to your rooms. A commanding voice boomed. It's Elispuku. Too bad. Now Roy-san won't be able to try my cake. I was going to invite him to my room. He could have anything he wanted. You're so bold. But that does sound exciting. After all, he's the Night Demon King. He wouldn't refuse, right? Ellis blushed, hearing their gossip. Go back to your rooms. Stop causing a commotion, she scolded. The girls reluctantly dispersed. Roy, are you alright? Ellis asked, approaching him. Of course. It's nice to be so popular. Roy replied with a chuckle. Could you come to my room? Ellis asked shyly, her face flushed. Is something the matter? Just come with me. Ellis grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Not again. He had just been dragged away by Rinslet. But he was curious about what kind of spirit festival gift Ellis had prepared. Ellis led Roy to her room and into the dining area. Please wait a moment, she said before rushing to the kitchen. Even a serious knight has a cute side. I wonder what she's prepared. Roy mused, waiting patiently. Soon, Ellis returned, carrying a tray. She was dressed in a dark blue maid outfit with a white apron, her long skirt adorned with frills. A small maid headband completed her look. Roy's eyes widened. Ellis had transformed into a maid. She looks beautiful, he thought. Ellis approached him, her face flushed, and set down the tray. She lifted the lid, revealing an assortment of small pastries and a pot of hot tea. I'll dig in then, Roy said, reaching for a pastry. Wait. Ellis stopped him. Roy looked at her curiously. Ellis bowed slightly. Master, would you like to eat first? Or take a bath? Or perhaps have me first? Roy stared at her, dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such suggestive words from the usually serious and composed Alice. Her unexpected boldness tempted him. Is something wrong with what I said? Ellis asked shyly, averting her gaze. Ellis, who taught you to say that? Roy asked, his curiosity piqued. Rishia and the others taught me. Is it wrong to say that? Ellis fidgeted nervously. Rishia? The knight with the braided hair? It's not wrong, but you can only say that to me, Roy said with a chuckle. This is the first time I've said that. And I won't say it to anyone else, Ellis assured him. Good. Roy nodded in satisfaction. So, Roy, what would you like to do first? Ellis asked. Ahem. Let's eat first, Roy replied, though he was tempted to say have you. After enjoying the pastries, Roy gave Ellis her gift and left her room. Roy, you're finally out, Fianna exclaimed, seemingly having waited for him. Indeed, Fianna had arrived later than Claire. When she went to Roy's villa, she was told that he had gone with Claire. She then waited outside Claire's room but was dragged away by some of the younger students. By the time she managed to escape those clingy girls, Roy had already been taken away by Rinslet. She was fuming. She had tried to catch him after he left Rinslet's room, but a crowd of love-struck students blocked her way. And just when she thought she had finally caught him, Alice whisked him away. Fianna was going crazy. Now that she had finally caught him, she wasn't letting him go. Come with me, she declared, pulling Roy along. Roy was used to being dragged around by girls. Fianna led him to her room and then straight into her bedroom. Fianna, where are the snacks you prepared? Roy asked, confused. I don't have any. Then why did you bring me here? To give you my spirit festival gift, of course, Fianna replied, pulling him towards the bed. What is it? Roy asked curiously. Fianna leaned closer and whispered in his ear, her face flushed. It's... A week passed quickly. The day of the team battle arrived. The members of Team Scarlet gathered at the Stone Ring. This was one of the few gates to the elemental spirit world within the Ordija Empire. A large crowd of students had gathered to watch the match. Today's battle was between Team Scarlet, ranked first in the academy, and Team Velsaria, led by the so-called strongest elementalist. A large screen was set up near the gate, allowing the students to watch the blade dance in the elemental spirit world. This screen was also used by the academy for research purposes. It was the latest technology exclusive to Erishia Spirit Academy. Besides the students, the members of the Sylphid Knights were also present. Claire, as the leader of Team Scarlet, reviewed their strategy one last time. Ellis, you're the best at close combat, so you'll be our vanguard. Yes, I'll definitely pierce a hole in my sister's elemental waff, Ellis declared with determination. I'll take down that fortress girl, Rinslet added, referring to Velsaria's teammate with the large shield. I'll provide support with my defensive abilities and ritual dances, Fianna chimed in. The three of them would handle offense, support, and defense. Claire, who was proficient in all three areas, would adapt to the situation and lead the team. She knew that individually, none of them could match Velsaria's strength. But as a team, they might have a chance. Moreover, although Velsaria's teammates were all skilled upperclassmen from the Sylphid Knights, they were essentially a team formed just to meet the required number of members. They likely hadn't had much time to practice teamwork. And they might not even be coordinated with Velsaria, their leader. I'll just be a spectator then, Roy said with a shrug. A spectator? The girls were confused. It means I'll just watch, Roy explained patiently. Don't worry, Roy. We can defeat Velsaria even without your help, Claire declared confidently. Her recent increase in strength had boosted her confidence. That's right. We will win, Rinslet agreed, flipping her hair. Go. You can defeat my sister, Ellis cheered, extending her hand. Claire, Rinslet, and Fianna placed their hands on top of hers. "Let's do this!" they shouted in unison, their auras flaring with determination. Chapter 117, The Blade Dance Tournament and Vilseria's Power. The first requirement of being a hero isn't being right. It's being strong. That's why the hero always wins. Just then, the crowd parted, and a hush fell over the students. Vilseria Eva Fahrengart, clad in a pristine white coat, emerged from the crowd, followed by 4 upperclassmen from the former Sylphid Knights. She stopped before Claire and the others, her icy blue eyes fixed on Ellis with a cold, disdainful look. "Ellis, I thought you were smarter than this. It seems I was mistaken." Ellis met her gaze with defiance, her heart filled with determination. She couldn't lose. She had to secure a spot in the blade dance for Raka and Rishia, who had entrusted her with their dreams. And for her fellow Sylphid Knights who believed in her. "I will defeat you, Vilseria. I'll surpass you and prove my own path as a knight," Ellis declared. "How foolish. Then I shall crush your so-called knight's path completely," Vilseria sneered. The bell signaling the start of the match rang out. The ancient relic, the stone ring, activated, opening the gate to the elemental spirit world. A flash of white light engulfed the 2 teams, transporting them to the battleground. The students watching the match erupted in excited chatter. "It's starting. I'm so nervous. I wonder if the Night Demon King will be defeated easily." "Why are you worried about him? Shouldn't you be worried about Vilseria-senpai? She's the strongest elementalist in the academy. That man is no match for her." But Roy-san blocked Lux-senpai's ultimate attack. Even Vilseria-senpai couldn't do that unscathed. Team Scarlet materialized in a clearing within a dense forest. The thick foliage limited their visibility, making it difficult to locate the enemy team. Claire quickly confirmed that her teammates were safe. "Scarlet, let's go," she declared, summoning her fiery cat spirit. Ellis and the others also began chanting their summoning incantations. "Ellis and I will search for the enemy. Fianna, you set up the formation," Claire instructed. Fianna's task was to find a safe location and perform the 4th ritual dance, the Song of Glory. This dance would channel divine power from the earth veins to their allies within the area of effect. "There's no need for that, Claire Rouge," a voice suddenly interrupted. The members of Team Scarlet froze. They looked up and saw a massive fortress floating in the air. It was Vilseria, clad in her elemental waff, the Dreadnought. "Is Vilseria planning to fight us alone?" Claire gasped in surprise. "It seems so," Roy replied with a chuckle, his arms crossed. "Forget those nuisances. Your opponent is me," Vilseria declared coldly. It seemed she had abandoned her teammates. "Look out. Here she comes," Rinslet shouted in alarm. The fortress's armor unfolded, revealing countless cannons. Vilseria, the strongest elementalist in the academy, looked down at them like an empress, her hand raised. "Disappear. Crushed beneath my dreadnought." Dozens of cannons fired simultaneously. Boom. 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 The ground shook as a barrage of projectiles rained down on them. The destructive power of her strongest elemental waff was overwhelming. "How boring. You're all just small fry," Vilseria scoffed, watching the explosions and dust clouds. She assumed they had been defeated by her attack. The one slush forest was now a wasteland, riddled with craters. As the dust settled, a figure emerged from the wreckage. "What?" Vilseria's eyes widened in shock. Rinslet, wielding her ice bow, stood there with a fearless grin. "Humphrey. No one can match my speed when it comes to summoning an elemental waff," she declared, then fired an ice shot. Although her claim was debatable, she was indeed the fastest in Airshia Spirit Academy. "Useless effort," Vilseria scoffed. She shifted her fortress's armor, deflecting the ice arrow. "I'm not done yet." Rinslet continued her assault, firing a barrage of arrows. The ice projectiles soared through the air, all 4 striking the fortress. However, they couldn't penetrate its armor. Although Rinslet's finger was slowly regaining its strength, it wasn't fast enough. Compared to the original story, Rinslet wasn't much stronger. "How foolish. Your puny arrows are meaningless against my dreadnought," Vilseria sneered. "Oh? Are you sure about that?" Rinslet smirked, twirling her golden hair. "What?" Vilseria was about to retaliate when she finally realized Rinslet's true intention. Rinslet wasn't aiming to damage the armor. She was using the freezing effect of her ice shots. Vilseria's armor was now encased in ice. "Just as you planned, Claire," Rinslet said with a grin. "Yes. The dreadnought has high defense against physical attacks, but it's vulnerable to elemental attacks," Claire explained. Vilseria's face was etched with worry. Her cannons couldn't fire in this state. And the ice encasing her armor had increased its weight, drastically reducing her mobility. The fortress was now a sitting duck. "Ellis, counterattack." Claire commanded. Yes. Claire and Ellis chanted their incantation simultaneously. They unleashed their magic towards the immobile fortress. Take this. Blazing Inferno. O winds of disaster, become a blade that cuts through all. Sylphid Hurricane. Velsaria couldn't evade their attacks. Boom. The explosions shook the air. We hit her. Claire exclaimed. Even with the armor's protection, Velsaria couldn't have emerged unscathed from that attack. But then. Is that all you've got, little sister of the Calamity Queen? Velsaria's voice rang out from the smoke. What? The ground shook violently. Dust and debris filled the air. Claire was thrown back by the powerful shock wave. It was like a meteor had struck the ground. A massive crater appeared, and at its center stood the dreadnought. Well done. You actually managed to knock me down. Velsaria chuckled. The impact of the fall had shattered the ice encasing her armor. But that's as far as you go. My contracted spirit is an earth elemental. I'm even stronger on the ground. The dreadnought extended two massive arms with sharp claws at their ends. The claws tore through the remaining trees. Impressive destructive power, but your movements are full of openings. Ellis commented, seizing the opportunity. She swung her windish lance, launching a blade of wind towards Velsaria. But the dreadnought was no longer there. Velsaria had moved with incredible speed, appearing before Ellis in an instant. Her movements were like gliding across the ground. Her mobility was far greater than when she was flying. Ellis, look out! Claire shouted, lashing out with her flame whip and wrapping it around the fortress's arm, slowing its movement. But that was all she could do. The immense power behind the attack was too much for her whip to withstand. I'll take it. Fianna declared. A knight clad in shining armor appeared, wielding a massive shield. It was Fianna's contracted spirit, Georgios. The knight spirit used all its strength to block the fortress's attack. Its armored boots sank deep into the ground. A deafening clang echoed through the air. However, even the knight spirit, with its unparalleled defense, couldn't completely withstand the onslaught. Its armor started to buckle, and a large crack appeared on its shield. Georgios, hold on. Fianna cried out, worried. Lost Queen candidate, I didn't expect you to be foolish enough to oppose me. Velsaria sneered, glaring at the knight spirit. Humphrey. You're the foolish one. Fianna retorted. Velsaria raised her arm, preparing to strike again. Not so fast. Claire shouted, leaping onto the raised arm and wrapping her flame whip around its claws. She had used her whip earlier not to restrain the fortress but to get closer to Velsaria. At this range, even the armor couldn't completely protect her. Claire was a master of high-speed incantations. She unleashed her most powerful attack on the surprised Velsaria. Dance, Crimson Flames of Destruction. Flame King's Breath. A massive fireball engulfed Velsaria. You damn fly. Velsaria cursed, gritting her teeth. That attack had hurt. She swung her arm, trying to crush Claire. Just then. Onsama, face reality. Ellis shouted. Boom. A powerful gust of wind descended from above. Ellis's windish lance pierced Velsaria's chest armor. Gah! Velsaria cried out in pain. But it wasn't over yet. Oh winds of disaster, tear my enemy apart. Ellis chanted. A powerful tornado erupted from the ground, lifting the dreadnought into the air. Crash. The fortress slammed into the ground, creating a massive cloud of dust. Huff. Huff. Ellis collapsed, exhausted from the attack. Claire also panted, licking her lips. Velsaria, you were too arrogant. Fighting us alone was foolish. She taunted. You're the foolish one, Claire Rouge. Velsaria's voice rang out, seemingly unharmed. What? The four girls stared at the dust cloud in disbelief. A massive figure was moving within the dust. Incompetent weaklings are nothing but stepping stones before true strength. You're worthless. The dust settled, revealing the dreadnought, its armor unscathed. Disappear. Velsaria roared, and the fortress unleashed another barrage of cannon fire. Roy watched the battle with amusement. It reminded him of a boss fight in a video game. Clara and the others were the players trying to defeat the boss, Velsaria. Although Velsaria had been pushed back, she still seemed to have plenty of energy left. Claire and the others, however, were exhausted. This was because Velsaria had a cursed seal that provided her with a vast amount of divine power. Velsaria Senpai's blade dance is amazing. She's the strongest elementalist in the academy. She's incredible. Velsaria Senpai is my idol now. Why isn't the Night Demon King doing anything? Is he scared? No way. The Night Demon King is the strongest. The students watching the match on the large screen were buzzing with excitement. The battle intensified. As the dreadnought continued its barrage, Rinslet fired her ice shots. Ice and fire clashed, creating a shower of sparkling fragments. Damn it. Does that fortress girl have an endless supply of divine power? Rinslet yelled, wiping the sweat from her brow. Although her ice shots were more powerful, if this turned into a drawn-out artillery battle, Velsaria would have the advantage. Rinslet would run out of energy first. My night spirit is reaching its limit, Fianna said, panting. Georgios's shield was covered in cracks from blocking the relentless barrage. Claire and Ellis couldn't get close to Velsaria. Facing the impenetrable fortress, Team Scarlet's attacks ceased. Their only option was to wait for Velsaria to exhaust her divine power. But Georgios, protecting the four girls, wouldn't last much longer. We can't win against Onsama? Ellis murmured, biting her lip in frustration. Come on, Ellis, I believe you can defeat her. Roy cheered from the sidelines, casually munching on sunflower seeds. Clara and the others rolled their eyes at his nonchalant attitude. The battle raged on. Chapter 118, Velsaria's defeat and a celebration party. Whatever you want to do doesn't have to be work. You should just live however you want to. Hearing his encouragement, Ellis blushed, a surge of energy coursing through her. You're right. We won't lose, she declared with renewed determination. But what do we do? The cannon fire is too intense. We can't get close, Fianna said, her brow furrowed in worry. We have one last resort. Create an opening for us, Claire said, her eyes fixed on the dreadnought. Will it work? Ellis asked, stepping forward to protect them. I don't know, but we have to try, Claire replied. Just then. Claire. I can't hold on any longer, Fianna cried out. Georgios, the night spirit, who had been shielding them from the relentless barrage, finally faltered and collapsed. Its form dissolved into particles of light. Claire seized the opportunity and charged forward. This was their only chance, while Velsaria was momentarily distracted by Georgios's defeat. Ellis also dashed towards Velsaria from the other side. Velsaria hesitated, unsure who to target first. She decided to focus her fire on Claire. Taking out the leader first was a logical strategy. But Claire had anticipated this. Scarlet, she called out. Scarlet transformed from her whip form back into her cat form and darted through the hail of projectiles, leaping towards Velsaria. Useless. Velsaria roared, swatting the fire cat away with her mecha arm. She then turned her cannons towards Scarlet. Although she noticed Claire approaching as well, she didn't see her as a threat without her elemental waff. Claire reached Velsaria and touched the armor on her leg. Then, she unleashed the spirit magic she had been chanting while charging. Oh icy soul, bear witness to my rage and sorrow. Blood Sonata. This magic caused vibrations within the target's body, generating intense heat. However, it required direct contact to activate, making it difficult to use in combat. How foolish. Your puny spirit magic can't damage my dreadnought's armor. Velsaria sneered. She swung her arm, knocking Claire away. Just then. Ice shot. Rinslet's arrow struck the spot on the armor where Claire had touched. I told you it was useless. What? Velsaria's eyes widened in shock. It seems. It wasn't entirely useless, Claire said, wiping the blood from her lips. Destruction through rapid temperature change. So that was your plan. It's a basic tactic when you have both a flame elementalist and an ice elementalist on your team. This was Claire's trump card. Although the chances of success were slim, they had managed to create a crack in the armor. Crack. Crack. The cracks spread. And then. Ellis, riding a gust of wind, charged forward with her Windishlance. Her attack was swift and powerful. The spear pierced through the damaged armor and struck Velsaria in the chest. Damn it. Ellis. Velsaria cried out in alarm. Oh winds of disaster, roar. With her spear embedded in Velsaria's chest, Ellis unleashed a powerful gust of wind. The wind tore through the weakened armor, shattering it into pieces. Velsaria was thrown into the air, then crashed to the ground. Huff. 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 Ellis collapsed, exhausted. Did we win? Velsaria lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. No, she wasn't unconscious yet. Her body started to convulse violently. I can't lose. What? Claire frowned. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded before their eyes. The shattered fragments of the elemental waff began to transform. Onsama. Ellis whispered, her eyes wide with shock. Velsaria's scream echoed through the forest. What is that? Rinslet exclaimed. The students watching the match on the screen were in an uproar. Velsaria's elemental waff was taking on a grotesque form. Black armor enveloped her body, resembling a skeletal knight. Divine power seeped from the gaps in the armor like mist, glowing faintly. The visible divine power indicated that something was terribly wrong. It's a cursed seal, Roy explained. Onsama implanted a cursed seal? Ellis gasped. Why would her sister, the strongest elementalist in the academy, resort to such a dangerous method?" The Black Knight roared. Velseria's 4 teammates, sensing the danger, rushed towards her. They were the former Sylphid Knights she had recruited. They had been hiding until now, likely following Velseria's orders. But the Black Knight swatted them away with a swing of its arm. Blood splattered. A deep gash appeared on one of the knights' bodies. Everyone was stunned. A physical injury caused by a spirit's direct attack meant that the elementalist had lost control of their contracted spirit. An alarm blared, signaling the suspension of the match. "Claire, come back!" Roy called out. "Roy, what's wrong with her?" Claire asked, rushing to his side. "Her spirit is going berserk because of the cursed seal." Roy explained. "I see. But what do we do now?" Rinslet asked, looking at the remains of the dreadnought. Black mist, like sentient tendrils, crept towards them from the Black Knight. The 4 girls were exhausted and had little divine power left. "I'll handle this," Roy declared, stepping forward. He reached out with his hand. "A state." "Yes, master." The white spirit seal on his arm glowed, and a state materialized as the demon-slaying sword. Roy effortlessly cut down the approaching tendrils, then placed a hand on Ellis's head. "Don't worry, Ellis. I'll bring your sister back," he said with a reassuring smile. "I believe you," Ellis replied, blushing. Claire, seeing Roy patting Ellis's head, pouted. "Roy, I want head pats too," a childish voice demanded. It was a state. "Sure, once you take care of that idiot, you can have all the head pats you want." Roy chuckled, looking at the demon-slaying sword. "Roy spoils his state too much." Fiona grumbled, her voice laced with jealousy. The other girls also seemed envious. Roy smirked. He walked towards Velseria. Countless black tendrils lashed out at him, but he effortlessly cut them down. "Rah!" Velseria roared in frustration. She charged towards Roy, her dreadnought now a monstrous Black Knight. Roy wanted to show Velseria the futility of relying on external power, so he didn't defeat her immediately. He allowed her to attack with her full strength. The dreadnought's massive arms slammed towards him, but Roy effortlessly blocked them with his sword. Seeing her attacks ineffective, Velseria retreated and aimed all her cannons at him. Boom! 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 The fortress unleashed its full firepower. Roy was engulfed in a sea of explosions. The attack could devastate an area hundreds of meters wide. Its power was comparable to a high-class devil's attack, but it was nothing compared to his supreme Deegu. Clara and the others gasped but didn't act rashly. The students watching the screen were also worried. Will Roy-san be alright? Humphrey. The Night Demon King is the strongest. He won't be defeated. That woman is crazy. Why aren't the instructors stopping Velseria-senpai? Compared to the students' concern, Ryaz and the others were calm. They knew such attacks were nothing to Roy. A gust of wind suddenly swept through the battlefield, dispelling the smoke and dust. Roy stood there unharmed, a calm smile on his face. Velseria roared in anger. Just then, the dreadnought underwent an unexpected transformation. Its wrists shifted and elongated, forming a massive spear. No, it was more like a giant battering ram. "Roy, watch out. My sister's specialty is spearmanship," Ellis warned. Even Ellis's spearmanship had been taught by Velseria. It was her most powerful weapon. Velseria charged, her fortress wielding the massive spear. Countless spear attacks rained down on Roy. But no matter how ferocious her attacks were, they were ineffective. Roy effortlessly blocked every strike without even moving from his spot. Clara and the others were awestruck by his power. "It's time to end this," Roy declared with a smirk. He vanished in a flash, reappearing before Velseria. The sword pierced through Dreadnought, its silver light shining brightly. The Dreadnought shattered. "Velseria, it's time to wake up. Your sister admires you, you know," Roy said softly, holding the weakened Velseria in his arms. Velseria's beautiful face emerged from the shattered black armor. "You're that man," she murmured, staring at Roy's star-like eyes. Her heart, burdened by the cursed seal, skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed. She averted her gaze. "Velseria, I understand your desire for strength, but resorting to such dangerous methods was reckless," Roy chided gently. "You have great potential. With the right opportunities, you can definitely overcome your limitations." Velseria's eyes lit up. "Indeed. I wanted to become stronger. To defeat that person," she mumbled, referring to the masked girl with crimson hair who had defeated her in the previous blade dance. "Please teach me how to become stronger," she pleaded, clutching Roy's clothes. "No problem," Roy agreed with a smile. Just then, Ryaz and the others arrived. "Ryaz, I'll leave her to you," Roy said. "Okay." Ryaz nodded with a smile. She was quite pleased with Velseria. Velseria was already close to high-class devil level. Once she became a devil, It wouldn't be long before she surpassed that level. And Roy had corrected her misguided pursuit of power. She would make an excellent rook. Velseria's expression fell as she saw Roy handing her over to someone else. Roy noticed her reaction and reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll help you become stronger. I promise." Velseria smiled, then lost consciousness. Her body had been ravaged by the cursed seal. Although Roy had used a state to remove the seal on her heart, the accumulated curse had suddenly erupted, destroying her spirit veins. It would take her years to recover as an elementalist. But if she became a devil, her injuries would heal instantly, and the curse would be completely eradicated. "Roy, will Ansama be alright?" Ellis asked, worried. "Don't worry. You'll see your beloved sister tomorrow," Roy assured her, patting Ellis's head. "Roy, thank you for saving my sister." "It was nothing." A few days later, Team Scarlet held a celebration to commemorate their victory and qualification for the Blade Dance. Having defeated Velseria's team, they were now firmly in first place. Velseria, after becoming Ryaz's rook, was now the leader of the second-ranked team. And the third-ranked team was Ultimate Flash, led by Lux. These three teams would represent the Empire in the Blade Dance. The ship to the elemental spirit world would depart in a week. The celebration was held at Roy's villa. The spacious dining room was filled with all sorts of delicacies. Cakes, chocolates, fruits, pastries. Velseria and her 4 teammates were also present. Chapter 119, Clara's Worries and a Journey to Elemental Spirit World. If you can't find a reason to fight, then you shouldn't be fighting. Ellis's 2 close friends, Raka and Rishia, were also invited. The feast began amidst the cheerful chatter and laughter of the girls. "Thank you, Roy," Raya said, raising her glass of wine. "I've told you many times, you don't have to thank me. What's yours is mine," Roy replied with a playful smile. "Sorry, Roy, No need for apologies either." Roy gently placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. Ryaz gazed at him with love in her eyes. "You two are so sly. I want to drink with Roy too," Claire grumbled, stumbling towards them with a glass of wine. "Claire, you're not old enough to drink yet," Roy chided, steadying her. "Who cares? No one's going to stop me." Claire slurred, her cheeks flushed. Roy patted her head, feeling a pang of sympathy. After her sister, Rubia Elstein, betrayed the Fire Elemental Lord, Claire had been forced to endure the separation from her family and live alone at the academy. She had no friends. It must have been a lonely and difficult time for her. But no matter how strong someone was, they would eventually tire. Now, under the influence of alcohol, Claire's bottled-up emotions overflowed. "Roy, why did my sister do that? We could have all been happy together," she mumbled, leaning against him. "Claire, you have to believe in your sister. She would never do anything to hurt you," Roy reassured her. "Really?" Claire looked up at him with blurry eyes. "Of course. I swear." Roy met her gaze, his voice sincere. "That's great," Claire exclaimed, then snuggled closer to him and fell asleep. Roy smiled, looking at her peaceful sleeping face. "She's such a pitiful child," Ryaz commented with a sigh. "Yes, she is," Roy agreed. "I'll take her to her room." He carried Claire to her room and tucked her into bed. When he returned to the dining hall, a girl with golden hair and a sweet face approached him. It was Lux, the girl they had defeated in the team battle. She was the leader of the third-ranked team in the academy. The fourth-ranked team was said to be led by a girl who could summon a horde of spirits. Lux's team had struggled to defeat them. "Oh, it's Lux." Roy greeted her with a wave. "Once again, this is Lux from League of Legends, Roy-sama. I. Lux stammered nervously. "There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Roy," he said with a smile. "Although it's a bit late, please accept my gift, Roy-sama." Lux took a deep breath and presented him with a small, beautifully wrapped box. "What's this?" Roy asked, taking the box. "It's a Spirit Festival gift," Lux explained, her face flushed. She then scurried away to join her teammates. Era, Roy has another admirer." Akano teased with a giggle. "It seems you can't escape," Ryaz added playfully. Roy shrugged. "What can I say? It's the burden of being too charming." The girls rolled their eyes at his smug response. The next morning, the chirping of birds echoed through the forest surrounding the academy. Roy stretched and sat up in bed. Asdeath and Ryaz were sleeping peacefully beside him. "Good morning," he greeted them with a smile. "MMM." They mumbled in response but didn't wake up. As Roy was about to get out of bed, he noticed something on top of him. "Estate, wake up," he whispered. A beautiful girl with silver hair and mesmerizing blue eyes was sleeping on top of him. She rubbed her eyes sleepily, her adorable appearance resembling a snow elf. Her knee-high socks added to her cuteness. "Roy, is it morning already?" she asked. Yes, it is. Come on, get up. We're leaving today. Roy replied, gently helping her fix her clothes. Today was the day they would depart for the blade dance. Roy didn't have much to pack. He kept everything he needed in his storage magic. He took a state with him and went to Claire's room. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the door. See coming. Claire opened the door, her eyes heavy with sleep. Roy, wait a moment. I'll be ready soon, she said, rushing to pack her luggage. Roy shrugged and entered the room. Meow. Scarlet, in her cat form, was playing with Claire's clothes like a ball of yarn. Seeing Roy, she transformed into a young girl and leaped into his arms. Roy-sama, you're here, meow. Yes, Scarlet. Here, this is for you. Roy patted her head and gave her a bag of dried fish snacks. Scarlet's eyes lit up at the sight of the treats. After playing with Scarlet for a while, Claire finally finished packing. She yawned as she emerged from her room, her exhaustion evident. Don't overwork yourself. I'm here to help, after all, Roy said with a smile, taking her luggage. I know, but I still have to prepare our strategy, Claire insisted. The participants in the blade dance are all representatives from different countries, the most elite elementalists. We can't win without a plan. I heard that the Flame Princess who won the last blade dance will also be participating. Don't worry, Claire. With me here, everything will be fine, Roy reassured her, patting her head. Okay. Claire blushed and nodded. Roy took her luggage and left the room with her. Rinslet, Ellis, and Fianna were also ready, waiting outside with their luggage. Fianna pouted, seeing Roy and Claire together. Roy, carry my luggage too, Fianna demanded. No problem. Roy agreed readily. He would just store everything in his storage magic anyway. But Claire and Rinslet weren't happy about this. Don't you have your own hands? Why should Roy carry your luggage? Roy should carry mine. Roy will definitely carry mine, right? Fianna retorted, looking at Roy with pleading eyes. She had given Roy her most precious gift, so it was only natural for her to act spoiled. It's just a small favor, Roy said, taking Fianna's luggage with his free hand. Her luggage was quite large, as it contained her prayer tools. Claire and Rinslet glared at Fianna, who smirked triumphantly. Bring Rinslet and Ellis's luggage too, Roy instructed. Eh? The two girls looked at him in confusion. Roy opened a portal with his storage magic and placed Claire and Fianna's luggage inside. What's that? The girls were curious. It's storage magic, Roy explained with a smile. They didn't question him further. After all, Rinslet's Fenrir could also store luggage. Then, please take mine as well, Ellis said, handing him her luggage with a blush. No problem. He stored Ellis's luggage as well. Just as he was about to close the portal. Wait. What about my luggage? Rinslet exclaimed, rushing over with her and Carol's luggage, which she had retrieved from Fenrir. Your chihuahua can carry luggage, can it? Why did you take it out? Claire complained. Humphrey. You all put your luggage in Roy's care. I can't fall behind, Rinslet retorted, flipping her hair. She's so competitive, Roy thought, amused. My lady, I'm sleepy. Honestly, Carol, you're always sleeping in. Rinslet dragged her sleepy mate along. I'm not like you, my lady. I have low blood pressure. Yawn. Carol yawned. It seemed Rinslet had woken her up early this morning. This girl was still as useless as ever. An hour later, the members of Team Scarlet gathered at the designated meeting point, the Stone Ring. Ryaz and the others weren't there. They would teleport directly to the venue once Roy arrived. Are all three teams here? Freya Grandal, the instructor in charge of the Stone Ring, approached them. She glanced at the Academy's clock tower. We'll be teleporting you to the elemental spirit world in 10 minutes. Say your goodbyes to your friends. She began drawing a magic circle within the stone ring. Claire, Rinslet, and Fianna, who had been loners before, had finally made friends with Sai and the others. Kami, Shinobu, and the others bid farewell to them. Ellis, on the other hand, had many friends. She was surrounded by her fellow Sylphid Knights. With her serious brown eyes and her blue ponytail swaying in the wind, Ellis seemed determined to participate in the blade dance wearing her knight armor. Perhaps this was her way of representing both the Academy and the Sylphid Knights. Ellis Buku, we're counting on you. We'll be cheering for you. Yes, I'll definitely win. Compared to Ellis, Vilsaria was quite lonely. She wasn't often at the Academy, and her arrogant personality hadn't won her many friends. Fortunately, after becoming Ryaz's Rook, she had befriended Akano and Zenobia. It's time. Everyone, enter the stone ring, Freya announced. She traced her finger across one of the stone pillars, and the ground glowed with a blue light. The gate connecting the human world to the elemental spirit world opened. The members of the three teams nodded to each other and stepped into the glowing circle. A blinding flash of light engulfed them. They were transported to the elemental spirit world. Lush green trees and a vast lake greeted them. The lake's surface was as smooth as a mirror, a sight unique to this world. Faintly glowing orbs floated around the lake shore, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. "We came to this lake during a school field trip before," Claire commented, mesmerized by the scenery. "Where's the ship?" Rinslet asked, scanning the lake but finding no sign of any vessel. "Look up there," Roy said, pointing towards the sky. The girls looked up and saw a massive ship floating in the air, its shadow cast upon the lake. "Is that the Befall-class airship of the Divine Ritual Institute?" Ellis murmured, her eyes wide with awe. It was the latest model of airship, named after the Wind Elemental Lord. The girls had only heard rumors about it. This was their first time seeing it in person. The airship had a streamlined hull like a whale. It was powered by spirit engines from the Ballister Kingdom. And its exterior seemed to be constructed from divine wood over 6,000 years old. This was the ship that would carry the elementalists to the blade dance. "Roy, we have to win," Claire declared, clutching his hand tightly. Roy smiled reassuringly. Claire's wish was to learn the truth about her sister, Rubia. And Rubia would undoubtedly participate in this blade dance. Ellis, Fianna, and Rinslet also had their own dreams and aspirations. Everyone gathered here had their own reasons for participating in the blade dance. The airship slowly descended, landing on the lake with a gentle splash. They boarded the ship. Meanwhile, at Erishia Spirit Academy, Greyworth spoke to the wall in her office. "Has that Mao-sama departed?" After a moment of silence, a figure materialized from the wall. Chapter 120, Greyworth Thoughts and the Attack of the Destroyer Spirit. Life isn't just doing things for yourself. It's possible to live in such a way that other people's happiness makes you happy too. "Yes, they've departed," Freya Grandal confirmed, stepping out from the wall and approaching Greyworth's desk. "I don't understand. Is that Demon King really that powerful? All he's done at the academy is chase girls," she commented, unable to hide her skepticism. "You wouldn't understand unless you experienced it yourself," Greyworth replied calmly. "Even the elemental lords bow before him." Freya fell silent. She knew the power of the elemental lords. They ruled this world. "You said the Demon King has been busy with girls lately." "Well, it's not surprising. He has so many girls around him, and they're all quite strong." Greyworth sighed. Even she, the strongest elementalist on the continent, felt weak compared to the girls in Roy's entourage. As expected of a Mao? She thought. "Freya-sensei, you're young and beautiful. Perhaps you should try your luck. You might be able to win his favor," Greyworth suggested with a playful grin. Freya blushed at her teasing but quickly retorted, "Headmaster, you're a beauty yourself. And the strongest elementalist on the continent. Why don't you try? Perhaps that way, you won't have to worry about your cursed seal anymore." Greyworth paused, considering the possibility. With Roy's mysterious powers, removing her cursed seal shouldn't be a problem for him. But she chuckled and dismissed the idea. "I'm too old for that. I can't compete with you young girls." "Headmaster, you won't know unless you try. Even I'm envious of your beauty," Freya insisted. Freya was right. Although Greyworth was quite old, she wouldn't age due to the wish she had made to the elemental lords. And only she knew that although the phoenix tears had healed her injuries, the cursed seal on her heart remained. It would eventually consume her. "Perhaps I should give it a try," Greyworth mused. Astral Zero, elemental spirit world. The airship glided through the ether-filled clouds, heading towards its destination. Their destination was the floating island, a sanctuary within the elemental spirit world. This was where the blade dance would be held. Normally, only the Princess Shrine maidens from the Divine Ritual Institute were allowed to enter this sacred ground. But during the blade dance, it was open to the public. "This airship is amazing," Claire exclaimed, looking down at the vast sea of clouds with a hint of dizziness. It was her first time on an airship. The other noble ladies, however, seemed accustomed to such luxury. They unpacked their luggage and gathered in their assigned lounge, relaxing on the plush sofas. The walls were adorned with polished marble tiles and decorated with beautiful tapestries. The room was well stocked with high-quality amenities. "It's not shaking at all," Ellis commented in surprise. As a noble from a remote region, she rarely had the opportunity to ride airships. "This is the latest model. If everything goes smoothly, we should arrive around noon," Claire replied, sprawled on the sofa. Her skirt had ridden up, but she didn't seem to notice. "By the way, there will be an opening ceremony at the castle tonight. Did you bring any dresses?" Fianna asked. "Of course. I wouldn't miss such an important event," Rinslet declared, twirling her golden hair. Fianna had also brought a dress. "But I didn't bring one," I don't usually wear dresses. Ellis admitted with a hint of regret. Don't worry, I have plenty of Ryaz's dresses. You can borrow one if you'd like. Roy offered with a smile. Thank you. Ellis replied gratefully. Rinslet, what are you doing? Fiona asked, watching as Rinslet set up a tea set on the table. I'm preparing tea. Would you like to join me for afternoon tea? Rinslet asked with a graceful smile. Yes, please. I've heard that the tea from the Lorenfrost region is exquisite. Fiona replied eagerly. Indeed. We should relax a bit before the blade dance. Ellis agreed. It seemed that enjoying afternoon tea was a ritual for noble ladies, regardless of the time or place. Rinslet poured the tea with elegant movements. The aroma of citrus filled the room. It was different from the tea Kano usually made, but both were delicious in their own way. Thank you. It smells wonderful, Claire said with a straightforward compliment. This is a special citrus tea from the Lorenfrost region. Rinslet explained proudly. It's delicious, my lady. Carol chimed in with a smile. But shouldn't making tea be the maid's job? Claire couldn't resist teasing. What are you saying? If my precious Carol burned herself, could you afford to replace her? Rinslet retorted. Carol was considered property of the Lorenfrost family. In other words, she was Rinslet's personal belonging, which was why she was allowed to accompany them to the sanctuary. But Rinslet didn't seem happy about Carol being treated as an object. Roy, how many sugars would you like? Rinslet asked, looking at him curiously. Just one, please. Roy replied. Her way of making tea is different from Kano's. He thought. Claire, you take two, right? Rinslet then asked Claire. Hey, how do you remember my preferences? Claire asked, surprised. I didn't remember. I just happened to guess. Rinslet retorted, blushing. My lady and Claire Sama were very close when they were young. They played together all the time. Carol whispered to Roy. Oh? Is that so? Roy chuckled. Yes, Claire Sama used to be very attached to my lady. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? Claire exclaimed, her face flushed. But we're rivals. Rinslet protested, turning away. I'll take my tea without sugar, please. As expected of a princess. You know how to appreciate tea properly. Rinslet said with a pleased nod. Ahem. Ellis cleared her throat. I'll take my tea with lots of sugar. And milk. Her voice was filled with embarrassment. Okay, milk tea it is. And also. Ellis hesitated. Rinslet looked at her questioningly. If possible, could you add some whipped cream and honey? And some marshmallows on top? Ellis blurted out. What kind of request is that? Rinslet's eye twitched. You're desecrating the tea. But that's how I always drink it. To endure the harsh swordsmanship training, I need to consume a lot of sugar. Ellis explained, blushing. Honestly, the Fahrengart family, known for their warriors. The Knight Captain is surprisingly childish. She doesn't even know how to appreciate the delicate flavor of tea. Shut up. Sweet things are better. Ellis retorted, tears welling up in her eyes as Claire looked at her with pity. Roy sighed, watching their bickering. Rinslet could argue with anyone. Despite her harsh words, she still prepared the tea according to Ellis's request. I can't believe you actually added honey. Claire stared at Ellis's milk tea in disbelief. I like it this way. If you have so many complaints, try it. Ellis retorted, pushing her cup towards Claire. Humphrey, such a sweet drink can't possibly be good. Eh? Claire took a sip and her eyes widened slightly. How is it? It's not bad. It has a gentle flavor. See? But it ruins the taste of the fine tea. It's just a child's drink. Well, that's true. Although they often bickered, Claire and Ellis were actually good friends. Roy enjoyed watching their playful banter. Your firecat spirit is so cute. Ellis suddenly said, reaching out to pet Scarlet, who was curled up on the sofa. She played with Scarlet's fluffy tail and poked her paws. Hey. Scarlet is my contracted spirit. Don't touch her. Claire protested, feeling like her beloved pet was being stolen. Just a little bit. It's okay, right? Ellis pleaded, hugging Scarlet tightly. It seemed the usually stern Knight Captain had a weakness for cute things. Roy chuckled inwardly. He remembered seeing stuffed animals in Ellis's room. Meow. Scarlet squirmed uncomfortably, seeking help from Claire. I told you to let her go. Don't you have your own contracted spirit? Claire demanded. But Simorg isn't very cute. Ellis mumbled. If her contracted spirit heard that, it would probably run away from home. Ellis. Just a little longer, please. Let me play with her for a bit longer. Ellis pleaded, refusing to let go of Scarlet. Meow. Meow. Scarlet escaped from Ellis's grasp and leaped into Roy's arms. Ellis pouted, Disappointed. Roy petted Scarlet, amused by the scene. By the way, the representatives from other countries are also on this airship, right? He suddenly asked. The participants in the blade dance were all elite elementalists from various academies. If he could capture them all and make them his servants. The thought excited him. Yes, we picked up several teams along the way. Claire replied. Roy set down his teacup. Is the strongest blade dancer, the Crimson Princess, also on this ship? He asked casually. The atmosphere in the room instantly tensed. There was an underlying pressure in Roy's voice. Unlike in the original story, the winner of the blade dance 3 years ago was a girl known as the Crimson Princess. However, no one knew her true appearance. They only knew she had crimson hair. This was because she had worn a red mask during the tournament. Roy suspected that this Crimson Princess was actually Claire's sister, Rubia Elstein. After all, in the original story, Rubia Elstein was the leader of the Inferno, known as the Crimson Lord. No, she's not on this ship. Claire replied calmly. She's representing Alpha's theocracy, so even if she is taking an airship, it would be a different one. I see. Roy nodded. He understood the general plot but wasn't familiar with all the details. After chatting with the girls for a while, Roy stood up. You guys rest for a bit. I'm going to take a walk outside. He left the lounge. Claire, Alice, Rinslet, and Fianna exchanged glances. We should follow Roy. It's too dangerous out there. Rinslet suggested. They all understood what she meant by dangerous. I agree. I'm not tired anyway. Claire said. Me too. Fianna added. She had wanted to follow him earlier. Is that really okay? Ellis hesitated. Then you can stay here and rest. Claire replied nonchalantly. The 3 girls were about to leave when Ellis stopped them. Wait, I'll come too. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 4,000 meters, a small fighter airship appeared beneath the airship carrying the blade dance participants. It had been lurking in the forest, waiting for its prey. The metal hatch opened, and a young girl with dark gray pigtails emerged. I've found you, male elementalist. She said with a sly smile, then began chanting an incantation. The ring on her middle finger glowed red. All right, go wild. Destroyer spirit, Ungoliant. A massive black monster emerged from a rift in space. Chapter 121, First Encounter with the Dragon Princess and Arrival at the Floating Island. Welcome to my soul society. Roy stood on the deck of the airship, watching the clouds drift by at a dizzying speed. He looked down at the vast, eerie forest stretching out below. You're Roy, the representative from Marishia Spirit Academy, right? A voice suddenly asked from behind him. Roy turned around and saw a beautiful girl with shoulder-length black hair and a beret. She wore a crisp, black military uniform and had a determined look in her eyes. Roy instantly recognized her as Leonora Lancaster, the Princess of Dracunia and the captain of the Knights of the Dragon Emperor. Who are you? And how do you know my name? Roy asked with a smile. You're famous, the only male elementalist on the continent. Leonora replied, her expression serious. Despite her delicate appearance, she had a sharp, prickly aura. And you're known for toying with girls and then abandoning them. You're the enemy of all women? Roy was speechless. Where had she heard that rumor? Don't try to deny it. Dracunia has the best intelligence network on the continent. Leonora declared confidently. So, what do you want? Roy asked, crossing his arms and looking at her with amusement. Leonora blushed for some reason. I'm here to cut off your... She averted her gaze and suddenly drew her sword, swinging it towards Roy's lower body. What exactly are you trying to cut off? Roy asked, raising an eyebrow as he effortlessly caught her sword between 2 fingers. Leonora struggled to pull her sword back, but it wouldn't budge. Ugh. Do you want me to say it out loud? You pervert. She exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes. Roy chuckled and released her sword. Clang. Leonora, her face flushed with anger, swung her sword again. Roy casually sidestepped, dodging the attack. The sword slammed into the floor. The airship's floor shattered. Leonora glared at Roy, her gaze fixated on his lower body. Just as her blush deepened, she quickly averted her eyes again. Please let me cut that off, Roy. She pleaded, pulling her sword from the floor and assuming a fighting stance. If I let you run wild during the blade dance and attack my subordinates, it'll be quite troublesome. Well, even if it's a rumor, being chased around by a girl with a sword isn't exactly pleasant. If you attack again, I'll have to punish you. Roy warned with a sigh. Humphrey. Lies. You're a perverted, sadistic Daemon King. Leonora glared at him, clearly not believing his words. She swung her sword again. Roy shook his head and caught her sword between 2 fingers once more. He was a bit exasperated by this stubborn girl. But a punishment was in order. He held her sword with one hand and reached towards her forehead with the other. Am I going to be subjected to those kinds of things? Leonora's mind raced, her face flushing as she closed her eyes tightly. Roy flicked her forehead. Flick. Ow! Leonora yelped, clutching her forehead and forgetting about her sword. Meanwhile, Claire, Rinslet, Fiona, and Delis were observing the scene from the corner. Look! Roy has another girl after him. I knew it. Another girl is throwing herself at him. Should we stop her? Wait, she doesn't seem very friendly. Roy made that girl cry. The four girls watched with amusement. Roy, of course, had noticed them, but he didn't say anything. Suddenly, boom! A deafening roar shook the airship violently. Ah! Claire lost her balance and fell. You're so clumsy, Roy said, catching her before she could hit the deck. Thanks, Claire mumbled, blushing. What was that? Rinslet exclaimed, looking down at the churning sea of clouds. A massive shadow loomed over them. The clouds parted, and a monstrous creature emerged. It was about 10 meters long and resembled a catfish. But unlike a catfish, it had a single, giant red eye on its head. And it was flying in the air, not swimming in the water. Is that a monster? Claire asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. No, wait. Could that be the destroyer spirit, Ungoliant? Leonora asked, her brow furrowed. Yes, that's the destroyer spirit, Ungoliant. Roy confirmed. He recognized it as the spirit controlled by Muriel. Mur was Rubia's subordinate. Unlike in the original story, Mur was completely loyal to Rubia. Roy wondered why Rubia would send her to attack this airship. The military destroyer spirit, which resembled a giant catfish, roared and charged towards them. Although the airship had a wind barrier, it wasn't designed for combat. If that behemoth rammed into them, they would be in trouble. Alarms blared throughout the airship. The ship swerved, trying to evade the attack. It was a new model with excellent maneuverability. But even the best maneuverability was no match for the agility of a spirit. Just as the monster was about to collide with the airship, Roy took action. He summoned his Ice Rose sword and swung it. Ice breathing, second form, Ice Dragon swirling tail. An ice dragon materialized, roaring silently as it lunged towards the monstrous catfish. Roar. The catfish roared, sensing danger, and charged towards the ice dragon. The two creatures collided. The ice dragon bit into the catfish, and its body instantly froze. The Ungoliant plummeted towards the ground. Amazing. Leonora gasped, staring at Roy in awe. She couldn't believe he had so easily defeated the destroyer spirit. Even she would have struggled against such a powerful opponent. Clara and the others weren't as surprised. They had already witnessed his strength. Roy, you didn't use me again. I'm not happy. Estate pouted, emerging from her spirit seal. Well, it was too weak. Roy explained, trying to appease her. I don't care. You didn't use me last time either. I'm angry. Estate was referring to the incident with the rampaging strategic class elemental at the military selection. Roy didn't see the need to use Estate or Ren against such weak opponents. Speaking of Ren, she rarely emerged from her spirit seal on his left arm. Estate, don't be angry. I'll treat you to this. Roy patted her head and offered her a strawberry ice cream sundae. Fine, I forgive you. Estate said, accepting the ice cream after a moment of hesitation. Roy-sama, what happened? Vilsaria and Lux emerged from the airship with their teams. Not only them, but almost all the girls on the airship came out to see what had caused the commotion. It's nothing. Everything's fine now. Go back and rest. We'll be arriving at the sanctuary soon. Roy reassured them with a wave of his hand. The other teams, learning about the attack, looked at Roy with curiosity. After the incident with the destroyer spirit, several hours passed. The Befall-class airship was approaching the sanctuary of the Wind Elemental Lord. Look, we can see the island. Rinslet exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the island ahead. Her unreserved joy was quite adorable. Keep your voice down. It's embarrassing. Claire chided, elbowing her lightly. Oh, are you jealous that I'm getting all the attention? Rinslet retorted, flipping her hair. Roy ignored their bickering and looked at the island with awe. So that's the sanctuary. A massive floating island, surrounded by towering mountains, emerged from the thick clouds. Ragna-wise, one of the most important sanctuaries in the Astral Zero. Roy hadn't seen such a magnificent island during his time here thousands of years ago. It must have been built in the intervening years. The airship slowly entered the harbor of the floating island. It was past noon, a bit later than scheduled. They disembarked and boarded carriages prepared by the Divine Ritual Institute. The carriages headed towards the castle where the opening ceremony would be held. Claire pointed out the various sights along the way. This floating island, Ragna-wise, is one of the 5 sanctuaries in the Astral Zero. It's the territory of the Wind Elemental Lord. According to records, the Blade Dance was held here 74 years ago. There was no fixed rule for choosing the location of the Blade Dance. It was decided by the decrees issued to the elemental princesses. And that castle in the center of the island is a relic from the Age of Myths. Claire continued. This is a rare opportunity. Normally, only the princess shrine maidens from the Divine Ritual Institute are allowed to enter. Fianna, have you been there before? Fianna, a former princess shrine maiden candidate, nodded. Yes, but I was mostly at the Temple of the Fire Elemental Lord, so I've only been there once. The main temple of the Elemental Lords. I'm getting nervous. Ellis mumbled. Haha, Ellis, don't worry. It's just the Elemental Lords. Roy chuckled. The girls stared at him in surprise. How dare he speak so casually about the Elemental Lords? If others heard him, he would be labeled a heretic. Roy, you shouldn't say such things. If others hear you. Claire warned, worried. Haha, don't worry. I haven't told you my true identity yet. Today, I'll reveal one of my identities. The girls looked at him curiously. I'm actually the Mao who ruled the Astral Zero thousands of years ago. Roy declared with a mysterious smile. Mao? The girls exchanged confused glances. They had never heard of that title. Of course, it was understandable. After all, it had happened thousands of years ago. The carriage traveled along the path. There was no one else around. They soon arrived at a massive stone gate leading to the castle. The castle stood on a hilltop, its appearance both magnificent and solemn. It was surrounded by a lush forest and a large lake. The other teams seemed to have arrived already. Several carriages were parked outside. Elementalists who will perform the Blade Dance for the Elemental Lords, we welcome your arrival. A group of girls in beautiful shrine maiden attire greeted them. They're apprentice shrine maidens from the Divine Ritual Institute. You could say they're my juniors. Fianna explained to Roy. We will be attending to your needs during your stay here. The leader of the shrine maiden said, bowing respectfully. As she bowed, her robes shifted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her cleavage. Roy couldn't help but notice. Although it was a sacred garment designed for rituals, it was quite alluring. I wonder how Claire and the others would look in those outfits. Roy mused. Roy, what are you looking at? Claire demanded, her voice laced with jealousy. I was just thinking. You might look good in those outfits. What? Claire blushed furiously. Chapter 122, A Dip in the Lake and a Dance with Rinslet. I live every day expecting to die, so that I won't have any regrets even if I do die. What are you talking about? But if Roy wants to see, it's not impossible. Claire stammered, her face beet red. Roy, so you like that kind of outfit? Rinslet giggled. What have you done to the sacred shrine maiden attire? I wonder if I still have my shrine maiden outfit from the Divine Ritual Institute. The 3 girls whispered among themselves, their faces flushed. They passed through the castle gate and entered the grand hall. The high ceiling was adorned with beautiful arches, and a carpeted hallway aligned with stone pillars stretched out before them. Instead of torches or spirit crystals, small light spirits floated in the air, providing illumination. Although this was a relic from the Age of Myths, after thousands of years of renovations, little remained of its original appearance. The only things that hinted at its ancient origins were the carvings on the stone pillars. The walls of the hallway were decorated with colorful murals depicting legendary elemental princesses and past winners of the Blade Dance. They followed the shrine maiden through the vast castle, finally arriving at their room. This is the room for the Ordija Empire's representatives, Team Scarlet. Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. The shrine maiden said. Wait, is Roy going to stay in the same room as us? Rinslet asked, blushing. Oh, of course not. What are you thinking? Claire exclaimed, her face also turning red. That's right. It's impossible for us to share a room with a man. Ellis added with a cough. Well, that's true, but if there aren't enough rooms, it can't be helped, right? Fianna and Rinslet exchanged anxious glances. Roy chuckled at their flustered reactions. We have separate rooms prepared for men. The shrine maiden explained, looking at them with a puzzled expression. I knew that. Of course. Yes, that's very thoughtful of you. The girls nodded vigorously, completely forgetting their earlier embarrassment. It's a shame. Carol giggled. What's a shame, Carol? Roy asked with a smile. I think the young ladies will be disappointed. Carol whispered in his ear. Roy understood what she meant. But it wasn't entirely impossible. Excuse me, shrine maiden. Roy called out. If he remembered correctly, the room they had assigned him was an abandoned storage room. He didn't want to stay in such a place. And he needed to teleport Trias and the others here. He needed more rooms. Is there something else you need? The shrine maiden asked. Please arrange more rooms for us, Roy requested, a glint in his eyes. The shrine maiden was about to refuse his unreasonable request when her expression suddenly changed. Her initially indifferent demeanor shifted to one of respect. Roy-sama, we can arrange as many rooms as you need. Clara and the others were shocked by her sudden change in attitude. Normally, she wouldn't agree to such a request. Roy smirked but didn't explain. He had simply used his mind control magic. Roy then used his teleportation magic to return to Erishia Spirit Academy and bring the other girls to the sanctuary. Wow! So this is the sanctuary. The architecture is so different. It seems we have a lot to explore. Are we going shopping? Count me in. The girls chattered excitedly as they arrived. Alright, everyone, let's get settled in first, Roy announced. By the way, we're going to participate in the cleansing ritual later. Do you want to join us? Claire asked Triaz and the others. Cleansing ritual? The girls exchanged confused glances. It's a ritual where we cleanse our bodies with water, Fianna explained. So basically, it's just taking a bath, right? Mine guessed. That's the gist of it. Roy, do you want to join us? Claire asked, blushing. Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I be allowed? Roy replied with a raised eyebrow. Well. Claire was speechless. After Zuko and the others finished unpacking and arranging their rooms, they all headed towards the location of the cleansing ritual, including Vilsaria and Lux's teams. The warm sunlight filtered through the leaves of the lush forest. Colorful birds flew through the air. The branches of the trees were laden with ripe fruits. They arrived at a large lake beside the castle. Many spirits were dancing and playing around the lake, highlighting its sacred nature. It was the perfect place for the shrine maidens to perform their cleansing ritual. Are Claire and the others not here yet? Roy wondered, looking around. The girls were taking their time changing into their swimsuits. Roy, however, was already ready. He was shirtless, wearing only a pair of swim trunks. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his honored handsome face could make even the gods jealous. Bored, Roy lay down on a beach chair and closed his eyes. Roy, sorry to keep you waiting. Roy opened his eyes and saw Fianna standing before him, wearing a rather revealing swimsuit. Oh, it's Fianna. How do I look in this swimsuit? Fianna asked with a giggle, pulling Roy to his feet. You look great. Roy replied with a thumbs up. Fianna, you're so sly. Claire and the other girls, who had finally arrived in their swimsuits, called out from a distance. Claire was wearing a simple, bright red swimsuit with no frills or decorations, which only accentuated her natural beauty. She looked absolutely adorable. The girls were a sight to behold, each in their own unique swimsuit, a beautiful display of diverse styles and personalities. This is truly paradise, Roy thought with a grin. Deep beneath the floating island of Ragnawise, in a vast cavern that even the shrine maidens of the Divine Ritual Institute were forbidden to enter, two figures walked through the darkness. One was Lily Flame, an orphan from the instructional school. She followed behind her master, reading from a report. After the battle, the destroyer spirit was rendered useless by Muriel Starl. The military officials have lodged a strong protest against us. Let them complain. Those incompetent fools only care about their own safety. The girl leading the way replied dismissively. She had long, flowing red hair and wore a black coat and a crimson mask with a demonic pattern. Lily wasn't surprised by her master's response. To her, the nation with whom she was allied, was merely a tool to achieve her goals. But, Ren-sama, what about the deployment of the military spirits? Lily asked. The girl, known as Ren, didn't answer immediately. Rubia Elstein, the only sounds in the cavern were their footsteps and the clinking of the spirit crystals they carried for illumination. The crystals cast an eerie glow on the strange carvings on the cavern walls. Lily was curious. How had her master discovered this hidden place, forbidden even to the shrine maidens? Tell Muir to remain still for now. I'll meet with her tonight. Ren finally replied. You're attending the ball? Lily asked in surprise. As the winner of the previous tournament, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to skip it, would it? But you haven't prepared your attire. Lily said cautiously. I still have my dress from the last tournament, although I left most of my clothes with my sister. You have a sister? Ren didn't answer. Lily, worried about displeasing her master, quickly changed the subject. But are you sure that man is the Mao we're looking for? He has claimed to be the Mao. We'll find out tonight. Ren replied, a strange glint in her eyes. As evening approached, the opening ceremony of the blade dance commenced in the castle that served as the lodging for the participants. The grand hall was filled with guests, nobles, and elementalists from various countries, their conversations and laughter filling the air. Elegant music played softly in the background. The hall was decorated with chandeliers adorned with countless spirit crystals. A long table in the center was laden with luxurious dishes and a variety of fruits. Roy entered the hall with his entourage, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The girls, dressed in beautiful gowns, were a sight to behold, but Roy, in his elegant suit, was the center of attention. That's the only male elementalist on the continent. The girls with him are also beautiful. As expected of the Night Demon King. He has so many girls with him. Are those all his slaves? How terrifying. The nobles gossiped among themselves, some of the young ladies staring at Roy with undisguised desire. Even the girls participating in the blade dance couldn't help but steal glances at him. These girls were all elite elementalists selected from various countries. And they were all beautiful. They were all around the same age as Roy and his group. This was because, according to the decree of the elemental lords, one of the requirements for participating in the blade dance was being a princess shrine maiden under the age of 20. This rule applied not only to the blade dance but also to most important spirit rituals. Roy found a seat on a sofa, surrounded by his girls. Many young noblemen and beautiful women tried to approach him, but the girls quickly shooed them away. He was supposed to be their protector, but now, he was the one being protected. Estate, what would you like to eat? Roy asked the sword spirit, who was holding a plate. Roy, I want some fish. Estate replied. Such a good girl, not picky at all. Unlike those other girls. Roy chuckled, petting Estate's head. Estate, dressed in a pure white dress, looked like an adorable snow elf. Estate is so cute. Roy said as he stroked her hair. Estate's ears twitched. Roy, say that again. Please say it again. Estate looked at him with her mesmerizing eyes. Estate is so cute. Roy repeated, indulging her request. Roy, you're biased. I want praise too. Ren, who rarely emerged from her spirit seal, suddenly appeared, pouting. Ren is also very cute. Roy said, patting her head. Say it again. Ren whined. Ren is very, very cute. Roy suddenly realized that many eyes were on him. He turned and saw Ryaz and the other girls staring at him. Uh-oh. They all want praise now? Roy felt a cold sweat. Fortunately, the girls didn't make any demands. Roy found this kind of social gathering rather boring. If not for the chance to see Rubia, he wouldn't have come. Just as he was getting restless, Rinslet approached him. Roy. She stammered. Rinslet was wearing a stunning ocean blue dress that accentuated her beauty. Her golden hair was styled in an elegant updo, making her look like an ice queen. Her cheeks were flushed, and her rosy lips were slightly parted. Well. This is a rare opportunity, so. She cleared her throat several times. Then, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Would you like to dance with me? The other girls groaned in frustration. They hadn't even thought about asking him to dance. Rinslet had beaten them to it. Of course. It would be my honor to dance with you, Rinslet. Roy replied, taking her gloved hand with a gentlemanly bow. It's Roy's hand. Rinslet blushed, her voice barely audible. Roy led her to the dance floor. He could feel her nervousness. Relax. He whispered in her ear, his arm gently encircling her waist. Rinslet's body went limp, her legs almost giving way. If Roy hadn't been holding her, she would have collapsed. Chapter 123, Claire's sister Rubia Elstein offer? You don't have any enemies. No one has any enemies. There's no one who is okay to hurt. Roy was then kept busy, as all the girls wanted to dance with him. After dancing with Akam, he felt a tingling in his feet. It seemed Akam had no talent for dancing and had stepped on his toes throughout the entire song. Roy couldn't help but chuckle. After dancing with all the girls, Fiona approached him. Roy. She whispered in his ear, her expression serious. What is it? She's here. Roy turned towards the entrance of the hall. A commotion erupted near the entrance, far greater than any before. The most anticipated figure of this blade dance had arrived. She strode into the hall with a confident air, her footsteps echoing through the room. She was dressed in a black evening gown, like a queen of the night. Her face was hidden behind a crimson mask. This was the strongest blade dancer, the Crimson Princess. Her presence was overwhelming, radiating an aura of power that made those around her feel as if they would be incinerated if they got too close. The chatter in the hall ceased, replaced by an almost deafening silence. Everyone watched her with bated breath. Unlike with Claire earlier, no one dared to approach her. The music stopped. The Crimson Princess stopped in the middle of the hall, then walked towards Roy and the others. She's quite a beauty. Roy commented, taking a sip of his wine and observing the girl with admiration. You're Roy, aren't you? The girl asked, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. It was Rubia, her voice masked by the crimson mask. Yes. Roy replied with a smile, setting down his glass. Pleased to meet you. I am Ren. Rubia said, extending her hand. Roy took her hand and chuckled. Pleased to meet you too. Roy, may I have this dance? Ren suddenly asked. Of course. Roy didn't release her hand and led her to the dance floor. The band began playing a waltz. The two danced gracefully in the center of the hall, the focus of everyone's attention. Their dance was as passionate and fiery as the flames Ruby wielded. It resembled the formal ritual dances performed by shrine maidens during festivals. Although Roy had never learned this dance before, he effortlessly matched her every step. You can keep up with me? As expected of the only male elementalist on the continent. Ruby commented through her mask, impressed. She changed the steps, and Roy reacted instantly, pulling her closer. They swayed like flames, their movements perfectly synchronized with the music. Their dance was no longer a simple ballroom waltz. It was a passionate and fiery duel. When the music ended, Ruby led Roy to a secluded balcony. She looked at him with her ruby eyes. So, why did you bring me here, Ren-san? Roy asked, intrigued. The only male elementalist on the continent, who suddenly appeared at Terashia Spirit Academy a few months ago and claimed to be the Mao who ruled the Astral Zero. Am I correct? Ruby asked, her gaze unwavering. Oh? You've done your research. Yes, that's true. Roy admitted with a shrug. There was no need to hide it. Ruby nodded, then continued, thousands of years ago, a war broke out between the Elemental Lords. A man who called himself a Mao defeated the Dark Elemental Lord and then the alliance of the 5 other Elemental Lords, ultimately ruling the Astral Zero. Was that truly you? Yes, it was. Roy confirmed casually. He didn't deny it. There was no point. Ruby's eyes widened in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure. She wouldn't believe him based on his words alone. Whether you're truly the Mao or not. Allow me to test you. Ruby placed her hand on Roy's chest. Freezing flames. She declared. Pale blue flames erupted from her hand. These were the flames that freeze flames. Defying the laws of nature. Anything they touched would be frozen solid. However, the flames danced harmlessly on Roy's chest, having no effect. Roy looked at her with a knowing smile. Finished with your test? Seeing that her strongest flames couldn't harm him, Ruby was convinced that he was indeed the Mao. She was confident that no one could withstand her flames. She knelt before him. Greetings, Mao-sama. Please forgive my insolence. I can forgive you, but... But what? Ruby looked up cautiously. There must be a punishment. Roy lifted her chin, removed her mask, and kissed her. This was the price for challenging a Mao? Ruby's eyes widened in shock. She hadn't expected to lose her first kiss upon their first meeting. After a while, Roy released her. So, what is it that you want from me? He asked. Mao-sama, I need your power. Ruby said, her voice slightly breathless. Oh? The elemental lords have been corrupted by the otherworld darkness. If this continues, they will bring disaster upon the world. I implore you, Mao-sama, to eliminate the elemental lords and create a world without spirits. Ruby declared, her eyes filled with determination. 3 years ago, Ruby had betrayed the fire elemental lord after discovering his corruption and change in personality. And in the years since, she had created the Inferno, hoping to instigate a war to achieve her goal. But she knew that defeating the elemental lords through war was nearly impossible. That's why she had approached Roy upon hearing rumors of the Mao's return. I see. And what price are you willing to pay? Roy asked, stroking his chin. As a devil, he didn't do anything for free. This. Ruby hadn't expected him to ask for compensation. She couldn't think of anything valuable enough. Then, she remembered the many girls around Roy, and her eyes lit up. And the Mao had just kissed her. A confident smile spread across her face. If you grant my wish, Mao-sama, then I'm willing to offer myself to you. She declared, her cheeks flushing slightly. So straightforward? Roy was surprised by her boldness. Seeing his silence, Ruby became anxious. If that's not enough, Mao-sama, I can also offer you my sister, Claire. Claire is already mine. Roy commented casually. Ruby recalled seeing Claire sitting intimately with Roy earlier. Then. I have 2 subordinates, Muir and Lily. They're beautiful girls too. She offered. Ahem, don't make me sound like some kind of pervert. Roy chided, trying to maintain a serious expression. Ruby's lips twitched. Who was the one who stole my first kiss the moment we met? She thought. If that's not a pervert, then what is? So. Does this mean you agree, Mao-sama? She asked, feigning excitement. If the elemental lords are truly as you say, then eliminating them is the right thing to do. Roy replied with a nod. This was a simple task. He just had to have Ranashdol purge the otherworld darkness from the elemental lords. Thank you, Mao-sama. Rubia expressed her gratitude. So, what's the plan? Just participate in the blade dance as usual. I'll take care of the elemental lords. Roy instructed. Yes, Mao-sama. After confirming their plan, Rubia left. Roy returned to the banquet hall. What did that girl want? Ryaz asked curiously. She just asked me for a favor. Roy replied with a smile. The strongest blade dancer personally came to ask Roy for a favor? That's amazing. Claire exclaimed, her eyes filled with admiration. Roy glanced at her, amused. He wondered what her reaction would be if she knew that girl was her sister. Having met Rubia, there was no need for him to stay at the banquet any longer. He left with the girls. The main events of the blade dance were scheduled for 2 days later, so they had one more day to relax. The next morning, Claire cleared her throat and suggested, Roy, let's go out for a walk. Sure. Roy agreed. It was the last day of rest before the main tournament. It was only fitting to spend some time with the girls. The girls cheered, excited to explore the sanctuary. Then it's decided. Let's get ready to go. I've been wanting to explore this place. Yes, staying indoors all the time isn't good. Then everyone, get ready. We'll depart soon. They changed their clothes and took a carriage to the port. Simple wooden buildings lined the streets, creating a lively atmosphere like a festival. The various countries had also contributed funds to set up food stalls and entertainment booths for the spectators of the blade dance. Since this was the Astral Zero, where humans couldn't live, this bustling street would only exist for a few days. It was a sight unique to the blade dance. The sky is so clear. Saya exclaimed, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Well, we are above the clouds. Claire replied, stretching like a cat as she chatted with Saya and Mine. The 3 girls with pink pigtails, despite their frequent bickering, were actually good friends. The scenery here is quite lovely. Ryaz commented with a smile, her arm linked with Roy's. A gentle breeze blew, causing her crimson hair to sway. Taking advantage of her status as his fiancée, Ryaz had claimed the spot on Roy's left side. On his right was Ren Ashdol. After all, she was the strongest among them, even surpassing Roy in power. Their group attracted a lot of attention as they walked through the streets. But they were used to it by now. Small airships flew between the clouds, carrying spectators to the floating island of Ragnawise. With the main tournament about to begin, nobles from various countries had gathered here. This is incredible. Only on a floating island can you see such a view. Ellis and Rinslet marveled at the scenery. The streets were lined with various shops and stalls. Although the buildings were temporary structures, the craftsmen and cooks working inside were all highly skilled individuals recruited from different countries. The blade dance was an opportunity for nations to showcase their prestige, so they spared no expense. As they reached the center of the shopping district, they encountered a group of tourists disembarking from an airship. The crowd here is insane. There are so many people. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Ellis and Rinslet looked around anxiously. It seemed the sheltered noble ladies weren't used to crowds. And unlike in the Academy City, there were many men here. Although they were elite elementalists, they felt like innocent young girls in this unfamiliar environment, clinging to Roy for safety. Even Claire stuck close to him. The sight of their group attracted whispers and curious glances from the passers-by. Look at that boy surrounded by so many girls. Is that the rumored male elementalist? What a scumbag, preying on those innocent girls. But look at their expressions. They don't seem to mind. They must be under some kind of spell. Roy frowned, releasing a bit of his demonic aura. The gossiping onlookers felt an immense pressure and collapsed to their knees, their faces pale with fear. They couldn't get up until Roy and his group were gone. When they finally looked up, their eyes were filled with terror. What happened here? The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the shrine maidens who were maintaining order. Chapter 124, Exploring La Patisserie and Encountering Leonora in the Library. Haven't you already lifted your foot, preparing to step forward? Then you only have one option. Finish taking that step. Hey, there are a lot of people here. Should we find a quieter place to rest? Roy suggested. Yes, that's a good idea. Ryaz and the others agreed. They looked around for a suitable cafe. Roy, look. There's a La Patisserie shop. Rinslet exclaimed, pointing to a charming cafe across the street. What? The famous La Patisserie? I've always wanted to try their cakes. If I remember correctly, it's a very popular shop in the capital. I'm interested too. Even Claire and Ellis knew about it. It seemed this temporary shop was quite renowned. Then let's go there. Agreed. Sure. Okay. They all headed towards the cafe. La Patisserie was packed. They even had to wait for a table. But after Roy used a bit of magic, the staff immediately led them to a private room. Roy observed the cafe's interior as they walked. The exposed wooden beams on the ceiling created a warm and inviting atmosphere. "I'll have the peach pie, peach sorbet, and the peach mousse," Claire declared, her finger tracing the menu excitedly. "Why are you ordering so many peach desserts? Didn't you have some this morning?" Rinslet questioned. "And mind your own business. I like peaches," Claire retorted. "This raspberry puff looks delicious too." "Why yes. That looks good as well. Ooh, this one has ice cream on top of a hot apple pie. Let's order that one too and share it." "Roy, what do you want?" "I'll have the strawberry pie." The girls happily chose their favorite desserts. Seeing their joyful expressions filled Roy with warmth. After leaving the cafe, they continued exploring the port. "Roy, can we go to that shop?" Rinslet asked, pointing to a clothing store that specialized in noble attire. "Sure." Roy nodded. "Rinslet, are you buying clothes now?" The main tournament of the Blade Dance was starting tomorrow. There wouldn't be any opportunities to wear anything other than their academy uniforms. "Not for me. I'm buying gifts for Carol and my little sister," Rinslet explained. "Your sister?" Roy didn't recall her having a sister. "Rinslet Neeson has a little sister?" Alice and the others also looked at her curiously. "Yes, she came to watch me compete," Rinslet replied with a smile. Carol wasn't with them because she was at the port, waiting to welcome Rinslet's younger sister. "So Rinslet has a little sister. I bet she's just as beautiful and charming as you," Roy commented. "Roy, what are you saying?" Rinslet blushed. "My sister is very beautiful too." Ellis chimed in for some reason. "Well, Vilsaria is indeed a beauty," Roy agreed. "Are you comparing sisters now?" Fiona grumbled. The girls blushed. "What do you mean, comparing sisters? Idiot. You impure shrine maiden. Even if you're jealous, there's nothing you can do about it. You don't even have a sister." They entered the store, surprised by its spacious interior. Besides fashionable clothing, they even had swimsuits. "I'll go choose something for my sister," Rinslet declared, heading deeper into the store. "Roy, wait for me here. I'll try some clothes on and come back," Claire said, her cheeks reddening. "Try them on?" Roy looked at her curiously. I want you to help me choose," Claire explained, flustered. "Oh, I understand. Go ahead. So she wants a fashion show, huh?" Roy thought with amusement. "Roy, please help us choose our clothes too." Ryaz and Akeno chimed in with playful smiles. "No problem. Go ahead." The girls then took turns trying on various outfits, parading before him like models on a runway. With their natural beauty, they looked stunning in everything they wore. After their shopping spree, they continued exploring the port and came across the ancient library. It was a massive, fortress-like building on a hill. Although not as large as Arishia Spirit Academy's renowned sealed library, it housed a vast collection of ancient texts and legendary grimoires. At Clara's suggestion, they entered the library. Countless bookshelves, reaching the high ceiling, filled the interior. "This library is huge. It's so impressive. Unfortunately, I'm not good at reading." "Me neither. Books give me a headache." Shiel, being airheaded, found books tedious, as did Leon. But some of the girls, like Sai and Siko, enjoyed reading. Roy was also a bit interested in the books. He headed towards the section with historical records and legends from across the continent. As he walked, he overheard the whispers of the shrine maidens from the Divine Ritual Institute. "Look, it's the male elementalist. Is that the rumored king of winning? Don't look into his eyes. You'll be corrupted. I heard that if the Night Demon King takes a liking to you, you'll get pregnant." How terrifying. Why do even the shrine maidens know about these rumors? Roy wondered with a sigh. But he decided to let it slide, considering their cuteness. He closed a book he had been browsing. It was a rather dull travelogue of some adventurer's journey across the continent. As he returned the book to its shelf. "Are you Roy?" a voice suddenly asked. Roy turned around. "Yo, Leonora." He greeted her with a smile. Don't call me so casually," the girl retorted, blushing. Roy chuckled and observed her. She had beautiful black hair that reached her shoulders, a beret with a dragon emblem, and a sharp gaze that pierced through her glasses. This was Leonora Lancaster, the representative of the Dracunia Academy and the leader of the Knights of the Dragon Emperor. She was considered one of the favorites to win the Blade Dance. "What brings you here, Leonora?" Roy asked. "That's a stupid question. I'm gathering information on the other teams, of course," Leonora replied with a sneer, as if he were an idiot. "Well." Roy was speechless. This girl had the guts to speak to him like that? Punishment is necessary. "Gathering information, huh? Have you gathered any on me?" Roy asked, stepping closer. Leonora, startled, backed away until she was pressed against a bookshelf. "And no, I haven't found any information on you," she stammered. She had witnessed Roy's power firsthand. She knew she was no match for him. Although this ancient library held a vast amount of information, it wouldn't have anything on Roy. "I don't recall you wearing glasses before," Roy commented, leaning closer and trapping her between his arm and the bookshelf. Leonora, with her glasses, looked even cuter. As expected of the infamous Night Demon King. "Even such a small detail doesn't escape your notice," she said, trying to maintain her composure despite her pounding heart. Roy narrowed his eyes, his gaze sweeping over her. I only wear them when I'm reading. My eyesight isn't very good. I use spirit magic to enhance my vision during combat," Leonora explained, a bit intimidated by his intense gaze. "They suit you. You look cute," Roy commented casually. Leonora, usually a shy and easily flustered girl, blushed crimson. What are you talking about? You pervert with a glasses fetish," she exclaimed. Roy was speechless. He gently removed her glasses. Why did you take them off?" Leonora asked, her eyes wide and innocent. "Because they'll get in the way of what I'm about to do," Roy replied with a smirk, placing her glasses on his collar. Leonora blushed even harder, her thoughts unknown. And for a moment, Roy thought her eyes changed color. Then, "I'll accept your offer," she suddenly declared, throwing her arms around his neck and kissing him. "Eh?" Roy was stunned. What was going on? She had been so shy just a moment ago, and now she was suddenly so bold? Then, he remembered. Leonora had dragon blood. When her dragon blood awakened, she would act impulsively and boldly towards the opposite sex. That explained her sudden change in behavior. Right there, in a corner of the library, Leonora gave Roy her first kiss. How could you?" she mumbled, her face burning as she came to her senses. "You were the one who kissed me," Roy replied innocently, shrugging. Leonora quickly pulled away. "I apologize. It seems my dragon blood awakened for a moment," she explained. "It's all right." Roy chuckled. Leonora bit her lip and ran away. Roy watched her retreating figure with a smile. "She's quite cute," he murmured. Roy left the corner. "Claire, what are you for reading?" he asked, seeing Claire, Rinslet, Fiona, and Delis huddled together, seemingly engrossed in a book. The four girls jumped, their faces turning red as they saw him approach. We weren't reading anything." Claire found it. "Yes. And we weren't peeking at any forbidden magic books." "That's right." Roy sighed at their unconvincing denials. What kind of book were they reading? He wondered. By the time they left the library, the sun was setting. On the carriage ride back, Clara and the others whispered among themselves excitedly. It's true. If it's Shizukane-san, she should be able to handle it." "No way. How could anyone do that?" "Handle what? What are you talking about?" Roy asked, looking at them curiously. "Or could it be that you're so big that even Shizukane-san can't handle you?" Rinslet asked, her eyes wide with surprise. "What?" Roy was confused. We were talking about eating ice cream," Ellis explained with a cough. Chapter 125, Family Ties and the Blade Dance begins. It's kind of scary, isn't it? To see something change so suddenly before your eyes. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Roy and the girls returned to the castle. Just like the previous night, a ball was being held in the main hall. However, this one wasn't related to the blade dance. It was simply a social event for the nobles. Hardly any elementalists were present. Those participating in the main tournament tomorrow weren't in the mood for parties. Just as Roy returned to his room, he heard the voices of young girls coming from the hallway. "Your hair is so beautiful, Onsama." "Morel, don't pull my hair." That was Rinslet's voice. "What's going on?" Roy opened his door and stepped into the hallway. He saw a little girl playing with Rinslet's hair. "Rinslet, what are you doing?" "Ah. Roy?" Rinslet turned around in surprise. "Roy?" The little girl also looked at him. She had the same beautiful blonde hair as Rinslet and wore a white dress that complemented her emerald eyes. She was around 7 or 8 years old, and although still young, she was adorable and bore a striking resemblance to Rinslet. "Wow. It's Royani-chan. I finally met you." The girl ran towards Roy and hugged him tightly. What's going on?" Roy was surprised by the sudden hug. "Morel, that's not proper. A lady of the Laurenfrost family shouldn't behave like that." Rinslet scolded her. "It's okay. Royani-chan will be my brother-in-law someday, right?" Roy chuckled. She was quite a character. Morel. What are you saying?" But you always write in your letters." Rinslet quickly covered her sister's mouth. "Is this the little sister you mentioned, Rinslet?" "She's adorable," Roy said with a smile, patting the girl's head. Yes, I'm Morelle Laurenfrost, the third daughter of the Laurenfrost family. Morelle introduced herself with a curtsy. Her lively emerald eyes sparkled with mischief. She would surely grow up to be a beautiful young lady like Rinslet. I'm Roy, Rinslet's teammate. I know. You're An-chan's boyfriend, right? Morelle teased. And no. That's not true. How could he be my boyfriend? Rinslet stammered, her face as red as a tomato. Oh, An-chan is shy. How cute. Humphrey, stop teasing me. Rinslet lightly swatted Morelle's back. Roy was amused by their interaction. Rinslet, the usually proud and stubborn older sister, was completely flustered in front of her little sister. He gently patted Morelle's head. Morelle let out a happy sigh. Although I am your sister's boyfriend, you shouldn't tease her so much. Roy said gently. Okay, Royani-chan, I understand. Morelle replied with a nod. She seemed to be a straightforward and kind child, just like her sister. Rinslet blushed but didn't deny his words. As expected of Roy-san. Even our third young lady has been captivated by your charm. Carol suddenly appeared, giggling. Carol? When did you get here? Rinslet exclaimed, surprised. But then, she seemed to realize something and turned to Roy with a flustered expression. Roy, no. I won't allow you to have a threesome with my sisters. Rinslet, what are you thinking? Roy asked, bewildered by her sudden outburst. I think. If it's with An-chan. Even if I'm deflowered. It's okay. What is she saying? Roy thought, speechless. Carol cleared her throat and grabbed Morelle's collar. Morelle-sama, Lady Rinslet and the others have important matters to attend to. Let's go back to our room. But I want to play with An-chan and Royani-chan. Seeing Morelle's stubborn refusal, Carol whispered in her ear, be a good girl. Don't disturb their private time. Oh, that's right. I understand, Carol. Morelle suddenly stopped protesting and grabbed Rinslet's arm. An-chan, I'll cheer for you tomorrow. You have to save Judy and Neeson. She said with a serious expression. Rinslet nodded, her gaze filled with determination. I will. Morelle let go of her sister's arm and turned to Roy with a bright smile. Royani-chan, you have to visit our Laurenfrost territory after the blade dance. Of course, I promise. Roy assured her. I'm so glad you'll be my brother-in-law. Morelle declared happily, then skipped away with Carol. That little sister of mine. She's quite a handful. Rinslet sighed. You're a good sister, Rinslet. Roy said with a smile. Well, of course. I'm the eldest, after all. Rinslet replied, blushing slightly. Roy was curious about the name Morelle had mentioned. By the way, who's Judia? He asked. Rinslet's expression turned somber. Sorry. Did I ask something I shouldn't have? No, not at all. Rinslet shook her head. Judia is also my sister, the second daughter of the Laurenfrost family. Roy finally understood. The anime had only covered the first part of the story, so he wasn't familiar with the later events. What happened to her? She's currently in a deep sleep at the Laurenfrost castle. Rinslet replied, her voice filled with sadness as she explained the situation. Judia Laurenfrost, the second daughter of the Laurenfrost family, was once a promising princess shrine maiden candidate. But a few years ago, during a ritual to appease the Wind Elemental Lord, she made a mistake. The enraged Elemental Lord imprisoned her within a seal. Count Laurenfrost had hired many renowned elementalists to try and break the seal. But even with the help of powerful spirits, they couldn't break it. Judia remained trapped, her body frozen in time. A seal created by the Wind Elemental Lord? Roy frowned, his anger rising. Don't worry, Rinslet. I'll save Judia after the blade dance. He promised. Really? Rinslet looked at him with hope in her eyes. Of course. I won't let you down. Roy placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze sincere. Rinslet's eyes filled with tears as she threw her arms around him. She had initially planned to win the blade dance and use the reward, the blessing of the Elemental Lords, to plead with the Wind Elemental Lord to release Judia. But she trusted Roy more than the Elemental Lords. To her, Roy was capable of anything. Thank you, Roy. She whispered, her cheeks flushed. Roy found her genuine smile incredibly cute. She usually had such a stubborn and competitive demeanor. Well then, Roy. I'll go back to my room and prepare for tomorrow. Rinslet said, then hurried away. The next day, the blade dance officially began. The grand hall was filled with excitement and anticipation. A massive crowd of spectators from various countries had gathered. There were nobles, influential figures, and shrine maidens from different elemental spirit contractor training institutions. Even some students from Marishia Spirit Academy were among the crowd. The participating teams were gathered on the altar in the center of the hall. Since the audience consisted mostly of nobles and dignitaries, there were no jeers or boos. Some of the more famous elementalists even had their own fan clubs. Whenever a team appeared, the hall would erupt in cheers and screams from their supporters. Go, Roy. Go, my lady. Go, Roy. Onsama, I'll be waiting for your triumphant return. May glory be with the Lauren Frost. Carol and Morel, waving flags with the Lauren Frost family crest, were at the forefront of the crowd, cheering for their sister and Roy. Ryaz and the other girls were also there to support them. Those two. They're so embarrassing. Rinslet grumbled, hiding behind Roy with a blush. I think it's cute. Roy chuckled. Roy, be careful. It seems many people are watching you. Ellis warned, noticing the numerous gazes directed at them. Yes, I know. Roy scanned the crowd and indeed felt many eyes on him. Perhaps they saw him as a threat, or maybe his actions on the airship had been reported. Either way, those staring at them were likely not friendly. All 23 teams, except for Rubia's team, the Inferno, were now assembled in the hall. These teams were all composed of elite elementalists carefully selected from their respective countries. Among them, the Dracunia Dragon Knights, led by Leonora, exuded the most formidable aura. They were all top-class elementalists, disciplined and focused, like a well-trained army. Roy and Leonora exchanged glances. Leonora blushed, clearly still embarrassed about their encounter in the library. She might even target their team during the tournament. The Dracunia Dragon Knights are well-trained. Even those besides Leonora are formidable. Ellis commented, observing their opponents. Yes, if we don't consider the Inferno, the Dragon Knights are definitely one of the favorites to win. But we have to be wary of other teams as well. Claire added. First, there are the other teams representing our academy, Silent Fortress and Lux. She continued. Just dealing with my sister alone will be tough. Ellis said with a worried frown. Don't worry, they won't target us first. Roy reassured her with a smile. That's true. The girls nodded in agreement. This was a competition between nations. It wouldn't be wise to target a team from the same country. And with Roy on their team, Velsaria wouldn't be foolish enough to attack them directly. Claire then noticed a group dressed in exotic attire. They were from the Kina Empire, a powerful nation in the east. Their eastern culture was vastly different from the western countries, like the Ordija Empire. That's the Kina Empire's Four Gods team, known for their teamwork and powerful spirits. Claire explained. That girl with white hair and a kipao is their ace, Xiaofu. She wields the sacred beast, White Tiger. 4 gods? But there are 5 of them. Rinslet pointed out. That girl at the front must be their strategist. Roy replied, referring to the petite girl standing before Xiaofu. Yes, her name is Linfa. She's the commander of the 4 gods. Wow, she's so small. She looks about the same age as Morel. Rinslet commented in surprise. Claire then turned her attention to another team dressed in white robes. They're the Holy Spirit Knights from the Holy Kingdom of Lugia. Their leader is Luminaries Saint Lskt, one of the top 4 in the previous tournament. They're a strong opponent. Finally, there's the Rupture Division from the Principality of Rossvale. Their leader, Mila Bassett, is the youngest participant this year, only 13 years old. But she's incredibly powerful. Rossvale gained independence from Lugia a few decades ago. It's a relatively new nation. Although they don't have a long history, their elementalists are said to be top class. Well, those are the main teams to watch out for. Chapter 126, The Teams Gather and the Blade Dance commences. Don't be so quick to throw away your life. No matter how disgraceful or embarrassing it may be, you need to keep struggling to find your way out until the very end. Who are those people? Roy asked, noticing a group of girls glaring at them. Those girls are royal guards. Claire explained. Why are they glaring at us? Well, I think they're the ones we rejected at the ball. Claire said sheepishly. I see. Roy understood. Those must be the noblemen whose advances they had rebuffed at the ball, and now they were using their country's representatives to get back at them. They're probably here to take revenge on behalf of the prince. I'm sorry. I seem to have made some unnecessary enemies. Claire apologized. It's all right. You did the right thing. Roy reassured her, patting her head. Claire blushed. Those punks dare try to take revenge? I won't let them off easy. Roy thought. He scanned the audience and spotted the prince. With a glint in his eyes, he cast a curse on the prince. The prince, who had been chatting with other nobles, suddenly turned red-eyed. He roared and lunged at a nearby nobleman, tearing at his clothes. It seemed he was trying to. Well, let's just say he was behaving inappropriately. Fortunately, he was just an ordinary human and was quickly restrained. But the commotion attracted the attention of the shrine maidens, who promptly escorted the prince away. Roy smirked. Unless someone was stronger than him, they couldn't remove his curse. and the curse would slowly drain the prince's life force until he died. Roy then turned his attention back to the main event. A commotion arose from the entrance of the hall. "She's here." As the Crimson Princess entered, the hall fell silent. She was accompanied by 4 elementalists, their faces and bodies hidden beneath long robes. "Are those the members of the Inferno?" Fiona whispered, observing them discreetly. "Yes, that's Muriel Starl, the military elementalist, walking behind Ren. She's a monster from the instructional school." Rubia had mentioned giving him her team members, so Roy had researched the Inferno's members in the library. Muir, noticing Roy's gaze, quickly looked away with a frown. Beside Muir is Lily Flame. She's an elf. Lily was a tall girl with long, emerald green hair and pointed ears that peeked out from beneath her robe. Elves were skilled at stealth and moving through forests. It seemed she was the team's scout and intelligence gatherer. Another girl with vibrant blue hair stood out among the group. She had decorated her robe with extravagant gold and silver ornaments and carried a fan with a flamboyant design. "That's the royal emblem of Alpha's theocracy. Could she be Saladia Khan?" Claire exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, she's the eldest princess of Alpha's theocracy, known as the heir to the title of Twilight Witch. Besides that monster, there's another formidable opponent." Rinslet muttered, wiping the sweat from her brow. "The last one is Vivian Melosa, a researcher of cursed seals and a student at Erishia Spirit Academy." "What? A researcher of cursed seals? Is she the one who was illegally selling cursed seals at the academy? Did she sell the cursed seal to my sister?" Clara and the others were shocked and angry. Ellis, in particular, was furious. If it weren't for that girl selling cursed seals, her sister might not have resorted to such a dangerous method. She shuddered, remembering her battle against Velsaria. Ren, noticing Roy's presence, walked towards him. The hall fell silent, the only sound being the clicking of her boots against the floor. "Greetings, Roy-sama." Ren, or rather, Rubia, knelt before him on one knee. The audience gasped. The Crimson Princess, the strongest blade dancer, was bowing to the only male elementalist on the continent? This was unbelievable. Even Claire and the others were stunned. The strongest blade dancer, whom they admired, was showing such respect to Roy. What was going on? "Rise," Roy said calmly with a nod. Rubia stood up. "Roy-sama, what are our next instructions?" "Just focus on the blade dance. Don't worry about anything else. Everything will change after the tournament." Roy replied with a confident smile. "Yes, Roy-sama." Rubia didn't question him and returned to her team. The audience erupted in chatter once again. But Roy and his group ignored them. 4 figures appeared on the altar, where a bonfire burned brightly. These were the 4 elemental princesses who served the elemental lords. They announced the details of the tempestuous dance. The battlefield was a vast forest in the northern region of the floating island. It was a dangerous area, home to wild beasts and spirits. The Divine Ritual Institute had deployed all its shrine maidens to erect a barrier around the area. It was impossible to escape through normal means. The teams would be randomly teleported into the forest and would have 7 days to compete in the blade dance. There was only one important rule: no killing. The blade dance wasn't just a martial arts competition. It was a sacred ritual performed by pure maidens. Therefore, death would taint the ritual dedicated to the elemental lords. Each participant would receive a special spirit crystal, the magic stone. The victor would be the team with the most magic stones at the end of the 7 days. They had to carry the magic stone with them at all times, though the method was up to them. The magic stone was enchanted. If a participant lost their stone, they had to retrieve it within 1 minute or be forcibly teleported back to the main hall. After 7 days, the 4 teams with the most magic stones would be selected. These 4 teams would then perform the final blade dance before the elemental lords. Even if some team members had been eliminated earlier, all 5 members could participate in the final round. May the elementalists who offer their blade dance be blessed with good fortune and return safely. The 4 elemental princesses recited the blessing in unison. This marked the official start of the main tournament. The participants stepped into the teleportation circle on the altar amidst the cheers of the audience. Before entering the circle, Roy turned to his team. "Everyone, do your best. Victory will be ours." "That's right." "Indeed." "Well said." "Roy, why are you stealing my lines?" Fiona Ray Ordija, the former second princess of the Ordija Empire. Ellis Fahrengart, the captain of the Sylphid Knights. Rinslet Laurenfrost, the eldest daughter of the Laurenfrost family. Claire Rouge, the younger sister of the Calamity Queen. And Roy, their trump card. The 4 girls and 1 boy, each with their own dreams and desires, faced the challenge of the blade dance. Roy and his team were transported to a vast, gloomy forest. A thick mist limited their visibility, and the sounds of birds and beasts echoed through the trees. The terrain is a dense forest. It'll be difficult to predict where the other teams are hiding. Claire commented, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Should I summon a wind spirit to scout the area? Ellis suggested. No, not yet. I don't want to attract attention with spirit magic. Claire replied, shaking her head. You're right. Ellis readily agreed. As the battle began, Roy took a back seat, leaving the fighting to the girls. This was the best way to test their abilities. I'll summon Fenrir to carry our luggage, Rinslet said, summoning her ice spirit, which materialized as a white wolf. Fenrir howled, and with a gaping maw, it inhaled their luggage, making it disappear. That's so convenient. In the Lorenfrost territory, people often get lost in the snow. We sometimes use Fenrir to transport supplies and rescue them. Rinslet explained, petting Fenrir's head. The wolf nuzzled her affectionately. But Roy's magic is more convenient. Fianna commented. That's true. They all agreed that Roy's storage magic was indeed more practical than Fenrir's carrying capacity. Scarlet is so cute, and so is your Fenrir, Ellis said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the two spirits. She had a weakness for adorable creatures. If she saw Roy's Pokémon, she would be ecstatic. Hey, are you sure you want to keep chatting? Roy interjected, his eye twitching. They were in the middle of a crucial competition, yet they were leisurely chatting. He couldn't help but admire their carefree attitude. If this were a MOBA game, they would be flooded with pings for not leaving the base. Ah, right. We need to find a safe place to set up camp, Claire said, snapping out of her daze and regaining her focus as the team leader. This area seemed to be on the outskirts of the Wind Elemental Lord's territory. The divine power here was weak, and the air was chilly. Although their academy uniforms were enchanted with cold resistance spells, it probably wouldn't be enough to withstand a night's chill. We also need to consider the water source. It would be best to set up camp near a river or lake, Claire added. She wasn't just referring to drinking water. As elementalists, they had to cleanse themselves frequently to purify their bodies. Anyway, our priority is to scout the area. Ellis and I will take the lead, with Rinslet and Fianna in the middle. Claire's formation was sound. And with Roy at the rear, they didn't have to worry about being ambushed from behind. This formation also allowed them to protect Fianna, who wasn't a strong fighter. And Rinslet's position allowed her to snipe enemies from afar. They adjusted their formation and cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. They had been traveling for about an hour. Small, glowing orbs, like fireflies, flitted around them. These were messenger spirits, tasked with transmitting images of the blade dance to the main hall. They were trained not to intrude on anyone's privacy. But Roy knew that their movements were being projected onto the screen in the hall. We can't find any water sources. How big is this place? Ellis complained, growing impatient. This floating island is as large as a small country, so the arena must be quite vast as well, Claire explained. We should make a map, Rinslet suggested, brushing a branch away from her face. My feet are starting to hurt. Fianna whined, unused to walking through such rough terrain. As a transfer student, she hadn't received the same wilderness training as Claire and the others. Do you want me to carry you? Roy offered. Really? Fianna looked at him with surprise and hope. Of course. I did say I wouldn't interfere in your battles, but this shouldn't be considered cheating, right? Roy chuckled. Yay. Fianna cheered, hopping onto his back and wrapping her arms around his neck. Roy could feel her slender form against his back. Damn it. That's so sly. I need to think of something too. Claire and the others glared at Fianna jealously. Ow, my feet hurt too. Rinslet feigned pain, approaching Roy. Really? Roy raised an eyebrow. Was she serious? Yes, so. Could I lean on your shoulder? Sure. Thank you. Then. I'll take you up on that offer. Rinslet smiled and leaned against Roy's shoulder. Rinslet, you're so cunning. Roy, I want to lean on your shoulder too. Ellis exclaimed, grabbing Roy's arm. Hey, hey, hey. Look at our formation. Claire protested. Claire, you're so dishonest. You can just say your feet hurt too. Rinslet teased. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly fine. I can walk on my own. Claire retorted, her face flushed. Chapter 127, Ambushed. The girls attack Leonora strikes at night. Even a sharp sword will become dull when you try to cut your friend. Roy suddenly stopped, causing the girls behind him to bump into each other. Roy, what's wrong? Ellis asked, looking at him curiously. Your opponents have arrived. Roy warned. What? The three girls quickly spread out, summoning their contracted spirits and assuming battle stances. A tense silence fell over the forest. Claire focused her senses, trying to detect the enemy's presence. She sensed two distinct auras. Were they scouts, or was there an ambush? I didn't expect them to find us so quickly. Ellis said, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Indeed, attacking so early in the game isn't a very clever strategy. Rinslet agreed. Just then. Here they come. A blinding flash erupted before them. The girls shielded their eyes. But the flash was just a distraction. It was a spirit crystal bomb, a common trap with more flash than actual power. However, it had momentarily stunned them, creating an opening. Roy sensed a presence rapidly approaching him. They're targeting me first, huh? He thought with a sigh. He leaped into the air. A giant hand made of sand erupted from the spot where he had been standing. And then, more appeared, reaching for Roy. Not so fast. Oh, fangs of ice, pierce my enemy. Ice shot. Rinslet shouted, firing an arrow that shattered the sand hands. Roy, above you. Claire warned. Crush him, rock beast spirit. A girl's voice commanded. A shadow loomed overhead. A heavy object, a clump of hardened earth, fell from the sky towards Roy. But Roy had already moved. The attacker, riding a monstrous rock creature, emerged from the trees. She wore a white dress with intricate patterns. That's the team from the Ballister Kingdom. Claire realized. They were the ones who had been glaring at them earlier, following the orders of that foolish prince to eliminate Team Scarlet. And they were targeting Roy first. The rock beast roared and charged towards him. O Sword Saint Knight, I command thee, become my shield. Fianna summoned her knight spirit, Georgios. Georgios swung its sword, and with a flash of light, the rock beast's arm was severed. Their eyes, finally adjusted to the sudden flash from earlier, could now see clearly. The girls regrouped, forming a circle around Roy. A sand giant emerged from the ground. Ugh! Claire quickly backed away. Where's the sand elementalist hiding? She wondered, scanning the area. Earth elementalists often use their magic to conceal themselves underground. But there were no signs of disturbance on the ground. Suddenly, a presence appeared behind Alice. A girl wielding 2 daggers emerged from the bushes. Invisible wind blades shot out, slicing through the trees. Clang! Alice blocked the attack with her windishlance. You blocked my wind blades. Impressive. The girl exclaimed. But you insulted our prince. You'll pay for that. You're really here for revenge because of that idiot? Rinslet said in disbelief. Trying to settle a personal grudge during the blade dance was incredibly foolish. I pity you, pathetic Ballister elementalists. How dare you mock me? I won't forgive you. The wind elementalist swung her daggers. Rinslet leaped aside, dodging the wind blades that whizzed past her. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot towards her from behind. Just in time, a night spirit appeared, shielding Rinslet from the attack. It was Fianna's Georgios. Thanks. Rinslet said with a grateful smile. We're a team. Fianna replied. They turned and saw a girl with a bow and arrow emerge from the trees. What? How did you detect my sneak attack? The wind elementalist exclaimed in shock. Humphrey, don't underestimate us. Fianna retorted. They were now facing 4 opponents, the wind elementalist with her daggers, the lightning elementalist with her bow, the sand elementalist who had summoned the sand giant, and the one controlling the rock beast. Claire felt a bead of sweat trickle down her forehead. She was starting to get nervous. A thick mist had enveloped the forest. This was clearly not a natural phenomenon but an elemental magic spell. The last member of the enemy team, a mist elementalist, was also nearby. It's time to counterattack, Claire declared, taking a deep breath and regaining her composure. Yes, we can't let them underestimate us. Ellis agreed, standing at the forefront with determination. Let's do this. We will win. Show them what we're made of. Fianna and Rinslet also expressed their confidence. With Roy there, they weren't afraid of anyone. Claire and Ellis charged forward. Claire lashed out with her flame whip, targeting the sand elementalist. She also unleashed a barrage of fire spells. Flame King's Breath. Ellis confronted the wind elementalist. They were both wind elementalists. But Ellis's spirit was far more powerful. Oh, winds of disaster, roar. Ellis thrust her windishlance, launching wind blades that tore through the trees. The wind elementalist charged towards her with her daggers. Fianna, meanwhile, commanded Georgios to block the rock beast's attacks. The rock beast's attacks were powerful, but they couldn't break through Georgios's defenses. Just then, a bolt of lightning shot towards Claire. It was an arrow fired by the lightning elementalist. Not so fast. Rinslet shouted. Ice shot. She fired an arrow that intercepted the lightning arrow mid-flight. She then fired another arrow. It struck the lightning elementalist, who couldn't react in time. Rinslet's speed in summoning and firing her elemental waff was unmatched. By this time, Claire had defeated the sand elementalist, Ellis had defeated the wind elementalist, and Fianna had subdued the rock beast. Within moments, they had defeated 4 of their opponents. Well done. Roy praised them with a smile and a thumbs up. The girls beamed, proud of their victory. The battle had been so swift that their opponents didn't even have a chance to escape. Well, except for one. The Mist Elementalist, who had been hiding in the shadows, had fled. But it didn't matter. Roy approached the 4 unconscious girls and collected their magic stones. "Sorry, but I'll be taking these," he said. In a minute, they would be teleported back to the main hall. "Great. Now we have 4 more magic stones," Claire exclaimed with a grin. "But don't let your guard down," Roy warned, handing her the stones. Just then, teleportation circles appeared beneath the unconscious girls. They dissolved into particles of light and vanished. "It's a shame that Mist Elementalist escaped. We could have had 1 more magic stone. Don't chase after her. They're a cautious team. I didn't expect to be attacked so soon." "Yes, we should find a place to set up camp quickly." Claire nodded in agreement. They weren't getting carried away by their initial victory. "I was right about Roy," a girl's voice said from a distance. A group of 5 girls in military uniforms were observing the battle from a hilltop. They were the Dragon Knights, one of the teams favored to win the Blade Dance. They were using a dragon spirit's dragon eye magic to observe the battlefield from afar. "Yes, this is the worthy sacrifice my dragon blood craves," Leonora Lancaster declared, licking her lips as she stepped towards the edge of the cliff. A powerful aura emanated from her, and her eyes glowed with a crimson light. Lady Leonora's dragon blood is awakening. Her vice-captain, Yuri, felt a chill run down her spine. A wave of dread washed over her. The dragon blood was a special ability passed down through the Dracunia royal family, allowing them to wield the power of dragons. This was the 4th time Yuri had witnessed Leonora's eyes turn red. The first time had been 2 years ago, during the Dragon Knight's entrance exam. Leonora had single-handedly defeated all the other candidates in a matter of minutes. It was a terrifying display of power. Fortunately, no one had been killed. If her dragon blood fully awakened, even Yuri and the others wouldn't be able to stop her. Leonora finished her observation and turned to her subordinates. "Tonight, we hunt," she declared. Yuri and the others nodded silently. This was the Dragon Knight's code for launching an attack. As the sun began to set, Roy and the girls finally found a suitable place to set up camp. It was a clearing beside a gentle stream. They could catch fish for food, and the clear water was perfect for their cleansing rituals. Since Roy was in charge of keeping watch at night, the girls took on the task of setting up the tents and preparing dinner. They knew Roy had plenty of food stored in his spatial magic. But they wanted to cook a delicious meal themselves. Night fell. When Roy finished setting up the tents, he found a table laden with food. There were grilled fish with herbs, stew with various spices, and vegetable soup made from dried ingredients. "This looks delicious," Roy commented, sitting down on a stone stool. The girls gathered around the table. "Since it's our first day, we have to boost our morale with a delicious meal. We finally have a chance to show off our skills. Of course, we have to make it special." "Exactly. Try it." Clara and the others were excited to have their cooking praised. "Then I shall dig in." Roy took a bite of the stew. "Is it good?" Rinslet asked nervously. "It's not bad. Is this really made from canned food?" Due to their limited ingredients, they had used canned food in the stew, but it was still quite tasty. Roy's standards were high, thanks to Siko and Shizuka's cooking. I'm glad you like it," Rinslet said with a happy smile. It seemed she was the one who had made the stew. As expected of Rinslet, Roy couldn't help but think it was a waste for someone with such culinary talent to be a noble lady. "My position as the chef is in danger," Ellis mumbled dejectedly. "Don't worry, Ellis. Your cooking has a homely feel to it." "I like it too," Roy reassured her. "Homely? Like a husband coming home to a delicious meal." Ellis blushed, her mind wandering. "Clara and Fiona, your cooking is also great," Roy added, seeing their expectant gazes. Just as they were enjoying their dinner, a fiery red light suddenly descended from the sky. The intense light blinded the girls momentarily. Just before it reached them, an ice wall materialized, blocking the attack. The fiery blast had no effect on the ice wall. What was that? The girls were confused, staring at the ice above them. Then, a massive shadow landed where the attack had struck. A black dragon, its wings spread wide, blocking the moonlight, landed before them. Flames erupted from its mouth, illuminating the night. A girl in a black military uniform emerged from the flames, her crimson eyes glowing menacingly in the darkness. "Leonora. That's a rather rude way to greet someone, for a knight," Roy commented, frowning slightly. Was she being influenced by her dragon blood? "Roy. I have something to say," Leonora declared, raising her hand dramatically. "The dragons of Dracunia always give their all, even when hunting monsters." She finished. Her dragon spirit, Nihog, unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth. Chapter 128, Leonora's defeat and a beautiful morning. If you don't want to get bossed around or mocked by the people around you, you just need to become stronger. A fiery blast erupted from Nihog's maw, incinerating the ground and creating a towering inferno. Roy, however, casually summoned a thin ice wall that effortlessly blocked the attack. Through the translucent ice, he could see Leonora's silhouette. I'll handle Leonora. Claire, you and the others deal with the other three. Roy instructed. Got it. Clara and the others nodded. They charged towards the remaining members of the Dragon Knights. There were only 4 members on their team this time. Besides Leonora, there was a Wyvern Elementalist, a Salamander Elementalist, and a Drake Elementalist. I'm surprised that the Honorable Dragon Knights would resort to a night attack. Claire commented with a smirk. Our mission takes priority over knightly honor. A girl with short hair replied, wielding a halberd-shaped elemental waff. We're simply employing the most efficient tactics to bring victory and glory to our nation. To show you some respect, I'll introduce myself. I am Uriel Cid, Vice Captain of the Dragon Knights. I'm Claire Rouge, leader of Team Scarlet. Claire summoned her flame whip, and the 2 girls clashed. Meanwhile, Roy faced Leonora. The ground was littered with craters, and flames licked at the sky, threatening to consume the night. Nihog, the ferocious dragon spirit, roared, its anger shaking the air. It was furious that its flames couldn't penetrate Roy's ice wall. Leonora, bathed in the pale moonlight, approached Roy. With a gesture, she transformed Nihog into a dark, shadowy form. The materialized darkness coiled around her hand, taking the shape of a massive sword. This is my Dragon Slayer sword, the elemental waff of my dragon spirit, Nihog. Roy, become my sacrifice. Leonora declared, raising the sword high. A Dragon Slayer sword, huh? Not bad. But it's nothing compared to my estate. Roy retorted with a smirk. He summoned Estate, the demon-slaying sword. Is that your sword spirit? An impressive blade. This is the battle I've been waiting for. Leonora said, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she charged towards Roy. She closed the distance between them in an instant and swung her sword with a powerful downward strike. Roy effortlessly blocked the attack. Clang. Blocked? Leonora's red eyes widened in surprise. Impressive. As expected of my chosen opponent. Then take this. She unleashed another ferocious attack. Clang. 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 Their swords clashed repeatedly. Not enough, not enough, not enough. Come on, make my blood boil, Roy. Leonora roared, her attacks growing more and more frenzied. But no matter how she attacked, Roy effortlessly parried every strike. Leonora's aura surged with power. Seeing that her attacks were ineffective, she unleashed her trump card. Oh dragon, heed my blood's call and tear everything asunder. Dragon King's Roar. This was one of the Dracunia sword techniques. Leonora channeled a massive amount of divine power into her sword, raising it high before bringing it down with devastating force. It was an attack that couldn't be deflected. Even if blocked, the sheer force of the impact would crush the opponent. Compared to elegant and refined sword techniques, this one was brutal and straightforward. But its power was undeniable. Boom. The ground shook, and a cloud of dust erupted. A gust of wind cleared the dust. The ground where Roy stood was cracked and riddled with craters. He had channeled the force of Leonora's attack into the earth. What? He blocked it? Leonora gasped, her breath ragged as she stared at Roy in disbelief. He had effortlessly blocked her strongest attack. Roy appeared before her in a flash. He gazed into her beautiful face, his expression unreadable. The games are over, Leonora. He gently placed his hand on her head. Your little tricks are useless against my overwhelming power. Leonora's aura surged, but then it subsided just as quickly. Roy's magic had calmed her raging dragon blood. Ugh? Her crimson eyes returned to their normal black color. Her dragon blood had been suppressed. She swayed and would have fallen if not for Roy catching her. Leonora, are you alright? Roy asked gently. I'm sorry. It was my dragon blood. I acted impulsively. Leonora apologized, her face flushing as she was held in Roy's arms. She closed her eyes, embarrassed. It's okay. Roy chuckled. Why aren't you taking my magic stone? Leonora asked, opening her eyes and looking at him curiously. Eliminating one of the strongest teams right here wouldn't be very fun, would it? Roy replied with a shrug. Humphrey. I won't lose to you next time. Roy. Leonora declared with a smile, then vanished in a burst of flames. Meanwhile, Clara and the others were battling the remaining members of the Dragon Knights. Suddenly, Yuri, the vice captain, leaped back, dodging an attack. Abort the mission. Everyone, retreat. She ordered. Yuri-sama? Lady Leonora has been defeated. What? The Dragon Knights were shocked, but they were a disciplined team. They quickly retreated under Yuri's command. Don't run. Oh, fangs of ice, pierce my enemy. Ice shot. Rinslet fired an arrow. But it missed, hitting a tree instead. The girls looked towards Roy, but Leonora was gone. Roy, are you alright? Are you hurt? Where's Leonora? Did you defeat her, Roy? The girls bombarded him with questions. Yes, I defeated Leonora. Roy confirmed. Then why didn't you take her magic stone? Claire pressed. Well, wouldn't it be boring to eliminate them so early in the game? Roy replied with a shrug. The girls were speechless. The chirping of birds echoed through the forest, and the crisp morning air sent a chill down Roy's spine. He felt a soft sensation against his cheek, pulling him from his slumber. He opened his eyes to the dim light filtering through the tent. Roy stretched lazily. Something felt strange. As he tried to sit up, he realized his arm was being held by a small, cold hand. A state? His heart skipped a beat as he saw the silver-haired girl sleeping soundly beside him. She was curled up under the blanket, her adorable face like that of a little angel. And on his other side, clinging to his arm, was Ren Ashdol. Her soft black hair shimmered in the dim light, framing her delicate features. She was so cute, it made his heart melt. Roy, you're awake. Claire entered the tent, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance as she saw Estate and ran. She had came to wake him up. Claire, you're up early. Roy commented, then turned to the two spirits, who had also woken up. You can sleep a bit longer if you want. Okay, Roy. Estate and Ren replied obediently, snuggling back into the blankets and falling asleep. Roy gently tucked the blanket around Estate, then snapped his fingers, changing into his clothes with a subtle use of magic. He stepped out of the tent, taking a deep breath of the fresh morning air. Try some of the fruits I gathered, Claire said, gesturing towards a wooden table laden with various fruits. Roy picked one up and took a bite. It was surprisingly sweet and delicious. By the stream, Rinslet hummed a cheerful tune as she stirred a pot of soup. Roy, you're awake. Breakfast will be ready soon, she said, turning around with a bright smile. She wore a cooking apron over her uniform and held a bowl and spoon in her hands. Her attire didn't quite suit her noble lady image, but the contrast somehow made her even more adorable. Haha, there's no rush. Roy replied with a chuckle. Where are Fianna and Alice? Fianna is setting up the barrier, Claire answered, taking a bite of a fruit. And Alice is probably practicing her swordsmanship by the river. It seemed Fianna had already set up their base. She was quite diligent. For an elementalist, setting up multiple barriers was like building an impenetrable fortress. Not only would their divine power be amplified by the Earth's blessings, but the flow of the Earth veins could also provide various beneficial effects, such as fatigue reduction. Soon, Alice and Fianna returned. Rinslet's breakfast was also ready. There was toasted bread, grilled fish skewers seasoned with salt, a wild herb salad, pan-fried mushrooms with butter, and a delicious chicken soup with ginger and spices, a Lauren Frost family recipe. Everything looked delicious. Everyone, dig in. These are all my specialties, Rinslet declared proudly. They enjoyed their breakfast as the sun rose, casting its warm glow over Ragnawise. After breakfast, they gathered to discuss their strategy for the blade dance. They sipped the tea Rinslet had prepared while studying a map spread out on the table. This map was based on information gathered by an earth spirit that had scouted the surrounding area. Claire, who seemed to have a talent for drawing, had created the map. However, apart from the area around their protected base, most of the map was blank. They didn't even know the full extent of the arena. Let's summarize the information we have, Claire said, setting down her teacup and beginning their strategy meeting. There were a total of 24 teams participating in the blade dance. According to their wind spirit scouts, some teams had already been eliminated on the first day. And the stronger teams, like the Kina Empire's Four Gods and the Holy Kingdom of Lugia's Holy Spirit Knights, had mostly established their bases. The girls discussed the information they had gathered. Roy, what do you think of our plan? Claire suddenly asked. The four girls looked at him expectantly. Roy, however, hadn't been paying attention to their discussion. In his opinion, any plan was fine. They could just steamroll the competition. Your plan is excellent. Let's proceed as you've discussed, Roy replied with a serious nod. My suggestion is to take the initiative, Claire declared. There's a limited number of magic stones. If we don't actively seek them out, we won't be able to win. Currently, Team Scarlet only had the 4 magic stones they had taken from the Ballister team. Securing a certain number of stones early in the game would give them a significant advantage. They could then defend their base and wait for the other teams to weaken each other before swooping in to collect the remaining stones. But that was just a theory. Attacking a well-defended base was like laying siege to a castle with a small force. It was foolish. In other words, we should take advantage of the fact that the other teams haven't fully established their bases yet and catch them off guard, Claire concluded. Just then, something has entered our barrier, Fiona suddenly exclaimed. The girls tensed up. Look, what's that? Claire pointed towards the sky. Roy also noticed it. A winged rabbit was flying through the trees. It was clearly a spirit, not an ordinary animal. Is that a scout from another team? Humphrey, I'll shoot it down, Rinslet declared, chanting the incantation to summon her ice bow. Wait, stop. Bong. Claire whacked Rinslet on the head with a spoon. Ow! That hurt. What was that for? Rinslet yelled, tears welling up in her eyes. That's for being so reckless, Claire retorted. Look closely. It's a messenger, she said. The spirit circled above them, then dropped something from its mouth. It was a letter. Claire cautiously checked for traps before opening it. What does it say? It's an invitation to form an alliance. An alliance? The girls exchanged surprised glances. Chapter 129, An Alliance with the Rupture Division. The 13-year-old prodigy. It doesn't do any good to pretend you can't see what's going on. This letter was from the Principality of Rossvale's representative team, the Rupture Division. The end of the letter was signed by their leader and stamped with the emblem of Rossvale. This emblem seems authentic. I don't think it's a forgery, Fiona said, examining the letter carefully before placing it on the table. The Principality of Rossvale, huh? Roy pondered. Rossvale was a newly formed nation, established by a group of radicals who had declared independence from the Holy Kingdom of Lugia. They didn't have a long history, and this was only their second time participating in the Blade Dance. However, this team of girls wielding high-ranking holy spirits was considered a potential dark horse in the tournament. Their leader, Milla Bassett, is the one to watch out for, Claire commented. If I remember correctly, she's only 13 years old, the youngest participant in this tournament, right? Roy asked, stroking his chin. He had a clear memory of this young prodigy. Why do you remember her so clearly? Claire grumbled, puffing out her cheeks. Oh, my memory has always been good, Roy replied with a shrug and a grin. Roy-san, making excuses is unbecoming of you. You never let up, do you? As expected of the Night Demon King. Your targets range from lawless to mature women. Roy, do you have a preference for young girls? Estate? Why are you joining in on the teasing? Roy exclaimed, his eye twitching as even Estate joined the chorus of playful accusations. Ahem, so Claire, do you agree to the alliance or not? Roy coughed, quickly changing the subject. The tournament rules didn't prohibit alliances between teams. This could be a trap, Fiona said cautiously. Yes, they could be luring us into an ambush. Rinslet agreed. If it's not a trap, I think it's worth considering, Ellis countered. Even if we don't form a full alliance, sharing information could be beneficial. And I heard that the elementalists of the Rupture Division all wield powerful holy spirits. If we form an alliance with them, they could become valuable allies. As a knight from a military family, Ellis had a practical mindset. Roy, what do you think? Claire asked, deferring to his judgment. The others also looked at him expectantly. It could indeed be a trap, Roy admitted. But I think it's worth the risk. Even if it is a trap, with me here, there's nothing to fear. If Roy-san says so, then I agree, Rinslet said. Ellis and Fiona also nodded in agreement. They trusted Roy implicitly. Then it's decided. We'll meet with the Rupture Division and discuss the alliance, Claire declared. She touched the emblem on a letter and chanted an incantation in the spirit language. The emblem burst into flames, transforming into a small fire spirit. Claire had released the guide spirit sealed within the emblem. It was a low-ranking spirit, only capable of simple tasks like guiding people. But it was a convenient tool for communication, often used by elementalists to contact each other. Their designated meeting point is about 2 hours away on foot. Did they specify how many people should come? No, but we can't all go, can we? That's true. I think we should all go. That way, even if it's a trap, we won't be defeated individually, Roy said, shaking his head. You're right, Claire agreed. Should we abandon our current base? Fiona asked. Don't worry. With me here, anywhere can be our base, Roy reassured her with a smile, patting her head. Okay. Fiona blushed and nodded. They packed some essentials and set off. The small fire spirit, fluttering in the air, led the way. Following it, they wouldn't get lost even in the dense forest. Roy led the way, the girls following closely behind. Claire, as she walked, couldn't help but steal glances at Roy's back. Suddenly, something slippery slithered across her feet, causing her to stumble. Claire, what's wrong? Roy asked, turning around in concern. He saw a small snake coiled around Claire's feet. Roy swiftly grabbed the snake's head and tossed it into the bushes. Are you all right? Did it bite you? He asked, catching Claire before she could fall. I'm fine. Just a bit startled. Claire replied, her heart pounding and her cheeks flushed. She couldn't meet his eyes, overwhelmed by a strange shyness. So you're afraid of snakes? Roy eased gently. I'm not afraid. I just don't like them. Claire retorted, blushing even harder and looking away. The stray cat was completely frozen in fear. Rinslet commented with a smirk. Shut up, Chihuahua. Claire snapped. All right, that's enough. Let's hurry. Roy said, placing a hand on each of their heads, silencing them. As he was about to continue, Claire caught his arm. Wait for me. Claire? I think this position is quite nice. She mumbled, her head lowered. That's like cat. I want to hold his arm too. Rinslet declared, grabbing Roy's other arm. Let go, Chihuahua. You're hindering Roy. Claire protested, Humphrey. You let go first. Rinslet retorted. It's fine. This isn't hindering me at all. Roy said with a sigh, looking at the two girls clinging to his arms. He continued walking, pulling them along. Fiona and Ellis glared at them but could only follow. They continued through the forest, taking occasional breaks, until they finally reached their destination. The fire spirit leading them stopped and hovered before an ancient, weathered ruin. This abandoned temple seemed to be a relic from the age of myths, when the human world and the elemental spirit world were still one. Only a few crumbling walls and pillars remained, half buried in the earth. Beyond the ruins was a cliff, and they could hear the roar of a waterfall. This seems to be the designated meeting point. Ellis observed. It looks like the ruins of an ancient temple. And there's a river nearby. It's an ideal location for a base. Fiona commented, surveying the surroundings. Look, there are traces of a barrier here. They followed Claire's gaze and saw a symbol resembling a coat of arms etched onto one of the pillars. It's the emblem of the Principality of Rossville. It's quite recent. Claire noted, her expression cautious. But the barrier didn't activate when we entered, did it? Yes, it seems the barrier has been destroyed. This place is no longer a functional base. What happened? Did the Rupture Division abandon this base? The girls were confused. The Rupture Division is at the bottom of the waterfall. Roy suddenly said, pointing towards the waterfall. They approached the waterfall. There's a cave behind it. Rinslet observed, her sharp eyes noticing the hidden entrance. That must be where the Rupture Division is hiding. What do we do now? Go in directly? Could there be traps? Claire hesitated. Don't worry, there are no traps. Let's go take a look. Roy reassured them, then used his magic to levitate them and fly down towards the cave behind the waterfall. Ah! The girls yelped in surprise. But they quickly became excited as they realized they were flying. This is amazing. We're flying. Roy is incredible. It's different from using wind magic. Take me flying next time. Don't worry, you'll be able to fly freely soon. Roy chuckled. Once they became devils, they would naturally gain the ability to fly. They arrived at the cave entrance. Let's go in. Roy held Claire and Rinslet's hands, while Alice and Fiona followed behind. They entered the cave. Dark clouds had gathered in the sky, and a heavy downpour began. You're finally here. A cold voice echoed from the depths of the cave. A bright light illuminated the cavern. A young girl stood before them, holding a glowing spirit crystal. She wore a white knight uniform with red accents. Her dark brown hair swayed as she moved. Her most striking feature was her heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one amber. You're Milla Bassett, the leader of the Rupture Division. Claire said, recognizing her. Yes. Milla nodded. We came here to discuss an alliance, as you requested. But when we arrived at the designated location, there was no one there. Claire said, her arms crossed. What's going on? Care to explain? I apologize for that. I didn't expect that monster to attack our base. Milla explained. Monster? You mean the elementalist from the Inferno? Yes, we were defeated by her. Defeated? By just her? The girls couldn't believe it. Muriel Starl, a member of the Inferno. The second-ranked military elementalist from the instructional school, known as a monster. She was the one who had attacked the airship with a destroyer spirit. She was indeed powerful. But they hadn't expected the Rupture Division, a team known for their strength, to be defeated by her. So that's why you proposed an alliance? Claire asked. Yes. The alliance will last until we defeat that Inferno member. Milla confirmed. The Holy Spirits we wield are incredibly powerful. Although I can't reveal their abilities, I can assure you that we'll be valuable allies. Milla's proposal was simple. She wanted to form a temporary alliance with Team Scarlet to defeat the Inferno. Claire considered the offer. Milla was essentially seeking their protection. No one knew that Milla's contracted spirit was actually a strategic class elemental. Such a powerful spirit couldn't be controlled by a single person. Mila's teammates were there to help her control it. But now that her teammates were eliminated, she couldn't utilize the strategic class elemental's power. I agree, Claire said after a moment of consideration, glancing at Roy before nodding. Then the alliance will last until we defeat that Inferno member. Is that acceptable? Mila asked. Yes. But the magic stones we obtain during this time will be divided equally between our teams. Mila added. Okay, I understand. Claire agreed. It would be strange if Mila didn't have any conditions. Requesting a share of the magic stones was reasonable. After all, there was no point in participating if they couldn't obtain any. They reached an agreement. Setting a time limit for the alliance was a natural precaution. After all, only 4 teams could advance to the final round. It would be naive to expect the alliance to last until the very end. May I ask you something? Claire suddenly asked. Go ahead. Why did you choose us for the alliance? Claire wasn't suspecting any ulterior motives. She was simply curious. Why do you ask? You could have asked the Silent Fortress team. Their base is closer to yours. Because Roy is an incredibly powerful elementalist. Mila replied flatly. Roy chuckled. Their barrier had been destroyed during his battle with Leonora the other night. Any elementalist with ill intentions or a spirit capable of sharing its vision with its contractor could have easily observed the fight. It wasn't surprising that they knew about his strength. Don't play coy. I'm talking about your blade dance with Leonora Lancaster last night. Mila said, her gaze unwavering. You saw that? Roy asked, raising an eyebrow. All the members of the Rupture Division witnessed it. We expected Team Scarlet to be eliminated on the first day, but you surprised us by defeating a powerful opponent like Leonora. And I know a certain bargaining chip that might be effective against you. Mila looked at Roy with an unreadable expression. Chapter 130, A Promise Sealed. Meeting luminaries. St. Lst. If friendship was all you needed to reach the finish line, everyone would place first. What? Roy looked at her with a puzzled expression. The intelligence unit of Rossvale has discovered your preference for beautiful girls. Mila explained. What kind of ridiculous intel is that? Roy exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. There's no need to hide it. Mila insisted, convinced of her information's accuracy. Clara and the others nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. I wasn't hiding it. Fine, I admit it. Roy conceded with a shrug. Don't worry, I won't judge you. Mila said, then proceeded to unbutton her uniform. What are you doing? Claire and the others rushed to stop her. Honestly, it's a good thing we came with you. Otherwise. Fiona sighed in relief. The consequences would have been dire if we hadn't intervened. Rinslet added, shaking her head. Trying to seduce him with your body? I won't allow it. Ellis declared. Roy was speechless. Do you really have that little trust in me? I wouldn't do anything to her. He protested. You can't be sure about that. Claire retorted with a smirk. You don't have to do this, Mila. You're our ally now. Roy said, sighing. Mila's actions reminded him of Kurum. She was willing to do anything to win the blade dance. It seemed the Principality of Rossvale wasn't much better than the Empire. Really? That's good. Mila relaxed, relieved. She then looked at Roy with a serious expression. What is it? Roy asked. Roy. You'll have to bend down for me to perform the Alliance Oath. Mila explained. Oh, sorry. The oath Mila referred to was a ritual performed by elementalists to solidify an agreement. It was often used in situations like forming alliances. Roy crouched down to Mila's height and extended his right thumb. Mila pressed her thumb against his. I hereby swear, under the name of the Elemental Lords, that even if the world fall, I shall not break this oath. If I do, may I be consumed by eternal flames and my shadow turned to ash. Mila recited the oath in the spirit language. And then, as if to seal the oath. Chew. Mila stood on her tiptoes and kissed Roy on the cheek. Wait, is that part of the ritual too? Roy asked, looking at Claire and the others in confusion. Yes, it is. The oath requires a kiss to take effect. You can't possibly not know that. The girls replied, annoyed. Roy understood. But with the girls watching, he couldn't do anything too suggestive. He gently kissed the back of Mila's hand. Is this okay? You're surprisingly gentlemanly. Mila commented, surprised. Ahem, I think the surprisingly is unnecessary. Roy coughed awkwardly. Let's leave now. Although I've set up a barrier here, it's not completely safe. Mila suggested. They nodded in agreement and left the cave. Night had fallen, and the storm had calmed down, though it was still raining. Mila looked up at the steep cliff. It'll be difficult to climb back up, she said. Without her spirit, climbing the cliff would be challenging. That's easy. Roy snapped his fingers and used his magic to levitate them, lifting them up the cliff. Amazing. It's so cool to fly like this. Clara and the others chattered excitedly. Milla observed Roy with curiosity. Just then, they heard the rumble of thunder in the distance. Roy focused his hearing and noticed the sound of clashing metal amidst the thunder. "Someone's fighting over there," he said. "What?" the girls exclaimed. "Perhaps it's the Inferno battling another team. Let's go check it out," Roy suggested. After all, the Inferno had chased Milla's team here. If there was a fight, it was likely them. Clara and the others agreed. They made their way through the forest, their elemental wafts at the ready. The sound of clashing metal grew louder. Roy slashed through the bushes, clearing their path. They arrived at a clearing. What? 3 girls lay on the ground, injured. They were wearing the Arashia Spirit Academy uniform. "Your Team Lux?" Clara exclaimed in surprise. They were also a representative team from Arashia Spirit Academy, their members all top students. After defeating the team who wielded a horde of beast spirits, they had risen to 3rd place in the Academy rankings, securing their spot in the Blade Dance. But now, 3 of them were injured. Roy rushed to one of the girls. "What happened? Who did this to you?" "It's you, Roy-sama," the girl mumbled weakly, still conscious. "Our leader is still fighting in the forest. Please save her." She pointed towards the depths of the forest. Then, the 3 girls dissolved into particles of light and were teleported away. Having lost their magic stones, they were disqualified from the tournament. "Roy." Claire looked at him questioningly. "We're going to save them," Roy declared without hesitation. "They're from our academy." "I agree," Claire said. The other girls nodded. The sounds of battle echoed through the trees. 4 girls surrounded Lux and the girl with the shield. They wore uniforms similar to Milla's, but with a red base and white accents, the reverse of the Rupture Division's colors. "You're the Holy Spirit Knights from the Holy Kingdom of Lugia," Milla gasped. It made sense. Rossvale had been part of Lugia before, so their uniforms were similar. The Holy Spirit Knights. "Isn't that Luminaries St. Lusk's team?" Rinslet asked. Luminaries St. Lusk was a powerful elementalist who had reached the Final 4 in the previous Blade Dance. The Holy Spirit Knights, who wielded holy spirits, were also one of the strongest teams on the continent. "It's Roy-sama," Lux and the girl with the shield exclaimed in relief upon seeing Roy. "Are you from Team Scarlet?" Luminaries asked, her eyes fixed on Roy. "Yes, so I suggest you release them," Claire declared, crossing her arms. "Humphrey. You think we'll let such a good opportunity slip away?" One of the knights sneered. "You're Milla Bassett from the Rupture Division, aren't you?" Luminaries said, turning her attention to Milla. They had come here after learning that the Rupture Division had been defeated. But they hadn't expected to encounter Team Lux. The Holy Kingdom of Lugia and the Principality of Rossvale were rivals, and it wasn't uncommon for such political conflicts to spill over into the Blade Dance. "Yes, I am the leader of the Rupture Division," Milla confirmed. "If you hand over Milla Bassett's eyes, we might spare you," Luminaries offered. Milla's eyes? They all looked at Milla's eyes. She had heterochromatic eyes, one blue and one amber. Milla Bassett's eyes rightfully belong to our country. "We're simply reclaiming what's ours," Luminaries declared. "What's going on?" The girls looked at Milla questioningly. But Milla didn't answer. "It doesn't matter. I won't let anyone harm Milla," Roy declared, gently patting Milla's head. Milla's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected him to say that. Shouldn't he be asking for an explanation? "Don't worry, Milla. If you don't want to tell us, you don't have to. We're allies," Roy reassured her with a smile. Milla's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Claire and the others, however, were a bit annoyed by his trust in Milla. But they didn't protest. They had more pressing matters to deal with. "Milla, stay close to me. Don't underestimate me. I'm still the leader of the Rupture Division. I'll leave those 4 to you," Roy said to Claire and the others. "Leave it to us," they replied in unison. The 4 knights charged towards them. Clang! 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 Sparks flew as the 2 sides clashed. Ellis, at the forefront, blocked a powerful attack from a knight wielding a massive battle axe. Bang! Although she blocked the attack, her arm was numb from the impact. "Impressive. You're not bad yourself." The knight laughed, then threw her axe. "Oh, my swarm of nocturnal familiars, slaughter my enemies." The axe transformed into a swarm of bats. "A legion spirit!" Ellis exclaimed in surprise. Legion spirits were formed from multiple spirits, making them unsuitable for complex commands. However, they were incredibly effective against those who struggled against multiple opponents. The swarm of bats descended on them like a dark cloud. "I'll handle this," Claire shouted, cracking her flame whip. The flames incinerated most of the bats. "Capture those who defy justice. Shackles of sin." Another knight chanted. What? A pair of glowing shackles materialized from thin air, binding Claire's hands and feet. She couldn't move. The shackles of sin capture those who are careless. The teamwork of the Holy Spirit Knights is unmatched. The knight taunted. You may have captured Claire, but you can't do anything else now, can you? Rinslet sneered, aiming her ice bow at the knight. Oh, fangs of ice, pierce my enemy. Ice shot. An ice arrow struck the knight. Ugh. Although attacks between elementalists in the elemental spirit world didn't cause severe physical damage, they still caused spiritual damage. The knight collapsed, unconscious. The shackles binding Claire vanished. That was a decent tactic, but you underestimate the Holy Spirit Knights. Luminaries declared, charging towards them. Although the Holy Spirit Knights were powerful, Team Scarlet was no pushover. Moreover, the Holy Spirit Knights only had 4 members participating. With one less fighter, they were quickly overwhelmed by Claire, Alice, Rinslet, and Fiona. Damn it. I can't believe we lost here. I'll remember this. Luminaries spat, her face contorted with anger. She was then teleported out of the arena, disqualified from the tournament. Chapter 131, a challenge from the 4 gods. Princess Linfa. It's not in me to give up. Quitting is not an option. Thank you, Roy-sama. Lux exclaimed, approaching Roy with a grateful smile. Well, we did come together. But 3 of your teammates have been eliminated. Roy said, stroking his chin. It'll be dangerous to continue with only 2 members. It's all right. We weren't planning to win anyway. Lux replied with a carefree shrug. Oh? Because Roy-sama is here. You'll definitely win. Lux's eyes sparkled with admiration. Well, we're heading back to our base now. What about you? Lux's expression fell. Her team's strategy relied on her teammates stalling for time while she charged her ultimate attack. But now, with 3 members gone, it would be nearly impossible for them to collect more magic stones. Even if they survived the remaining 3 days, they wouldn't be able to reach the top 4. Lux quickly regained her cheerful demeanor. Roy-sama, I don't think we can continue. But I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have even made it to the blade dance. She said sincerely. Ever since Roy defeated her team, she had become a devoted admirer. They had trained hard and defeated the team with the beast spirits just to participate in the blade dance with Roy. Roy-sama, please fulfill my wish. Lux handed him her magic stone. Are you sure? Roy was surprised. Yes, we've made up our minds. We'll be cheering for you. Lux replied with a smile. Roy accepted their magic stones. If you have any wishes, tell me. I'll grant them. He promised. Lux's eyes widened in surprise and joy. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return. I'll tell you my wish then. She said with a playful wink, her cheeks slightly flushed. Then, she and her remaining teammate dissolved into particles of light and were teleported away. They forfeited. Claire commented. Let's do our best, for their sake as well. Roy encouraged them. Yes. The girls nodded. They returned to their base. Fortunately, it hadn't been attacked. The next day, after a good night's rest, the girls were full of energy. Look, someone sent this with a messenger's spirit. Ellis announced, holding up a scroll made of animal hide. She untied the string, revealing strange symbols that resembled snake-like patterns. What language is this? Roy asked, confused. I have no idea. Ellis admitted. Honestly, you guys. Claire sighed, then explained, it's the script used in Eastern cultures. You should have learned this in the basic courses at the academy. I'm not good with languages. Ellis mumbled, her ponytail drooping. Claire, being the diligent student, began reading the letter fluently. Her expression turned serious as she reached the end. What's wrong? What does it say? Rinslet asked. It's a challenge letter. From the 4 gods. Claire replied grimly. The 4 gods? Ellis gasped. The 4 gods were the representatives from the Kina Empire, a powerful nation in the east. And they were a team of formidable elementalists. The Kina Empire had a longer history than even the Ordija Empire and had a record of impressive victories in past blade dances. The 4 gods were known for their exceptional teamwork. And their ace, Xiaofu, who wielded the sacred beast White Tiger, was a renowned warrior. Besides the Inferno, they were considered one of the strongest teams in the tournament, alongside the Dracunia Dragon Knights and the Holy Spirit Knights of Lugia. Their base isn't far from here. They've already defeated most of the teams in this area. It seems we're the only ones left. Claire explained. What does the challenge letter say? Rinslet asked curiously. They're challenging us to a duel in a neutral location. Claire replied, rolling up the scroll. The blade dance wasn't just a martial arts competition or test of strength. It was also a sacred ritual performed by noble maidens, a dance dedicated to the elemental lords. Therefore, when teams wanted to have an all-out battle, it was customary to issue a formal challenge letter. It was currently the fourth day of the main tournament, and most teams had already established their bases and strengthened their defenses. In the initial stages of the tournament, most battles were chance encounters or ambushes. But now that the tournament had progressed, teams would likely start issuing challenges to break the stalemate. So, what do you think? Roy asked, gauging their reactions. They could ignore the challenge, but we have to accept, Claire declared after a moment of consideration. Refusing a challenge would damage the reputation of Ayrshire Spirit Academy and Headmaster Greyworth. I agree with Claire. They have some nerve. Let's crush them. As Roy had expected, the girls were eager to fight. Roy had no objections either. There were only 3 days left in the tournament, and he was curious to see the fighting style of the Eastern team. They've set the duel for tomorrow morning. Ellis, please send a messenger to the Four Gods with our acceptance, Claire instructed. No problem. Ellis nodded and summoned her wind spirit, Simorg, to deliver the message. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, far from Team Scarlet's base, a clearing had been created by felling numerous trees. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent Eastern-style temple. This was the base of the Four Gods, the representatives from the Kina Empire. The team members were gathered before the temple, kneeling before their princess. My generals, share your thoughts with me. A voice commanded from behind a thin curtain. The speaker was Linfa, the third princess of the Kina Empire and the commander of the Four Gods. She was even smaller than Milla. 3 girls knelt before her. Princess Linfa, I believe it's unwise to fight Team Scarlet at this time. One of the girls, dressed in a green outfit, declared. She was Rao Rin, the elementalist who wielded the sacred beast Azure Dragon. Why? Explain yourself. Linfa's voice was laced with displeasure. Rao, however, continued calmly, with your strength, Princess Linfa, and the combined might of the Four Gods, we could easily crush that insignificant team. However, I'm concerned that if we exhaust ourselves fighting them, we might be vulnerable to an attack from the Crimson Princess and her Inferno. I understand. Hakua, Xiaofu, do you agree with Rao? If Rao says so, then I agree. I just want to fight strong opponents. The rest doesn't matter. Hakua, the elementalist who wielded the sacred beast Black Tortoise, and Xiaofu, the elementalist who wielded the sacred beast White Tiger, expressed their opinions. Asking you two for your opinions was pointless. Linfa sighed from behind the curtain. Rao, suppressing her frustration, continued her counsel. Princess Linfa, please reconsider. Although Team Scarlet is an unknown team, they are not to be underestimated. We have already collected enough magic stones to advance to the finals. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. I understand, but... The princess's voice was troubled. I've already sent them a challenge letter. What? Why did you do that without consulting us? I've told you many times to discuss important matters with us first. Well, aren't we discussing it now? We should discuss it before making decisions. Rao retorted, her respect for the princess momentarily forgotten. Send a messenger to cancel the challenge immediately. I forbid it. A promise is a promise. We can't simply withdraw a challenge letter. You're right. But... Rao was speechless. Xiaofu patted her shoulder. Don't worry about it. As long as we work together, we can defeat both Team Scarlet and the Inferno. It's not that simple. Don't you know that Team Scarlet is the team with that male elementalist? I heard he even defeated Leonora Lancaster. Even if we can defeat him, it won't be easy. Rao warned. Yes. That male elementalist. Linfa suddenly raised her voice. Princess Linfa. The girls looked at her in confusion. I sent that challenge letter to eliminate that wicked tyrant. To deliver justice. Linfa declared, her voice filled with anger. A wicked tyrant? Yes. You must have heard the rumors. That infamous tyrant, Roy, not only surrounds himself with pure and innocent noble girls, but he also forces them to. Linfa's face flushed slightly. I've indeed heard those rumors. Rao shuddered, recalling the absurd stories. I heard that the Night Demon King forces innocent girls to do unspeakable things every night. And even worse, he makes them wear knee-high socks. That's disgusting. Absolutely perverted. Xiaofu and Hakua frowned. And not only that, during this blade dance, after defeating a girl, that Night Demon King, not satisfied with just that, even stole her first. Her first kiss? Hakua. Don't say it so bluntly. Rao scolded, her own face turning red. Anyway. We have to eliminate that Night Demon King as soon as possible. We can't worry about the magic stones now. You're absolutely right. Wait, shouldn't we hear Ryan's opinion? Xiaofu suddenly interjected. Ryan Sharma was the last member of the Four Gods, the elementalist who wielded the sacred beast Vermilion Bird. She was currently on a mission to scout the Inferno's base. Ryan was supposed to return before their meeting, but she was nowhere to be seen. Could something have happened to her? Ryan is not like you. She's cautious. There's no way. I am grateful for your trust, princess. A calm voice suddenly came from the forest. Ryan, you're back. Why are you so late? We were worried. A girl with red hair and a crimson outfit emerged from the trees. She walked towards the curtain and knelt. I have returned after completing my mission. Good. Report on the Inferno's movements. Linfa instructed. Ren, Rubia Elstein, and her team seem to have collected a significant number of magic stones. They are currently defending their base. I believe they intend to keep their military spirit in top condition for the final round. Now is the perfect opportunity for us to attack Team Scarlet. So there's nothing to worry about. Excellent. It's decided then. We, the four gods, will set out to eliminate that wicked Night Demon King, Roy. Linfa declared. The other girls nodded in agreement. But no one noticed the sly smirk on Ryan's face as she bowed. Chapter 132, Kina Empire Four Gods. On the fifth day of the Blade Dance, everyone was focused on the upcoming duel with the four gods. After a day of rest, the girls were eager to fight. Team Scarlet enjoyed a simple breakfast and prepared for battle. Roy, we've been waiting for you. A girl's voice suddenly called out from the tranquil forest. Everyone, get in formation. Claire ordered, and they quickly took their positions. Four girls emerged from the trees, each wearing a colorful Eastern-style dress similar to a kapel. Be careful, everyone. They're the four gods. Claire warned, gripping her flame whip tightly. The members of the four gods were all stunningly beautiful. Since spirits favored girls with attractive appearances, beauty was considered one of the criteria for becoming an elementalist. Although the girls of Team Scarlet were also beautiful, the four gods exuded a unique, exotic charm. Their uniforms, form-fitting dresses that accentuated their curves, were adorned with embroidery representing their respective sacred beasts. The daring slits in their skirts revealed glimpses of their legs as they moved. The four gods stepped forward and introduced themselves. Greetings. I am Rao Rin, the Azure Dragon's elementalist. The first girl said. And I'm Hakua, the Black Tortoise's elementalist. The two girls with black hair styled in buns bowed in unison. They were sisters and looked quite similar. I'm Ryan Sharma, the Vermilion Bird's elementalist. The third girl said with a gentle smile. And I am Xiaofu, the White Tiger's elementalist. Pleased to meet you. The last girl declared. She had striking white hair and fierce blue eyes that gleamed with a predatory intensity. This was the strongest elementalist of the four gods. Claire had mentioned her when explaining the team. Although petite, Xiaofu exuded an aura of power that belied her size. Finally, a girl dressed in ceremonial attire stepped forward. She was the smallest among them and had been hidden behind the others until now. I am Linfa Kina, the third princess of the Kina Empire. She declared proudly. She must be the commander of the four gods. Roy thought. Judging by her attire, she wasn't a frontline fighter. She was likely a support type like Fianna, using ritual dances to aid her teammates. Roy looked at Linfa, her petite figure barely reaching his chest. Is she really older than Milla? He wondered. Milla Bassett was the youngest participant in the tournament. But Linfa looked even younger than Milla. May I ask you a question? Roy asked. What do you want, you Night Demon King? Linfa glared at him suspiciously. How old are you? What? Linfa's eyes narrowed. Are you trying to trick me with your sweet talk? No, I don't have a thing for kids. Roy said with a shrug, waving his hands defensively. I'm not a kid. I'm 16. Linfa retorted. Eh? You're the same age as Claire and the others? Roy was surprised. I'm not lying. You're so rude. Linfa stomped her foot, her eyes welling up with tears as she pointed at Roy accusingly. You wicked Roy. I won't forgive you. My loyal four gods, tear this evil demon king to pieces. Following her command, the four gods summoned their elemental wafts. Oops, I seem to have angered her. Roy said with a sheepish grin. Fianna and the others rolled their eyes at him. The battle was about to begin. The four gods spread out, surrounding Roy and his team. Xiaofu charged towards Roy. Judging by the tiger-shaped gauntlets she wore, she was a close combat specialist. Claire, I'll handle her. Roy said, pointing at Xiaofu. Understood. Ellis and I will defend the rear. Claire replied. Roy leaped forward. A one-on-one fight? Just what I wanted, Xiaofu grinned, her fists clenched. Xiaofu, the strongest of the four gods, the White Tiger, awaits your challenge. She declared. She lunged at Roy, her gauntlets flashing. Roy, however, didn't summon his sword. He simply blocked her punch with his bare hand. What? You blocked my punch without even using your elemental waff? Xiaofu exclaimed in surprise. Don't be so shocked. The real surprise is yet to come. Roy replied with a smirk. Don't underestimate me. My elemental waff, the divine tiger fangs, is both a weapon and a shield. She suddenly ducked and unleashed a flurry of punches with incredible speed. Roy effortlessly blocked her attacks. But then, the tiger engravings on her gauntlets came to life, biting at Roy's arms. Roy's expression remained unchanged. No matter how hard the tiger bit, it couldn't even pierce his skin. If an ordinary person were bitten by the divine tiger fangs, their arms would be torn to shreds. Xiaofu was dumbfounded. Her white tiger spirit couldn't even scratch him? How was that possible? Meanwhile, Rao, Hakua, and Ryan seized the opportunity and broke through their defenses. Roy didn't stop them. He was holding back Xiaofu, their strongest member. Clara and the others should be able to handle the remaining three. Seeing that her bites were ineffective, Xiaofu released Roy's arm and leaped back, then charged at him again. Roy continued to block her attacks with his bare hands. I'm not done yet. Xiaofu shouted, then vanished. In the next instant, she appeared before Roy, unleashing a rapid series of punches. She then stopped her assault. You may look fine, but you're injured internally, aren't you? She declared. My assassination technique, Tiger's Roar, uses shockwaves to damage internal organs. It's invisible to the naked eye. Her blue eyes gleamed with predatory intensity. Oh? Is that so? I don't feel anything. Roy replied with a shrug. Don't try to act tough. Your insides must be a mess. Xiaofu insisted. Well. Okay, I'm a bit injured. Roy admitted with a sigh, seeing her smug expression. Xiaofu nodded in satisfaction. But I won't go easy on you, even if you're injured. Bring it on. Roy beckoned her with a playful grin. Xiaofu, feeling insulted, charged at him again. Meanwhile, Clara and Delis faced the other three members of the Four Gods. Rao Rin wielded a guandao. Hakua held a large shield. And Ryan Sharma wielded a staff. They all summoned their elemental waffs, ready for battle. I won't let you run wild here, Claire declared, cracking her flame whip. Fianna's ritual dance wasn't complete yet. They had to hold them off with just the three of them. Rao attacked first, thrusting her guandao towards them. Ellis met her attack with her windish lance, deflecting the blade. Oh winds of disaster, blow freely. She chanted, unleashing a gust of wind that formed sharp blades, aiming for Rao. Rao leaped back to dodge, but just as the wind blades were about to hit her, Hakua, the black tortoise, jumped between them, her shield deflecting the attack. Her earth spirit specialized in defense. Claire's attack was too weak to break through. Oh fangs of ice, pierce my enemy. Ice shot. Rinslet, seeing this, fired a barrage of ice arrows. Rao and Hakua swiftly switched positions, and Rao deflected the arrows with her guandao. The Four Gods were indeed a formidable team, their coordination flawless. Oh flames, capture my enemy. Hellfire binding. Claire lashed out with her flame whip, wrapping it around Rao's guandao. Just as she was about to disarm her opponent. Fool. Do you think you can capture the ever-changing flow of water? Rao's blade dissolved into water and reformed on the other end of the staff. Big sister, it's our turn to attack. Hakua declared, charging towards Claire while she was retracting her whip. Her shield wasn't just for defense. It was also a powerful weapon in close combat. Oh Earth, unleash your mighty roar. Earth Splitter. She shouted, slamming her shield onto the ground. She had activated an earth elemental magic spell. The ground rumbled, and dust filled the air. This attack wasn't meant to directly harm them but to obscure their vision. Take this. Blazing Inferno too slow. Hakua interrupted Claire's attack, closing the distance and punching towards her heart. Claire leaped back, dodging the attack. Hakua pursued her, but Rinslet's ice arrows forced her to dodge. Claire used the opportunity to regain her stance and attack with her flame whip. You're too naive, Firecat. What? Ryan seized the opening and entered Claire's range. She twirled her staff, allowing Claire's flame whip to wrap around it. How is this possible? You absorbed Scarlet's flames? Claire exclaimed in surprise. My sacred beast, the vermilion bird, is a flame spirit. Ryan explained with a giggle. She released her staff, which transformed into a fiery bird. The bird absorbed Scarlet's flames and grew larger, then soared into the sky. That's a sacred beast. She's strong. Claire, Alice, and Rinslet, despite facing three members of the Four Gods, were holding their own. Once Fianna completed her ritual dance, they would gain the upper hand. Fianna, please hurry. Claire thought, glancing at Fianna, who was performing the ritual dance. Oh spirits of the earth, heed my call. While the battle raged on the front lines, Fianna danced gracefully, her movements fluid and precise. She chanted the incantation in the spirit language, her voice soft and melodious. I beseech your protection and praise your power. Her dance was mesmerizing, like a queen on the battlefield. Suddenly, Fianna felt her body become lighter. The earth spirits were responding to her ritual dance. She landed gracefully, and a magic circle appeared beneath her feet. She had completed the Song of Glory. This was the fourth ritual dance she had learned as an elemental princess candidate. It channeled divine power from the earth veins to her allies within the area of effect. Meanwhile, Roy continued to effortlessly block Xiaofu's attacks with his bare hands. Xiaofu was panting heavily. Are you a monster? Why can't I defeat you? She exclaimed in frustration. You can't defeat me, little girl. Roy chuckled. Don't underestimate me. Xiaofu retorted, enraged by his dismissive tone. Just then, a brilliant magic circle appeared nearby. Roy felt a surge of divine power flowing into his body from the earth veins. Fianna had completed her ritual dance. With this power boost, they should be able to overwhelm their opponents. Your shrine maiden is indeed a former elemental princess candidate. She can channel such immense power. Xiaofu commented, seemingly unfazed by the sudden power boost. She assumed a fighting stance and continued, but compared to our Princess Linfa, she's still far too inexperienced. Suddenly, the magic circle on the ground began to change, its pattern shifting rapidly. It was as if black ink was spreading across a white canvas. What's going on? Roy exclaimed in surprise. Using ritual magic to rewrite another's ritual. Princess Linfa has been waiting for your shrine maiden to complete her dance. Xiaofu explained, launching another attack. Linfa had rewritten Fianna's ritual, stealing the power for their own team. Chapter 133, Subduing the Four Gods, Unmasking the Imposter. In the distance, Princess Linfa of the Kina Empire danced gracefully, her colorful attire flowing around her. Behold! The spirit dress of the divine beast, Kirin, Xiaofu declared proudly. Even Roy was impressed by this display of power. Now, take this. King's Fang roar. Xiaofu charged towards Roy, her gauntlets, unleashing a shock wave of wind. The sudden attack struck Roy. Her strength, amplified by the ritual, was even greater than before. However, the impact felt like a gentle breeze against Roy's body. Impossible. Xiaofu gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Nothing is impossible. It's time to end this. Roy declared, shaking his head. He had noticed that Claire and the others were struggling against the four gods, whose strength had been enhanced by the ritual. He had to intervene before they were defeated. Roy crouched down and placed his hand on the ground. Freeze, he commanded. A layer of ice instantly spread across the ground, originating from his hand and creeping towards the four gods. In the blink of an eye, Xiaofu's legs were encased in ice. Then, it was Rao Rin's turn, followed by Haku and Ryan. Finally, even Princess Linfa was frozen solid. The four gods were stunned. What's going on? Rao Rin asked, looking at Claire and the others in confusion. Claire, Alice, and Rinslet, however, looked at Roy with a mix of surprise and relief. All right, Princess Linfa, let's call this duel a draw. Roy announced, clapping his hands to get their attention. The four gods finally realized that it was Roy who had frozen them. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Linfa, the princess of the Kina Empire, was furious. Victory had been within their grasp, but the tables had turned, and now they were defeated. This man possessed such overwhelming power that he had immobilized them in an instant. I'm so angry. Who was the one who called them a second-rate team? Show yourself, she demanded. According to the Erishia Spirit Academy rankings, although Team Scarlet is a dark horse this year, they were unknown before. They're not as famous as Team Silent Fortress. Xiaofu explained. Forget it. I suppose we can judge a team without facing them in battle. I didn't expect that man to be so powerful. Victory and defeat are common in battle. There's no need to dwell on it. We fought with all our might. Even if we lost, we have no regrets. Although Linfa was still frustrated, her subordinates' responses were surprisingly mature. Why are you all acting so defeated? I said it was a draw. Roy said with a shrug. Why? The four gods looked at him in surprise. Because there's something wrong with this duel. Wrong? Yes. Roy nodded, then turned to Ryan. You're not the real Vermilion Bird Elementalist, are you? Oh? You saw through me? Ryan, who had been silent until now, suddenly smiled slyly. Ryan? The renowned four gods, defeated so easily? How pathetic. If it were me, I wouldn't have the shame to face my people back home. What did you say? Xiaofu glared at Ryan, and Rao frowned. Ryan wasn't usually so provocative. Ryan, watch your words. I won't allow you to insult your comrades. What are you smiling about? He. Ah ha ha ha. Ryan's smile twisted into a sinister smirk. My apologies, Princess. But you're also foolish. Not only her words but even her tone of voice had changed. Ryan? The four gods stared at her in disbelief. Even Claire and the others were shocked. Roy, what's going on? Claire tugged at his sleeve. That's not a member of the four gods. She's an imposter. Someone must have instigated this duel between us and the four gods. Roy explained, stroking his chin. What? Really? The girls gasped. Just then, Ryan's form began to distort and shift like a mirage. When the illusion faded, a beautiful girl with flamboyant attire and a seductive aura was revealed. You're Sharingan, the Witch of the Inferno? Xiaofu exclaimed, immediately summoning her elemental waff. You witch! What did you do to Ryan? Linfa demanded. I took care of that disobedient rat long ago. Well, I couldn't kill her without being disqualified, so I spared her life. Sjara replied with a sneer. You wretch! You've been deceiving us since yesterday's meeting? Xiaofu roared, her divine tiger fangs crackling with energy. We'll play again next time. Sjara giggled, then snapped her fingers. A horde of grotesque creatures emerged from the forest. Hundreds of demonic spirits, their fangs bared and their eyes glowing with malice, surrounded them. And then, using some unknown method, Sjara broke free from Roy's ice prison. What? She summoned so many demonic spirits. This is bad. Claire exclaimed, her face pale. The four gods were also terrified. Although Roy had released them from the ice, they were still frozen in fear. Trying to escape in front of me? Roy scoffed, snapping his fingers. All the demonic spirits were instantly annihilated by a surge of his magic. And Sjara was bound by his magic and dragged back to them. Sjara stared at Roy in shock. What kind of power was this? She couldn't even move a finger. You must be one of Ren's, Rubia, subordinates. Roy said, stroking his chin. Humphrey. I am the princess of Alpha's theocracy. I was just cooperating with her. Sjara retorted, glaring at him. Roy frowned. Rubia knew he was on Team Scarlet. She shouldn't have sent someone to instigate a fight between them and the four gods. Was this Sjara acting on her own, or was someone else behind this? Ren, come out now. Roy called out, looking towards a large tree. As expected of the Mao-sama. Nothing escapes your notice. Rubia said, emerging from behind the tree, her crimson mask concealing her face. What's going on? Roy asked, holding up Sjara. I have a cooperative relationship with Alpha's theocracy. This girl acted on her own. Rubia explained. I see. Roy nodded, then tossed Sjara towards Rubia. Take her away. Yes, Mao-sama. Rubia didn't waste any time and left with Sjara. This incident had occurred because Ryan Sharma had been defeated by Sjara while scouting the Inferno's base. Sjara's contracted spirit was a formless, humanoid puppet, the demonic spirit, Chaos Eater. It was said to be one of the 72 spirits Solomon had once commanded. Now, it was a snake of Alpha's theocracy, a sealed spirit specifically prepared for Sjara to use in the blade dance. Chaos Eater had the ability to shapeshift. If it captured someone's shadow, even for a moment, it could perfectly mimic their appearance and even utilize their contracted spirit's powers. That's how Sjara had managed to impersonate Ryan without being detected. Her goal was to instigate a fight between the four gods and Team Scarlet. Thank you, Night Demon King. Linfa said, approaching Roy. If it weren't for you, we might have been wiped out. It's no problem. But it would be better if you could call me by my name. Roy replied with a chuckle. I heard that the Night Demon King collects the first kiss of those he defeats. Linfa said, then closed her eyes and tilted her head up. Go ahead. I'm ready. Princess, let me do it. Yes, how can we let our princess be defiled? Let us take your place. The girls of the four gods stepped forward, offering themselves to Roy. Roy was speechless. So that's how the rumors spread. He muttered. Clara and the others were embarrassed. They had likely contributed to the spread of this rumor. After clearing up the misunderstanding, Roy sent the four gods away. For the next few days, Team Scarlet continued to hunt for magic stones. Once they had collected enough, they stopped actively seeking out other teams. Unfortunately for Milla, who had joined their alliance, the number of magic stones she had obtained was limited. It was unlikely she would reach the top 4. The 7-day elimination round of the Blade Dance finally ended. Roy and his team left the battlefield. They were teleported back to the main hall of the Divine Ritual Institute. Team Scarlet had collected a total of 19 magic stones. They had successfully advanced to the finals in 4th place. The girls, who were usually bickering, erupted in cheers and hugged each other. The 3rd place team was the Dragon Knights, led by Leonora Lancaster. The 2nd place team was the Silent Fortress, led by Valsaria. And the first place team, as expected, was the Inferno, led by Rubia Elstein. They had reportedly defeated 9 teams and collected over 50 magic stones. Roy and his team could have easily taken first place, but he was too lazy to bother. Team Scarlet rented out the entire La Patisserie shop to celebrate their victory. Vilsaria and Lux also joined the celebration with their teams. Even the girls from the Four Gods were present. Milla, who had been abandoned by her country after her team's defeat, was also there, now as Roy's maid. Roy had taken her in. Congratulations to Team Scarlet for reaching the finals. Ryaz offered her congratulations with a smile. They had been watching the matches from the audience. They found this tournament, similar to a rating game, quite entertaining. It was a piece of cake. With me on the team, victory was inevitable. Claire declared proudly, flipping her pigtails. Hey, don't act like you did it all on your own. You always assign me to support roles. I want to fight on the front lines too. There's no logic in sending a sniper to the front lines. Claire retorted. You're all so weak. If I had participated, my pumpkin could have wiped out all the other teams. Mine bragged. No, if my Gyarados had been there, those sheltered flowers would have been scared stiff. Saya countered. The girls started arguing. Roy sighed. By the way, what are your plans now? He asked Claire and the others. The finals were in 2 days. They had some time to rest and prepare. I have to report to my grandfather and father about reaching the finals. Ellis announced. That's right. Ellis is from a prestigious military family. Roy said with a smile. I also have to meet with my parents. Rinslet added. Although they should technically report to their families before attending the celebration, they had chosen to celebrate first. By the way, how is that matter I asked you to handle, Ryaz? Roy suddenly asked. He had asked Ryaz and the others to retrieve Rinslet's sister, Judia, who had been sealed by the Wind Elemental Lord. Don't worry, we've already brought her here. Ryaz replied with a smile. They had retrieved Judia days ago. Roy. Rinslet looked at him expectantly. Don't worry, Rinslet. I'll return your sister to you safe and sound. Roy assured her. After the banquet, Roy personally unsealed Judia, fulfilling his promise to Rinslet. Chapter 134, New servants return to the underworld visiting Sna. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. A shrine maiden led Roy and his team through the forest. Due to the unique nature of the teleportation magic used for the final round, they wouldn't be departing from the main hall. Instead, 4 smaller shrines scattered throughout the forest would transport the teams to the arena. After enjoying their last breakfast at the castle, they gathered in the hall. They met with the shrine maiden assigned to guide them and walked towards a nearby shrine. Roy. Someone tugged at his sleeve. He turned around and saw a girl with wavy brown hair and heterochromatic eyes, dressed in a cute maid outfit. It was Milla Bassett. Having lost her position as the leader of the Rupture Division, she was now Roy's personal maid. Milla, what's wrong? Roy asked. Please. Come back safely. Milla pleaded. Don't worry, I'll win and return. Roy reassured her, patting her head. Milla blushed and lowered her head. Don't worry, everyone. The match will be over soon. Roy said to the others with a smile. Humphrey. Who's worried about you? We're more worried about those innocent girls. Yeah, Roy is the Night Demon King, after all. No, he's a Demon King even during the day. Saya, mine, and the others teased him. Roy sighed. He would deal with them later. Everyone, the Shrine Maiden is here. Let's go. Claire announced. Okay. Team Scarlet bid farewell to Milla and the others, then followed the Shrine Maiden. They walked through the forest, chatting amongst themselves. After about 10 minutes. We're here. The Shrine Maiden stopped before a small shrine in the forest. She opened the door, revealing 5 faintly glowing magic circles on the stone floor. The rules for this round were similar to the previous one, a magic stone battle royale. However, this time, the teams would be separated and teleported to different locations. The Shrine Maiden solemnly recited a prayer, and the magic circles activated. The 4 finalist teams were transported to the arena. Roy didn't waste any time. After finding Claire and the others, he led them through the forest, systematically eliminating the Dragon Knights, the Silent Fortress team, and the Inferno team. They emerged victorious, winning the Blade Dance. They were then led by a Shrine Maiden to meet the 4 Elemental Lords. The Elemental Lords were on the verge of being consumed by the otherworld darkness. Although Roy could have absorbed the darkness, it wouldn't change the fact that the Elemental Lords had brought disaster upon the human world. Therefore, Roy eliminated the Elemental Lords. He then sealed the path between the human world and the elemental spirit world. This fulfilled Rubia's wish for a world without elemental lords. Roy wasn't sure if this would truly end all wars between humans, but he didn't care. His actions shocked the entire continent. The Demon Lord had effortlessly defeated the rulers of the world, the Elemental Lords. Just as everyone thought he would claim dominion over the world, Roy returned to Arashia Spirit Academy with his entourage. In a grand hall within the academy, Roy sat on a throne, with Ryaz and the others standing beside him. Before them stood Claire and her team, as well as the other teams that had participated in the Blade Dance, Team Lux, the Inferno Team, the Four Gods, the Dragon Knights, and the Holy Spirit Knights. Roy intended to make them all his servants. "Will you become elemental princesses and serve the Demon Lord?" he asked, his voice filled with authority. "What? The Demon Lord wants us to be elemental princesses? Even if he is the Night Demon King, I accept. If we become elemental princesses serving the Demon Lord, he'll definitely ask us to do those kinds of things, right?" The girls chattered excitedly. Elemental princesses were the highest-ranking elementalists, serving the elemental lords directly. Now, they had a chance to ascend to such a position. It was an incredible opportunity. After all, Roy was the Demon Lord who had conquered the world. No one could defy him. Moreover, many of the girls admired him after witnessing his power in the Blade Dance. Roy looked at Claire and her team. "I want to become Roy's elemental princess," Fiona declared without hesitation. She had already given herself to Roy. This wouldn't change. She would serve him forever. "We're willing to." Claire, Alice, and Rinslet agreed, despite their blushes. Roy nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the other girls. "The Inferno team also want to serve the Demon Lord," Rubia declared respectfully. The other teams also expressed their willingness to serve him. Roy smirked and waved his hand, summoning a multitude of evil pieces. The pieces floated before the girls. "Accept this power, and you shall become servants of the Demon Lord." The girls didn't hesitate. Claire and her team grabbed the evil pieces, followed by the other girls. A bright light enveloped them. All the girls were successfully transformed into devils. Roy then turned his attention to Greyworth and Freya. Greyworth's eyes widened in surprise and delight. Having made a wish for eternal youth, she naturally didn't want to die. Now, Roy was offering her a chance at immortality. She wouldn't refuse. Greyworth and Freya also became devils. As for Vilsaria's teammates from the Silent Fortress, Ryaz took them as her pawns. Each of the four girls received 2 pawn pieces. Roy didn't stay any longer. After making the necessary arrangements, he left the world of Bladed Dance of Elementalers with his entourage. Underworld. Lucifuge territory. A flash of light filled the training room as Roy and the girls materialized. "We're finally back." Asia cheered. She was happy to be home. That was quite a long vacation. But we're finally back. It felt like we were gone for a long time. "Wow, is this the Demon Lord's world? It's amazing." Clara and the others looked around curiously. The door to the training room opened. "Welcome back, Roy." Greyfire greeted them with a smile. She had clearly noticed their absence. "We're back, sis," Roy replied calmly. He wasn't surprised that Greyfire had noticed. She was a Pikmao after all. The entire territory was under her surveillance. And he didn't intend to hide it from her any longer. After all, Ryaz and the others already knew. It was strange that his own sister was still in the dark. "I'll arrange your rooms," Greyfire said, not asking any questions. She led Claire and the others away. That night, Roy told his sister about his ability to travel between worlds. Greyfire was surprised but didn't pry. She simply reminded him to keep it a secret. Roy understood. The next day, after the girls had settled in, Roy arranged for a devil instructor to teach them about etiquette, knowledge, and the customs of the underworld. After all, Claire and the others were new to this world. A week later, Roy took Ryaz and the others to the Saitree territory. He had promised Sona he would visit her. They arrived at noon. Tsubaki Shinra led them to Sona, who had just finished her training. "Sona, we're here." "Roy, Ryaz, you've come." After exchanging greetings, Roy and Sona discussed their training experiences. "By the way, Sona, how was your training?" Sona smiled. "It was quite fruitful. And I even recruited a new servant." She gestured towards a sleepy-looking girl. Roy and the others looked at the girl. She had blue hair styled in pigtails, large golden eyes, and a petite, adorable figure. She seemed a bit hair-headed but was undeniably cute. "Greetings, Roy-sama." She mumbled nervously. "Her name is Benia. She's a half-devil, the daughter of a Grim Reaper, and she's now my knight," Sona explained, glancing at Ryaz with a smug grin. Roy remembered her. In the original story, Benia was the daughter of Orcus, the highest-ranking Grim Reaper. She possessed power surpassing a middle-class devil and had a straightforward personality. She had defected from the Grim Reapers due to her disapproval of Hades's actions. "Pleased to meet you, Benia." Roy greeted her with a smile. Ryaz, seeing Suna's smug expression, was annoyed. She summoned Vilsaria and the others with a wave of her hand. Buku? Vilsaria and the others were confused. They had been attending lessons with the devil instructor. Sona, let me introduce my servants. This is Vilsaria, my rook, and this is... Ryaz began, introducing her peerage with a smile. See, Sona? I have more servants than you now. She finished with a playful wink. The two of them had always been competitive when it came to their peerages. Previously, Sona had always had more servants. After all, Ryaz only had Akeno and Konko. But now, Ryaz had surpassed her, and she couldn't resist showing off. What? How did you get so many servants so quickly? Sona asked in disbelief, staring at Vilsaria and the others. She knew about Zenovia and Arena. She had even been a bit envious when they joined Ryaz's peerage. But she hadn't expected Ryaz to gain so many new servants in just a week. It seemed her peerage was complete now. Indeed, Ryaz's peerage was full. After recruiting Vilsaria and her 4 teammates, she had filled all her rook and pawn positions. Her 2 knights were Zenovia and Arena. And her 2 bishops were Kim and Milla. Yes, Milla Bassett, the leader of the Rupture Division. Roy had initially brought her back as a maid, but Ryaz had convinced her to become her bishop. Sona couldn't help but feel envious as she looked at Ryaz's peerage. She was still missing a rook. Haha. Ryaz giggled, enjoying Sona's shocked reaction. She had finally surpassed her. Roy, watching their exchange, sighed inwardly. They were acting like children, competing over something so trivial. Did you recruit them during your training trip? Sona suddenly realized. When they had returned on the train, Ryaz's peerage was still incomplete. But within a week, she had filled all the positions. It was only natural for Sona to assume she had recruited them during their trip. That's right, Sona. It's a shame you didn't come with us. Ryaz said, feigning sympathy. It was true. If Sona had joined them in the world of bladed ends of elementalers, she could have easily filled her peerage and strengthened her servants. Sona was filled with regret. She shouldn't have agreed to her sister's training regimen. Roy, you'll take me with you next time, right? Sona asked, approaching Roy. If you agree, I'll let you do anything you want to me. She added seductively. Roy was surprised by her boldness. Sona was usually so composed and proper. Sona, that's not fair. Ryaz protested. What's wrong with that? Roy already promised to make me his fiancée too. Sona retorted. Well, I did promise. Roy admitted with a chuckle. Chapter 135, Seraphol, Miss Me? Young Devils Gathering. By the way, isn't the Young Devils Gathering happening soon? Sona suddenly asked. Yes, it is. It's a gathering organized by Unii-sama to promote friendship among devils. Ryaz confirmed. You've been invited too, haven't you, Sona Keiku? Akeno asked with a playful smile. Indeed. Sona nodded, adjusting her glasses. Then let's all go together. Roy suggested. Sure. Sona and Ryaz readily agreed. Roy-kun. Seraphol suddenly entered the room, her eyes lighting up as she saw him. Yo, Seraphol. Roy greeted her with a wave. Tsubaki and the others frowned, hearing him address Seraphol so casually. After all, she was a Mao. Roy-kun, are you here to see me? Seraphol asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes. Roy replied after a moment of hesitation. Yay. Seraphol squealed and leaped into his arms. Roy was dumbfounded. When had he become so close to Seraphol? Even Sona was surprised. She hadn't expected her sister, who usually clung to her, to embrace Roy instead. Roy instinctively patted Seraphol's head, and she nuzzled his hand affectionately. Sona and her peerage were astonished. Ever since their discussion about magical girls, Seraphol had developed a fondness for Roy. He was the first person who had ever discussed magical girls with her so seriously, and she felt a sense of camaraderie with him. Moreover, Roy had introduced her to Madoka Magica, a magical girl anime unlike any she had seen before. By the way, were you just talking about the Young Devils Gathering? Seraphol asked, pulling away from Roy. Yes, we were. Roy confirmed. As the advisor of the Occult Research Club, I'll be taking you all with me. Seraphol declared, her hands on her hips. Roy and Ryaz exchanged exasperated glances. Yes, we'll follow your lead, Sensei. Roy said with a sigh. The next day, Seraphol led them to the Mao territory where the gathering would be held. However, she left as soon as they arrived. As a Mao, she had many responsibilities. Roy only brought Siko, Asdeath, and a few others as his representatives. After all, his peerage was far too large. To avoid unnecessary gossip, it was better to keep a low profile. After a 3-hour train ride, they arrived at the Mao territory. The station and platform were modern, with even vending machines available. It resembled a typical modern city. What an amazing city. It's just like Tua Town. Asia exclaimed, looking around with wide eyes. It's so much more convenient than Airshia Spirit Academy. Vilsaria commented, impressed by the modern infrastructure. Hey, we'll be taking the subway next. It might cause quite a commotion. Raya said with a giggle. Except for Roy and Sona, the girls were confused. But they soon understood. Ah. It's Princess Ryaz. She's so beautiful. Princess Ryaz, look over here. Roy-sama, I love you. As soon as they entered the subway station, they were greeted with excited screams and cheers. The devils on the platform looked at Ryaz with admiration. And some even cheered for Roy and Sona. Since this was Surge's territory, most of them recognized Ryaz. They were quickly surrounded by enthusiastic fans. However, the station staff soon arrived to maintain order. They boarded the subway. After a 5-minute ride, they arrived at the venue. Young devils and high-ranking members of various clans would be gathering here. Welcome. Please follow me. A maid greeted them, leading them towards the main hall. They followed the maid, but they encountered a familiar face in the hallway. Yo, Saira Org. Roy greeted him with a wave and a smile. The newcomer was around their age, with short black hair and a muscular build. It was Saira Org Bale, the leader of the young devils. It's been a while, Roy, Ryaz, Sona. Saira Org greeted them, shaking Roy's hand. His eyes then lit up as he saw Asdeeth and the other girls behind Roy. Roy, are these your servants? He asked. Yes, they are. Then it seems it's time for our rating game. Saira Org declared, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Sure, why not? Roy replied casually. If Saira Org wanted to be beaten, he would oblige. Saira Org's fighting spirit intensified. Pleased to meet you. I am Saira Org Bale, the next head of the Bale clan. He introduced himself to the girls. Pleased to meet you. I am Asdeeth, Roy's queen. Asdeeth replied with a smile, her eyes assessing Saira Org like a predator sizing up its prey. Saira Org's excitement grew. He could sense that this queen was incredibly powerful. Roy and Saira Org continued chatting as they walked. Boom. Suddenly, the building shook violently, and a loud crash echoed from a nearby room. What was that? It sounded close. Ryaz and the others exclaimed in surprise. Saira Org sighed. Honestly, I told them there was no need for a welcoming party. He headed towards the room where the commotion originated. Roy and the others exchanged glances and followed him. Saira Org opened the door to the room. It was a complete mess. Tables, chairs, and decorations were overturned and broken. Two groups of young devils glared at each other, their weapons drawn. Zephyr, are you planning to start a fight here? Do you want to die? I doubt the higher-ups would blame me if I killed you. A girl with glasses and long hair from one of the groups said coldly. Ha ha ha. You bitch, I was trying to be nice and invite you to a private room for a chat. How ungrateful. As expected of an Agar's girl, you're so uptight. You're still a virgin, aren't you? I can't stand it. That's why I offered to help you out. A young man with green hair and tattoos taunted. He was dressed in a revealing outfit, his pants adorned with numerous jingling accessories. He looked like a delinquent, and his words were crude and vulgar. Saira Org cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two groups. That's enough. Seek Vera Agars, and Zephyr, the problem child of the Glazialibalas clan. Who are you calling a problem child? If you dare say another word. Zephyr snarled. Although this is sudden, consider this your final warning. If you continue this pointless squabble, I'll be your opponent. Saira Org declared, his voice filled with authority. But his words only enraged Zephyr further. You incompetent Bale. Bam. Before Zephyr could finish his insult, Saira Org punched him, sending him flying towards Roy. Roy casually swatted Zephyr back with a slap. Saira Org, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Roy accused, his arms crossed. He couldn't believe Saira Org had sent Zephyr flying in their direction. Sorry. Saira Org apologized with a sheepish grin. He was probably trying to test Roy's strength. Roy shrugged. Zephyr, meanwhile, was embedded in the wall, unconscious. No one paid him any attention. They were all stunned by Saira Org and Roy's power. Zephyr, the heir to the Glazialibalas clan, was considered a strong young devil. Yet, he had been defeated without any resistance. Take your master and leave. That's what you should be doing. Pointing your weapons at me won't do you any good. Roy said to Zephyr's servants, who had drawn their swords. Zephyr's servants quickly sheathed their weapons. They didn't want to fight these monsters. They helped Zephyr to his feet and left. The devils in the hall erupted in chatter. They're so strong. As expected of the leader of the 5 young kings. Hey, Have you been living under a rock? There are 6 young kings now. What? 6? Who's the new one? That guy besides Saira Org. He's the one who easily defeated Riser Phoenix and became one of the young kings. What's his name? He's the younger brother of the Annihilation Queen, the heir to the Lucifuge clan. The young devils quickly learned about Roy. Although many admired him, others scoffed at him. You're in no state to attend this gathering. Go and clean yourself up. Saira Org said to Sikvera, then instructed his servants to have the staff repair the damaged hall. A group of staff members arrived and quickly restored the hall to its original state using magic. The young devils gathered once again, exchanging greetings and introductions. I am Sikvera Agars, the next head of the Agars clan. Sikvera said, approaching their table and taking a seat. They all introduced themselves. Greetings, I am Ryaz Greemery, the next head of the Greemery clan. I am Suna Saitri, the next head of the Saitri clan. I am Roy Lucifuge, the next head of the Lucifuge clan. Roy said casually. I am Saira Org Bale, the next head of the Bale clan. Saira Org declared with a confident grin. Then, a gentle-looking boy who had remained calm throughout the earlier commotion spoke up. I am Diodora Astroth, the next head of the Astroth clan. Pleased to meet you all. He said with a friendly smile. He seemed like someone who wouldn't hurt a fly, but he was still a devil. Diodora, you have the nerve to show your face before me. Roy sneered at Diodora. Diodora's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He hadn't forgotten the incident at the engagement party. But he maintained his smile. Roy, that was just a misunderstanding. There's no need to hold a grudge, is there? The weak should know their place. Picking a fight with someone stronger is just asking for trouble. Mine interjected coldly before Roy could speak. How dare a mere servant speak out of turn? It seems the Lucifuge clan has no manners. One of Diodora's servants snarled at mine. But before he could finish his sentence. Boom. He was sent flying, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. Silence fell over the hall. No one had expected Roy to suddenly attack. Diodora's eyes widened in shock as he felt a cold sweat. He hadn't even sensed Roy's attack until his servant was struck. If Roy had targeted him, he would have been defenseless. My apologies, Roy-sama. My servant was disrespectful. I'll discipline him properly. Diodora said with a forced smile. Roy scoffed. He knew Diodora well. He was like a venomous snake, waiting for the right moment to strike. But the moment he revealed his fangs, it would be his doom. Get out of my sight. Or I'll throw you out. Roy threatened. Diodora's expression flickered with rage and humiliation, but he didn't retaliate. In the end, he left the hall with his servants, defeated. The young devils were abuzz with gossip. They couldn't believe that Diodora, the heir to the Astroth clan, was so afraid of Roy. Chapter 136, Sona Saitri Dream 4 Great Satans are here. Astroth. If I remember correctly, that's a prestigious family descended from the current Beelzebub-sama, isn't it? Saira Org commented. Doesn't matter. He's just a small fry. If he causes any trouble, I'll crush him. Roy said dismissively, as if talking about squashing an ant. I heard he's a despicable person who enjoys torturing nuns. Sona added, adjusting her glasses. She knew about Diodora's attempt to defile Asia and had investigated him afterward. She was disgusted by his actions. I see. Saira Org finally understood why Roy had reacted so harshly towards Diodora. They chatted casually. The official event hadn't started yet. This was just a gathering for the young devils. Soon, the doors opened, and servants entered the hall. Thank you for waiting. The leaders are ready to see you now. The young devils followed the servants to the main hall. The leaders of the underworld were seated on a raised platform, Sursts, Seraphol, Falbium, and Adika. All 4 new Satans were present. The hall was filled with devils, but it was surprisingly quiet. Welcome. We've gathered you young devils here today to formally acknowledge your presence and to provide an opportunity for you to interact with each other. A middle-aged devil announced. It seems some have already started fighting. Another devil, with a full beard, commented sarcastically. He was clearly referring to the earlier incident with Zephyrdor and Diodora. Siko and the other girls glared at him. You are all promising young devils with impressive lineage and strength. Therefore, I hope you can use this opportunity to spar with each other and improve yourselves before your official debut. Sursts declared. He was suggesting that they hold rating games to assess their strength. Will we be sent to fight the Chaos Brigade in the future? Saira Org suddenly asked. The underworld wasn't at peace with other factions. There were still conflicts in some regions. It was possible that these young devils would be sent to the battlefield. That's not certain yet. But I intend to avoid that as much as possible. Sursts replied. Saira Org frowned. Why? Even though we're young, We have a responsibility to protect the underworld. We've been nurtured and raised by our predecessors. If we can't do anything in return. Say Org, I admire your courage, but you are the future of the devils. I won't send you to the battlefield before you've matured. That would be jeopardizing the future of the underworld. Say Org fell silent, seemingly accepting Surst's explanation, though his expression still showed dissatisfaction. The four Satans then discussed various matters concerning the underworld. Roy was bored and almost fell asleep. Well, we apologize for making you listen to our rambling for so long, Surst said, noticing Roy's yawn. Now then, please share your goals for the future. Surst looked at Roy expectantly. He was clearly interested in Roy's ambitions. My dream is to become a Mao, Say Org declared with unwavering determination. The four Satans nodded in approval. Then, Raya stepped forward. My goal is to win every rating game tournament, she declared. So that's her goal, Roy thought, stroking his chin. Having assembled her peerage, she wanted to prove herself in rating games. Sona then spoke up. My goal is to establish a rating game school in the underworld. It seemed like a simple wish, just establishing a school. But the Devil Elders frowned. There are already places to learn about rating games, aren't there? One of them asked. You mean those schools that are only accessible to high-class devils and those with special privileges? I want to create a school where everyone, regardless of rank, can learn about rating games. A school without discrimination. Suna explained. Ha 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 ha. The elders burst into laughter. What a ridiculous goal. So you're a dreamer, are you? Such youthful idealism. But I didn't expect the next head of the Saitri clan to have such a naive dream. It's a good thing this is just a casual gathering before your official debut. The elders mocked Suna mercilessly. Why were they ridiculing such a seemingly simple goal? Because even though the underworld was undergoing reforms, the class divisions between high class, middle and low class, and reincarnated devils still existed. Many still clung to this aristocratic system. But Suna remained unfazed. I'm serious, she declared, her gaze unwavering. Seraphal nodded vigorously in support, but as a Mao, she couldn't openly express her support for her sister. Suna Saitri-san, low and middle class and reincarnated devils are meant to serve high-class devils. Their talents are nurtured through serving their masters. That is the natural order. Establishing such an institution would damage the reputation of those who value tradition and pride. Even though the underworld is undergoing reforms, there are things that can be changed and things that cannot. Trying to educate those lowly devils. The elders continued their taunts. Sona, despite her resolve, couldn't help but feel discouraged. Even her sister, who usually doted on her, remained silent. But just then. Ha 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 ha. A boisterous laughter echoed through the hall. It was Roy. He was laughing without any regard for the Satans or the elders, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. The elders glared at him, ready to reprimand him for his disrespect, when Surst spoke up. Roy, do you have something to say? Surst valued Roy as his brother-in-law. And when he saw Roy earlier, he realized he couldn't see through Roy's power anymore. As a super devil, there were very few individuals in the underworld whose strength he couldn't gauge. And Roy was one of them. This meant his brother-in-law was now on par with him in terms of power. The elders, hearing Surst's question, fell silent. From what I know, the underworld has always been a place where strength reigns supreme. This noble rules nonsense is hilarious. Roy scoffed. You're naive, young man. To disregard the long-established rules of the underworld is outrageous. The Lucifuge family is truly arrogant. The elders glared at Roy, their anger palpable. The aristocratic system represented the pride and interests of all devil nobles. Roy's words were a direct challenge to them. Suna stared at him in surprise and gratitude. She hadn't expected him to defend her. But she was also worried. Is that so? Then how do you think the underworld should change? Surst asked, silencing the elders once again. They were surprised that Surst would ask a young devil for his opinion on such a matter. But none of them objected. That was the authority of a Satan. Well, if strength is what matters, then anyone with enough power, regardless of whether they're low-class devil or reincarnated devil, should be able to rise to middle class, high class, or even ultimate class. Roy declared. His words stunned everyone. They hadn't expected such a radical idea. If things really changed as he suggested, the underworld could descend into chaos. Low-class and reincarnated devils with power would develop ambitions of their own. However, it would also greatly increase the overall strength of the underworld. But only the four Satans and a few others understood this. Implementing such reforms would be incredibly difficult. Not only the old Satan faction but also most of those present would oppose it. How about this? If my Suna wins a rating game, would you all agree? After all, Good performance in rating games can lead to many things. Seraphol suddenly suggested, surprising everyone. She couldn't resist supporting her beloved sister. Seeing Roy defend Sona, she had decided to speak up as well. And it was also a way to help Roy out of this precarious situation. Honestly, all of you are ganging up on my Sona-chan. I have my limits too. If you keep bullying her, I'll bully you right back. Seraphol declared, pouting playfully. But her words made the elders nervous. She was known for her unpredictable nature. If they angered her, who knew what she might do? Seeing that the elders were silent, Surst chuckled. Alright then, let's have a match. A rating game between the young generation. Ryaz, Sona, how about you two face each other? Everyone was stunned. Ryaz and Sona exchanged surprised glances. Surst continued, ignoring their reactions. I was planning to arrange a rating game for Ryaz soon anyway. And Seraphol has gathered rating game enthusiasts from various factions to watch an exhibition match between the young devils before their official debut. So, this is the perfect opportunity. Let's have Ryaz and Sona face each other. The devils in the hall erupted in excitement. Roy glanced at Seraphol. So this exhibition match was her doing. She wanted Sona to defeat Ryaz? Unfortunately for her, Ryaz's strength was far greater than before. Sona took a deep breath and looked at Ryaz with a challenging smile. Ryaz smiled back. She was confident in her victory. Although it's not an official match, facing you in my first rating game feels like destiny, Sona. Ryaz declared. I won't lose to you, Ryaz. Sona retorted. Sparks flew between them. A match between Ryaz and Sona. This is exciting. Seraphol cheered. The date will be August 20th in the human world. You're free to do as you please until then. We'll inform you of the details later. Surst announced. And with that, the meeting concluded, and the Satans left. A banquet followed, where the young devils could mingle and socialize. Sona, however, left first. She knew that with her current strength, she couldn't defeat Ryaz. It was currently July 28th in the human world. They had about 20 days until the match. She would use this time to train her peerage and increase their strength. Ryaz, however, insisted that Roy and the others stay. She claimed it was a good opportunity for them to interact with the other young devils. Just as Roy was starting to get bored, a girl approached him. She had golden twin tails that resembled drills and wore a pink dress. She was elegant and adorable. It was Ravel Phoenix. Long time no see. Ravel greeted him, curtsying slightly. Ravel. Roy greeted her with a smile. Don't call me so casually. Ravel grumbled, her face turning red. You can call me Roy too. Roy offered. Really? Then. I'll call you Roy-sama. Sama? There's no need to be so formal. No, it's important. Ravel insisted. Roy shrugged, not wanting to argue. By the way, how is Riser doing? He asked. Ravel sighed. It's all your fault. He's been depressed ever since his defeat. Losing to you and having Ryaz-sama taken away. It was a huge blow to him. Well, he was too arrogant and reliant on his talent. It's a good lesson for him. Chapter 137, Ravel Phoenix offer capturing Kuroko. Roy also disliked Riser, but he didn't envy him. He had already surpassed him. Mother said she'd be happy to trade me again if I wanted to be someone else's servant. So, I'm practically a free agent. Besides, Mother doesn't participate in rating games anyway. Ravel explained, glancing at Roy meaningfully. Was she hinting at something? Roy stroked his chin, then asked with a smile, so, how about becoming my bishop? What? Ravel's eyes widened in surprise. Although she had considered it, she was flustered by his directness. How can I? She stammered, her face flushed. Haha, just kidding. Roy chuckled. Ravel's heart sank slightly. I understand, Roy-sama. Would you like to have tea with me next time? She asked. Oh? If you don't mind, I can even bake a cake for you. Sure. Roy agreed with a smile. I have to greet the other guests now. Goodbye, Roy-sama. Ravel curtsied and quickly left. As expected of Roy, you've charmed another girl. Mine whispered in his ear. Are you jealous, mine? Roy teased. No way. Mine turned away with a huff. Don't deny it. Or I'll show you what I can do. Roy tickled her sides. Ha ha ha. Mine burst into laughter, rolling around playfully. Asia, seeing them having fun, joined in. Just then, Konko rushed past them. She must have sensed her sister, Kuroko. You guys stay here. I'll go check on Konko-chan. Roy said, getting up and following Konko. Ryaz also followed him. Roy, what's wrong? Roy pulled her into an elevator and closed the door. I saw Konko rush out. I'm a bit worried. He explained. Then let's go find her together. Okay. They followed Konko. Wait, Let's see who she's meeting first, Roy said, stopping Ryaz. Ryaz nodded. They discreetly followed Konko, who seemed to be searching for someone. Then, she stopped and looked towards a certain direction. Roy and Ryaz followed her gaze. Long time no see. A lazy, seductive voice purred from a tree. A girl with black hair, cat ears, and a voluptuous figure was lounging on a branch. Hello, Konko. The girl greeted her. Kuroka Nizan. Konko's voice was filled with apprehension. Just a little bit of my aura, and you came running. I'm so touched, Naya. Kuroka purred, her revealing outfit offering quite a view. Nei-san, what's going on? Konko asked, her expression serious. She knew her sister wouldn't appear here without a reason. Don't look so scary. I just have some business to attend to. I heard the devils are having a grand gathering here. I was curious, Naya. Kuroka replied with a playful wink. Konko frowned. She didn't believe her. What's your real purpose? Konko, I'm here to take you with me. I was too busy running for my life before, so I couldn't take you with me. Kuroka hesitated. Kuroka, are you going to continue ignoring those devils? A young man suddenly appeared nearby. He carried an iron staff and wore a golden headband. This was Vaiku, a member of the Kao's brigade. Those of us who know Senjutsu can easily sense the flow of energy and know what's happening. Vaiku said, looking towards Roy and Ryaz's hiding spot. Roy and Ryaz stepped out. They hadn't been hiding seriously. Vaiku and Kuroka wouldn't have been able to detect them otherwise. It's him. Vaiku's eyes widened as he recognized Roy. Yo, Vaiku, long time no see. Roy greeted him with a smile. Kuroka looked at Roy curiously. Vaiku, do you know him? Well, we've met. He's the one who defeated Volley twice. What? He's Roy? Kuroka gasped, staring at Roy in surprise. They knew how strong Volley was. They considered him the strongest among the young generation. But recently, he had been defeated twice by the same person. And each time, his injuries were more severe than before. He still hadn't fully recovered. That's how they learned about a young devil named Roy. The Kao's brigade had a rule, avoid Roy Lucifuge at all costs. They hadn't expected to encounter him here. Kuroka, we should retreat. This could be troublesome. Vaiku whispered to Kuroka. No, I have to take Konko with me today. Kuroka insisted. This was the perfect opportunity to take Konko away. Kuroka, Konko is my servant. I won't let you take her. Ryaz declared, crossing her arms. What are you saying? Konko is my little sister. I won't hand her over to a devil. Kuroka retorted. I'm a servant of the Greenery clan. I won't go with you, Nei-san. Konko said, her gaze firm. Then I'll have to take you by force. Kuroka sighed. Kuroka, are you really going to fight them? Vaiku asked, exasperated. Of course. I'm taking Konko with me. Ahem, if you want to take Konko, you'll have to go through me. Roy interjected with a smile. Kuroka and Vaiku looked at him warily. In the original story, Ryaz had been no match for Kuroka, and Vaiku had fought the Dragon King, Tenin, to a standstill. This meant they both possessed ultimate class. Konko, hearing Roy's words, was touched. But she refused his help. Kuroka Nizan, I won't go with you. She declared, her eyes filled with determination. A powerful aura erupted from her. Konko had formed a contract with a high-ranking earth elemental, a cat spirit, in the world of bladedance of elementalers. Her strength had reached the peak of high class. But even so, she couldn't defeat Kuroka. Konko, you've unlocked your potential? Kuroka looked at her sister in surprise. But if you continue down this path, you'll end up like me. She was referring to the path of killing one's master and becoming a stray devil. But Konko was unfazed. I won't be like you. My power isn't that kind of darkness. Kuroka knew that Konko's power was different from hers. She had just been trying to provoke her. Seeing that Konko wouldn't be swayed, Kuroka finally decided to fight. Nah, if you won't listen, Konko, then I'll have to take you by force. Konko didn't reply. She summoned her elemental waff, a pair of cat paw gauntlets. She then charged towards Kuroka. With the boost from her elemental waff, her punch was incredibly powerful. It struck Kuroka, sending a shockwave through the air. But before Konko could celebrate, Kuroka's body dissolved into smoke. That was a good punch. But useless, useless. Creating illusions and clones is child's play with Senjutsu. Kuroka's voice echoed through the forest, her location unknown. Konko couldn't find her. Kuroka suddenly appeared behind Konko and fired several magic blasts. Boom. 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 The blasts struck Konko, who was caught off guard. But thanks to her Earth Spirit's protection, she wasn't injured. Earth Spirits were known for their defense and strength. Konko charged again. This time, Kuroka dodged her attacks, toying with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Roy, however, saw through her plan. A thin mist had silently enveloped the area. It was spreading, slowly approaching them. Kuroka stopped playing with Konko and used her senjutsu to restrain her. "Well then, I'll be taking Konko now," she declared, looking at Roy and Ryaz with a smug grin. "Konko is my family. I won't let you take her," Ryaz retorted, about to attack. "What's this?" But she suddenly felt weak. Era, have you noticed? This mist is a special poison that only affects devils and yukai. Surprised? Nya Kuroka gloated. She was confident that even Roy couldn't do anything against this poison. "This little trick is useless against me." Roy chuckled, placing his hand on Ryaz's shoulder. In an instant, the poison was purged from her body. Such a weak poison had no effect on him. "What?" Kuroka and Baiku gasped in shock. This poison had always been effective, yet it had no effect on Roy. "Kuroka, you said you wanted to make amends with Konko. Then stay here," Roy declared. Kuroka and Baiku immediately leaped into the air. An ice mountain erupted from the spot where they had been standing. If they had been a moment slower, they would have been frozen solid. "It seems I can't take Konko with me. What a shame. Baiku, let's retreat," Kuroka said to Baiku. "Finally. I told you we shouldn't fight them," Baiku exclaimed, relieved. But just as he was about to teleport away. "Secret Heart, Millennium Ice Prison," Roy chanted. Ice pillars formed from the moisture in the air, encasing Kuroka and Baiku. "Damn it." Baiku slammed his staff against the ice, but it wouldn't budge. Kuroka also tried to use her senjutsu, but it was equally ineffective. "I told you we shouldn't fight them," Baiku grumbled. Even Volley had been defeated. He didn't want to face Roy. "Complaining won't help now," Kuroka retorted with a glare. "Don't bother struggling. You can't escape from the Millennium Ice Prison," Roy said with a smirk, then turned to Konko. "Konko, do you want to keep Kuroka here and ask her about what happened all those years ago?" "Yes." Konko nodded. She also wanted to know the truth. "Then this monkey is useless." Roy stroked his chin, then released Baiku from the ice prison. "Go back and tell Volley that I've taken Kuroka. If he wants her back, he can send the Fizz herself," Roy instructed. "All right, I'll tell him." Baiku agreed, then teleported away without another word. Roy approached Kuroka and patted her shoulder. "Come with me. Don't try to escape. I've placed a spell on you. No matter where you run, I'll find you." He then walked towards Konko. Kuroka, hearing his words, abandoned any thoughts of escape. She didn't doubt him. Era, Konko, it seems we'll be together from now on, Nya," Kuroka said with a sigh, approaching her sister. "Kuroka Nizan, I want to know what happened back then," Konko said, her gaze serious. "You already know, don't you?" "I killed my master because I gained too much power," Kuroka replied. "No. That's not true." Konko shook her head, refusing to believe her. Chapter 138, Odin is here. Valkyrie Rossice Ryaz vs. Sna. "You don't have to hide it, Kuroka. Although the higher-ups tried to erase and conceal this incident, I've managed to uncover the truth," Roy declared. Konko and Kuroka looked at him in surprise. "Roy-senpai, what's going on?" Konko asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Roy smiled and patted her head, then began to explain. It all started with a research facility run by a branch family of the House of Naberius, the 72 Pillar, where they were conducting secret experiments on creating super devils. A human researcher there had chosen a powerful Nekozu, a type of Yukai cat, for his experiment. He had a child with her, resulting in the birth of Kuroka and Konko. Their father saw them as nothing more than test subjects, completely absorbed in his research. One day, an experiment went wrong, and both parents died. The orphan sisters relied on each other for survival and were eventually adopted by a high-class devil. Recognizing their potential, he used 2 bishop evil pieces to reincarnate them as his servants. After becoming devils, their talent in magic and senjutsu blossomed. Their master continued his experiments, using extreme methods to try and awaken their potential. He even targeted Konko. To protect her sister, Kuroka killed their master and fled, becoming a stray devil. She fought off all pursuers and was labeled an SS-class threat. After her escape, the Naberius family's secret experiments were discovered by the devil higher-ups, and the incident was covered up. Ryaz, hearing this story, hugged Konko tightly, her heart filled with sympathy. She also looked at Kuroka with newfound understanding. This was a sister who had sacrificed everything to protect her younger sibling. "Nasan." Konko broke free from Ryaz's embrace and looked at Kuroka with tears in her eyes. "I ran away because I wasn't strong enough to protect you back then. But I'm strong now, and I have reliable comrades," Kuroka said, her gaze fixed on Konko. "So, come with me, Konko. I'll protect you. Although she had her reasons, Kuroka still felt guilty for abandoning Konko. You can barely protect yourself. How can you protect Konko? Roy scoffed, shaking his head. I believe my comrades will come to save me. Kuroka replied confidently. Oh? You mean Volley? He was just a stepping stone. Roy said with a smirk. Even if Volley can't, we still have our leader, Aphis. You mean Aphis, the Ouroboros dragon? Ryaz asked in surprise. Yes. Kuroka nodded proudly. Then let her come. Roy said nonchalantly. He had been hoping Aphis would show up. That's why he had released Baiku and told him to deliver a message to Volley, hoping to lure Aphis out. Even if Aphis didn't come personally, with Kuroka there, finding her wouldn't be a problem. Let's head back now. Roy said to Ryaz. Is it okay to just leave her like this? Ryaz asked, gesturing towards Kuroka. It's fine. She can't escape. Roy replied dismissively. His nonchalant attitude made Kuroka even more wary of acting rashly. They returned to the hall. Roy-sama, the Mouse are waiting for you in the conference room. A servant informed them as soon as they entered. Another meeting? I should have left earlier. Roy grumbled. Roy, this is an invitation from the Mouse. You have to be more serious. Ryaz chided playfully. Fine, fine. Roy sighed. They went to the conference room. The leaders of the three factions were already present. Roy, you're finally here. Azazel greeted him with a friendly slap on the back. He was still grateful for Roy's help during the three factions peace conference. Who's this? Azazel noticed Kuroka and looked at her curiously. Oh, this is a prisoner I captured. Roy explained casually. That's Kuroka, an SS-class stray devil wanted by the underworld, isn't it? Michael interjected. Yes. Roy confirmed. So you were attacked by members of the Chaos Brigade? Xerxes asked. An attack by the Chaos Brigade during a gathering hosted by the Mouse was a serious provocation. You could say that. Roy replied with a shrug. She doesn't seem like a prisoner. She's quite relaxed. Azazel commented, observing Kuroka, who wasn't restrained in any way. Don't worry, she won't try anything funny with me around. Roy assured him. Just then, the door opened. A fallen angel cadre, Baraki Eel, entered with an old man and a young girl. The old man had a single eye and a long white beard that reached the floor. He wore simple robes and carried a staff. The girl had white hair, wore a suit, and had two noticeable Oj. The old man was actually Odin, the chief god of Norse mythology. And the girl was Rosis, a Valkyrie. Well, look who it is. The old geezer from the north. Azazel greeted Odin with a sneer. Long time no see, you fallen angel brat. It's interesting to see you all getting along so well. What are you scheming? Odin retorted. We're not like you old fogies, stuck in our outdated traditions and rivalries. We value self-improvement and progress. Azazel declared. Such a loser mentality. You're just a bunch of kids without a god. Can't you say anything original, old man? This looks like a children's playground. It's quite amusing. Xerxes sighed, watching their bickering. It's been a while, Odin-sama. He greeted the Norse god. Xerxes, I've come to observe the raiding game, as you requested. But you have my sympathy. The heir to the original Lucifer's bloodline is the White Dragon Emperor, and he's a terrorist. The future of the devils doesn't look very bright. Odin said with a sly smile. Xerxes didn't mind his taunts. As the chief god of the Norse pantheon, Odin was incredibly powerful. Odin then turned his attention to Seraphol. Seraphol, what's with that outfit? He asked, looking at her Madoka Magica costume. Odin-sama, don't you know? I'm a magical girl. Seraphol declared, striking a pose with a peace sign. So that's the latest fashion among young people. It looks quite good. Very good. Odin commented, nodding in approval. By the way, Odin-sama, who's this? Seraphol asked, curious about the girl behind him. Odin sighed. She's my current subordinate. She's quite beautiful, but her personality is too rigid. That's why she can't even find a boyfriend. His words made Rosis, the proud Valkyrie, burst into tears. Wha? Honestly, you're so serious all the time. That's why you can't attract any men. Odin scolded. I'm a Valkyrie whose love life is as empty as my age. I want a boyfriend too. Wha? Rosis sobbed. Roy watched with amusement. So this Valkyrie with the two Oj was his next rook, huh? Xerxes, Seraphol, I heard the participants in this match are your relatives. Honestly, you two, forcing your beloved little sisters, who are also best friends, to fight each other. How cruel. As expected of devils. Odin remarked. If they can't even overcome such a trivial obstacle, there's no hope for the future of devils. Odin found a seat, then noticed Roy. "Who's this young man?" he asked curiously. Since only the leaders of the factions were seated at the table, Odin was naturally intrigued by Roy's presence. "This is my brother-in-law, Roy Lucifuge, the next head of the Lucifuge clan." Xerxes introduced him. "Greetings, King Odin of the North," Roy said, standing up and offering a polite greeting. He was representing the devils, so some courtesy was necessary. But there was no need to be overly respectful. After all, Odin was a notorious lecher. "I see. A young hero of the underworld," Odin commented, stroking his beard. Roy didn't mind his casual attitude and sat back down, petting Konko, who was on his lap. "Now then, I didn't come here to chat. Let's get down to business," Odin declared. Xerxes stood up and addressed everyone. "Although the devils, angels, and fallen angels have formed an alliance, there are still those who seek war. Therefore, we will establish a peace treaty with King Odin of the Norse mythology. Odin-sama, if you have no objections, please sign the treaty with your fire emblem." Xerxes gestured towards the treaty. "Very well." Odin nodded and prepared to sign. But just then, "I object." A voice echoed through the hall. A magic circle appeared, and a young man with white hair and a rebellious expression emerged. "I am Loki, a god of the north." "What a rare guest." Azazel chuckled. Except for the unaware devils below, Xerxes and the others weren't surprised. They had anticipated Loki's interference. "I can't tolerate our chief god signing a treaty with other pantheons," Loki declared arrogantly. "Loki, return to Valhalla now, and I'll forgive your insolence," Odin commanded. "Forgive me? Don't be ridiculous. If we make peace with other pantheons, how can we achieve Ragnarok, the destined twilight of the gods? Come forth, my beloved pet." Loki summoned a giant wolf through a magic circle. It was Fenrir, the monstrous wolf of Norse mythology. Fenrir immediately targeted Esdeath and the other girls. "He sees us as prey?" Esdeath's eyes gleamed with a predatory light. She drew her rapier, which was formed from the water elemental lord, and slashed at Fenrir. Fenrir roared and lunged at her. But in a flash, Esdeath appeared behind Fenrir. Fenrir yelped and collapsed, a massive wound appearing on its neck. The wound was instantly frozen, preventing any blood from spilling. Fenrir was no match for Esdeath. The devils in the hall were shocked. They couldn't believe such a powerful wolf had been defeated so easily. Loki, seeing his familiar killed, was enraged. He raised his hand, summoning a magic circle and gathering his power. "Secret heart, 9 ice dragons." Esdeath countered, extending her hand. 9 ice dragons materialized and converged on Loki. Crack. 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 Loki was encased in ice. After a year of training, Esdeath had mastered this technique. "Amazing!" Ryaz exclaimed, envious of her power. Even Seira Org was shocked by Esdeath's strength. He hadn't expected Roy's queen to be so powerful. But he wasn't discouraged. Instead, his blood boiled with excitement for their upcoming raiding game. "Odin, I'll leave Loki to you," Roy said casually, taking a sip of his tea. "Oh? Is this?" "Yes, she's my queen," Roy confirmed. Odin finally understood why Roy was sitting at the same table as them. After that minor interruption, Odin signed the treaty. "Now then, I'm also here to watch the raiding game. When will it be held?" Odin asked, not leaving immediately. "It's scheduled for 20 days from now." Xerxes explained the details of the upcoming match. Chapter 139, The Raiding Game Between Ryaz and Suna. The day of the decisive battle arrived. In the basement of the Greenery main house, a massive magic circle was prepared for transportation to the game arena. The raiding game between Ryaz and Suna was about to begin, and Ryaz and her peerage gathered at the magic circle. "Ryaz, you have to win. Fight a battle worthy of the next head of the Greenery clan. And the same goes for all of you. Ryaz Nizan, good luck. Go, Ryaz." Ryaz's parents and Milikas cheered for her. Roy, watching the scene, couldn't help but smile. This was a battle with a predictable outcome. Ryaz's team had an overwhelming advantage over Suna's. Not only was Ryaz an ultimate class herself, but Akano and the others were almost all high class. It was hard to imagine how they could lose. After wishing Ryaz good luck, Roy teleported to Suna's side. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere at the Greenery household, Suna's side was filled with tension. Suna's peerage was still incomplete, while Ryaz's was full. And she didn't know anything about Ryaz's new servants. The odds were stacked against them. "Roy, you're here," Suna said with a weak smile, seeing him appear. "Suna, don't feel pressured. Just focus on showing your strength," Roy reassured her, though he wasn't sure what else to say. Knowing Ryaz's power, he couldn't lie and say Suna would win. "Okay." Suna seemed to relax a bit. She knew she wasn't as strong as Ryaz. Don't worry, even if you lose this time, you can always win next time. I promised to take you for special training, remember? Yes, you did. Sona nodded, a genuine smile finally appearing on her face. Roy, how can you have so little faith in Sona-chan? I shouldn't have shared her with you. Sarafal grumbled, glaring at him. Well, Sona's current strength isn't quite on par with Ryaz's yet. Roy explained with a shrug. I don't care. Sona-chan will win. Sarafal insisted, stamping her foot. Okay, Sona will win. Roy conceded, raising his hands in surrender. That's more like it. Sarafal nodded in satisfaction. Roy then took Siko and the others to the spectator seats with Sarafal. Sursts, the other Mouse, Michael, Azazel, and Odin were already seated in the VIP area. There were a few empty seats left. Roy and Sarafal joined them. The match between Ryaz and Sona was highly anticipated. It was a battle between the younger sisters of two Mouse, both rising stars of the new generation. The atmosphere was tense as the magic circle activated. The game was about to begin. Ryaz and Sona were teleported to the subspace. The battlefield was a replica of a shopping street in the Ma'au territory. Ryaz and her peerage had visited the street a few days ago and were familiar with the area. I didn't expect the battlefield to be this shopping street. Akano commented, walking beside Ryaz. This is even more advantageous for us. Sona has been busy with training and probably hasn't explored this area yet. Ryaz said with a confident smile. They had the advantage in every aspect. It was hard to imagine how they could lose. Greyfire's voice echoed through the subspace. Greetings, everyone. I am Greyfire Lucifuge, the referee for this rating game between the Greenery and Citrate clans. The audience erupted in cheers upon hearing her voice. It seems Sis is quite popular in the underworld. Roy thought, stroking his chin. I will oversee this battle between the two families. Please, everyone, do your best. Now, let's get straight to the point. The battlefield is a replica of a street in the Ma'au territory. This battlefield was more complex than Kua Academy. The surrounding buildings offered natural hiding spots. Both sides had to be wary of ambushes. The locations you have been transported to are your bases. Ryaz's team's base is the department store on the east side. Sona's team's base is the large bookstore on the west side. Pawns must reach the opponent's base to be promoted. The two bases were located at opposite ends of the map. Ryaz's team was in the east, and Sona's team was in the west. Near their bases were various shops, pet stores, arcades, restaurants, bookstores, drugstores, and more. A wide street connected the two bases. They had to be careful of surprise attacks. You have 30 minutes to discuss your strategies. During this time, contact with the opposing team is prohibited. The game will officially begin in 30 minutes. Now, begin your strategy meeting. With Greyfire's explanation concluded, both teams began discussing their plans. Roy and the others in the spectator seats could clearly see their movements on the large screen. Ryaz's team, Buku, what should we do? Konko asked. Shouldn't we come up with a strategy? Kim suggested. I don't think we need one. Zenovia said. Yeah, just like in Roy's match against Riser, we can just charge in. Irina agreed. The two of them were Roy's loyal fans and had studied his previous battles. Exactly. We don't need any strategy. We have overwhelming strength. Vilsaria declared confidently. As she said, their power far surpassed Sona's team. There was no need for complex tactics. Alright, then let's follow Roy's example and crush them. Ryaz decided. Haha, that's quite a straightforward strategy. Sursts chuckled, hearing their plan. Roy sighed inwardly. He hadn't expected to influence Ryaz's battle tactics. Sona's team, on the other hand, had a more complex strategy. They knew Ryaz's team was stronger, so they couldn't fight them head-on. They had to rely on ambushes and eliminate their opponents one by one. Their first target was Milla, who seemed to be the weakest. Konko, as a rook, wasn't a suitable target for an ambush. The 30 minutes passed quickly. Greyfire's voice echoed once again. It's time to begin. This will be a short match, with a time limit of 3 hours. Now, let the game begin. As soon as Greyfire finished speaking, both teams sprang into action. Ryaz's team sent out 3 members to attack Sona's base from 3 different directions. Vilsaria took the middle path, Akano the left, and Milla the right. They didn't try to hide their movements. Kayaku, I've found the target. Sona's bishop, Ryaku Saka, reported. Rhea had the sacred gear scouting persona, which allowed her to gather information and detect enemies. How many are there? Sona asked through their communication devices. Just one. What? Just one? Sona was surprised. She trusted Rhea's information. But why would they send only one person? What was their strategy? Keiku, I've detected enemies in 2 other directions as well. Ria reported. Who are they? It's their queen, Akeno Himejima, and their rook, Vilsaria Eva Faurengart. Sona and her peerage had met Ryaz's servants during their visit to the Lucifuge territory. But they didn't know the extent of Vilsaria and the others' strength. Damn it, is Ryaz only sending 3 people? Sona was furious. She felt underestimated. But it also meant that Ryaz was confident in her victory. They had to focus their forces and eliminate one opponent first. Sona decided to target Milla, who seemed like the weakest. She knew Akeno's strength, and Vilsaria also seemed quite powerful. They weren't suitable targets for an ambush. With their strategy decided, Sona sent all her servants towards Milla's location. Milla skipped happily along the street. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from a nearby building. "Ah!" the girl shouted, swinging her sword towards Milla. Milla dodged the attack with a jump. Boom! The sword struck the ground, creating a large crater. Am I the target? Milla tilted her head, her mismatched eyes blinking in confusion. Within moments, she was surrounded. I apologize, Milla-san, but Keiku has ordered us to eliminate you. Tsubaki Shinra said, adjusting her glasses. Is that so? But defeating me won't be that easy. Milla replied with a confident smile. She then chanted an incantation. O loyal knights of the noble Saint King. Your swords are the power to vanquish evil and protect the innocent. I hereby command you. Gather on my battlefield and fight for me. Sacred King's Legion, a pure white light enveloped the area, and countless magic circles appeared. From within the magic circles, figures began to emerge. Countless swords, spears, and shields materialized. It was an army of knights, summoned by Milla. This was the Sacred King's Legion, a strategic class spirit sealed within Milla's demonic eye. She couldn't summon it alone before, but after becoming a devil, she could easily control it. Tsubaki and the others were stunned as they saw the army of knights surrounding them. They hadn't expected Milla, who seemed so harmless, to possess such power. And these knights weren't weak either. Even if each knight was only a low class, their sheer numbers were a threat. And some of them even had the aura of middle class. And this might not even be Milla's full power. How are we supposed to fight this? In the spectator seats, the devils were in an uproar as they witnessed Milla's summoning. She can summon an army of knights? It's similar to the evil dragons, but I've never seen a sacred gear like that before. Azazel commented, looking at Roy with interest. It's something like that. Roy replied vaguely. Milla's Sacred King's Legion was a strategic class spirit comparable to an entire army. After forming a pact with it, Milla's strength had reached the peak of high class. However, to further increase her power, she would have to train and improve herself. Back in the arena, the others engaged the night spirits. They were immediately overwhelmed. They weren't fighting a single opponent, but an entire army. The knights with shields charged at the forefront, followed by those with swords and spears, and finally, those with bows and arrows. Under Milla's command, the knights attacked relentlessly. They struggled to defend themselves. Soon, one of them was eliminated. Just then, a massive wave of water surged towards them. Tsubaki, retreat! Sona shouted, rushing to their aid with her water magic. The knights with shields formed a wall, effortlessly blocking the wave. But Sona had already used the distraction to escape with Tsubaki and the others. I'm sorry, Keiku, Tsubaki began to apologize. It's not your fault. I was the one who decided to ambush Milla. I didn't expect her to be so strong. Sona interrupted, her brow furrowed. If a single Milla was this troublesome, how were they supposed to deal with Akeno and Vilsaria? Keiku, what do we do now? Tsubasa Yura asked. Sona's frown deepened. Just then, a voice boomed from above. There you are. I've been looking for you. A giant mecha appeared in the sky. It was Vilsaria, piloting the dreadnought. What? Sona and the others gasped in shock. They had been found. Chapter 140, Sona Surrender and Loki's Return. The audience erupted in cheers as they witnessed Vilsaria's overwhelming power. That's a new sacred gear. It looks amazing. Azazel exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the dreadnought. Oh no, Sona-chan is in danger. Seraphol cried, worried for her sister. Ryaz has grown so much. Thanks to Roy. Serge said with a proud smile, looking at Roy. Haha, it's not just because of me. Ryaz and the others have also worked hard. Roy replied modestly. Back in the arena, Vilsaria glared down at Sona and her peerage. She unleashed her powerful aura. The dreadnought's armor unfolded, revealing countless cannons. Disappear. Be crushed beneath my dreadnought, she declared, her voice filled with cold authority. Dozens of cannons fired simultaneously. Boom. 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 The ground shook as a barrage of projectiles rained down on them. Defend. Sona commanded, her peerage struggling to maintain their defensive magic circles against the relentless assault. When the barrage finally stopped, they were panting heavily, their magic power depleted. As the smoke cleared, Sona's heart sank. Ryaz and her peerage had surrounded them. Sona, it seems this is the end. Ryaz declared with a confident smile. Yes, it is. Sona admitted with a sigh. We surrender. Kayaku. Sona-sama? Tsubaki and the others looked at Sona in disbelief. They hadn't expected her to surrender so easily. It's no use. We have no chance of winning. Sona explained, shaking her head. The difference in strength was simply too great. Surrender confirmed. The winner of this raiding game is Ryaz Greemery. Greyfire announced. The audience erupted in cheers. Amazing. As expected of the Greemery princess. 2 sacred gear users. She's so lucky. Her strength is beyond that of the younger generation. Even some of the older devils can't match her. Impressive. She'll definitely become a powerful devil in the future. Even Odin praised Ryaz. Ryaz, I won't lose to you next time. Sona declared, appearing beside Ryaz in the arena. I look forward to our next match. Ryaz replied with a smile. Sona-chan, are you alright? We can win next time. Come here and give your big sister a hug. Seraphal exclaimed, embracing Sona. Sona blushed, embarrassed by her sister's public display of affection. She pushed Seraphal away and approached Roy. Please make me stronger. She pleaded. What, Sona-chan, are you abandoning your sister? I can train you too. Seraphal wailed dramatically. But no one paid her any attention. Don't worry, I'll make you stronger. Roy promised. Sona smiled, relieved. After the match, Roy and Ryaz returned to the Greemery mansion. They held a small celebration to commemorate Ryaz's victory. Late that night, as Roy was about to rest in his room, he found a girl already inside. He wasn't surprised. Ryaz and the others often did this. Kuroka? What are you doing here? Roy asked, dumbfounded. Naya, I've decided that it's safer to be with Roy than with Vali. Kuroka purred, making a cat paw gesture. Finally come to your senses? Don't worry, no one will harm you here. Not even if us. Roy reassured her with a smile. Kuroka smiled back, satisfied. Now, you can go back. Roy said, seeing that she wasn't leaving. No, I came here to bear your child. What? Roy thought he had misheard. I said, I want to have a child with you, Kuroka repeated. Roy was stunned. Was she really offering herself to him so easily? Although he liked Kuroka, this seemed a bit too sudden. Why? He asked. Because you're a good man. Kuroka replied. She had made this decision after witnessing Roy's actions at the devil meeting in the raiding game. She could see his strength and influence. He was treated as an equal by the mouse. And judging by the strength of his servants, he clearly cared for them and helped them grow stronger. Seeing him promise to help Sona become stronger had confirmed her decision. Roy felt a bit happy, being called a good man. He wasn't going to refuse her offer. After all, he had already set his sights on Kuroka. The next day. Roy, wake up. Knock, knock, knock. Konko's voice and frantic knocking woke Roy up. Oh dear, it's Konko. What do we do? Kuroka said, though she didn't seem to be in a hurry to get up. Konko, seemingly hearing Kuroka's voice, punched the door open. Kuroka-Nizan, you're here. Kuroka had been with Konko last night, but when Konko woke up this morning, she was gone. So, she had come to find Roy. Kuroka-Nizan, how could you do this? Konko exclaimed, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. You found me, Konko. Kuroka said with a sly grin, clinging to Roy. Roy, you pervert. Konko shouted, then ran away. Roy shrugged helplessly. Roy and the girls didn't rush back to Kua Academy. They spent a few days enjoying themselves in the Mao territory. Then, Surst sent for them again. Roy was confused. Loki had been captured by Azdeath and imprisoned by Odin. He shouldn't be causing trouble again. He went to the meeting room with Ryaz and Suna. Roy, you're here. Surst greeted him. What's the urgent matter? Roy asked, taking a seat after Siko pulled out a chair for him. Loki and Fenrir were rescued with spatial magic. Knowing Loki, he'll definitely attack again. Azazel explained. Loki was determined to prevent the alliance between Odin and the 3 biblical factions, so he would undoubtedly try to disrupt the peace again. Roy shrugged. He had expected as much. Then why did you call me here? Just eliminate Loki. He said. He didn't understand why they had let Ryaz and Suna fight Loki in the original story. Loki was strong. Sending those young girls against him was ridiculous. They had so many powerful devils here, including Surst, a super devil. And Odin, as the chief god of the Norse pantheon, was likely also a transcendent. Couldn't they defeat a single Loki together? The problem isn't Loki himself, but the giant wolf, Xerxes explained. Its power surpasses even Loki's. It's a true monster. And Fenrir is known as the god-slaying wolf. Even gods can be killed by its spite. So you want me to deal with them? Roy asked. Yes. Judging by your queen's performance that day, she should be able to handle Fenrir. Xerxes replied. All right. Roy couldn't refuse his brother-in-law's request. Besides, it was a trivial matter for him. Thank you, Roy. As the chief god of the Norse pantheon, this should be my responsibility. Odin said gratefully. Don't mention it. No one can disrupt our alliance in the underworld. Roy declared. Everyone smiled, pleased by his words. Peace was their priority. They soon prepared for teleportation. Roy, Ryaz, Sona, and their peerages would be going. Just as they were about to activate the magic circle. I am Rosyce, a subordinate of Lord Odin. I'll be accompanying you. A Valkyrie in full armor declared, joining them. She looked valiant and imposing, a true Valkyrie. No one objected to her participation. Roy activated the teleportation magic, and they vanished. They materialized in a barren, rocky area. Loki was already waiting for them. It seemed he had anticipated their arrival. He wasn't foolish enough to attack the Devil's HQ again. And he only needed to kill a few Devil Nobles to disrupt the peace treaty. After all, if a Devil Noble was killed by a Norse god, even if the Mouse agreed to the peace treaty, the other devils would likely object. You've finally arrived. Loki sneered, hovering in the air. Loki-sama, disrupting the peace is unforgivable. It's not too late to back down. Rosyce warned. Valkyrie, a mere servant of Odin. Although I've heard you're skilled, you're no match for a god. Loki scoffed. He then noticed Asdith. And you, I won't underestimate you this time. You'll all become Fenrir's snacks. He threatened, his eyes cold. He believed his previous defeat at Asdith's hands was due to his carelessness. If you can, then try it. Asdith retorted, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Loki's gaze turned even colder. He waved his hand. A magic circle appeared. And a massive wolf materialized. What? Fenrir has been resurrected? Sona and the others gasped in shock. But Loki wasn't done yet. Two more figures emerged from the magic circle. They were also giant wolves, similar in appearance to Fenrir. Those are Fenrir's sons, Hati and Skoll. Rosyce exclaimed. Loki smirked and pointed towards the sky. A bolt of lightning struck, and two more figures appeared. That's Midgardsormr, one of the 5 dragon kings, and Jormungandr, the world serpent. Ryaz recognized the two monstrous creatures. No wonder Loki was brave enough to challenge the 3 biblical factions on his own. His children, each were a formidable force. It was no wonder Odin couldn't control Loki. But against Roy and his group, Loki was doomed. They were more than enough to handle Loki, even without Roy's help. You'll regret making an enemy of the gods. Loki roared, pointing at them. Fenrir, Hati, Skoll, Midgardsormr, and Jormungandr charged towards them. Let's go. Ryaz declared fearlessly. She led Dakano, Konko, and the others to confront Fenrir and his sons. You go too. Roy said to Asdith, Siko, and Kiram, waving them forward. He then took out some snacks and sat on a throne made of ice, inviting Mine, Asia, and the others to join him and watch the battle. Even Estate and Ren emerged from their spirit seals. Asdith and the others nodded and joined the fray. Asdith faced Loki, Siko faced Midgardsormr, and Kiram faced Jormungandr. It seems my collection will have another little snake soon. Kiram giggled, looking at Jormungandr. Chapter 141, Roy takes action, annihilates Loki offer to become a Mao. Roy had indeed given her a Jormungandr in the world of bladed ants of elementalers. Kiram summoned the world serpent with her Tegu. There were now 2 Jormungandrs on the battlefield. Loki was stunned. That was his child. How could there be another one? You dare get distracted while fighting me? Asdith's eyes narrowed as she noticed Loki's distraction. Secret Heart, 9 ice dragons. Loki was encased in ice. However, another Loki appeared. As expected of the trickster god, he had used a clone to escape the attack. The battle between Asdith and Loki continued. Roy, aren't you going to help? Sona asked. She wasn't participating in the fight. Such a battle was beyond her level. It wasn't as simple as depicted in the anime. It's fine. Ryaz and the others can handle it. Come and rest. Roy said, enjoying the fruits Asia had peeled for him. And Rosyce, you too. Rosyce, seeing his relaxed demeanor, was a bit surprised. But seeing that Ryaz and the others had the upper hand, she didn't say anything and joined them. The battle raged for a while. Siko was the first to defeat her opponent. She wielded the Dragon's Lair, Ascalon, which gave her a natural advantage against Mangekyō. Moreover, she was empowered by Dragon Spirit, Bahamut. Within a few rounds, Mangekyō was slain. Aizen defeated Fenrir with her power of destruction. Akano and Konko also defeated Fenrir's sons, Hati and Skoll. Seeing that the others had finished their battles, Kurom stopped playing around. Her Jormungandr quickly overwhelmed Loki's world serpent. The battlefield was devastated, the entire hill leveled. "Let me enjoy this a bit more, Loki of the North," Asdith declared, ready to unleash her full power now that Loki's minions were gone. "Humphrey. You're just a bunch of devils. You're no match for a god." Loki sneered, still arrogant despite his disadvantage. He unleashed his power, creating a storm that shook the heavens. "Loki-sama, please stop. This will affect not only the underworld but also the surrounding worlds." Ice cried out in alarm. "I'm just bringing Ragnarok forward. That's what I intend to do." Loki retorted nonchalantly. "What is he planning to do?" Sona asked, her brow furrowed. The terrifying storm reached them but dissipated before it could harm them. Roy had used his magic to protect their area. He's trying to use his divine power to tear apart space-time. Ice explained grimly. "What?" The girls were shocked by Loki's recklessness. If he succeeded, the entire underworld could be consumed by the resulting chaos. "So he's desperate, is he?" Asdith said, turning back to Loki. "Then it's time to end this hunt." She snapped her fingers. Mahapadma. But her usually reliable technique didn't activate. Time didn't freeze. "What's going on?" Asdith wondered in surprise. "It must be because he's manipulating space-time," Roy explained from below. That was the only explanation. Loki's attempt to tear apart space-time had inadvertently disrupted Asdith's Mahapadma. "What do we do now?" Ryaz asked, her brow furrowed. Asdith could defeat Loki without Mahapadma, but killing him would be difficult. If Loki decided to flee, they wouldn't be able to stop him. And with Loki already disrupting space-time with his divine power, if they didn't stop him soon, the underworld would face a catastrophe. Roy stood up and stretched casually. "It seems it's my turn." The girls relaxed, their trust in Roy unwavering. "Ren." Roy called out with a smile. "Yes, Roy. I'm ready to become your sword." Ren replied, her voice filled with determination. She transformed into a sword and flew into Roy's hand. "Roy, why aren't you using me?" Estate grumbled, appearing beside him with a pout. "Well, he's too weak for me to bother," Roy explained, trying to appease the jealous sword spirit. "I don't care. You didn't use me last time either. I'm angry. How about I treat you to a feast later?" Roy offered, patting her head. That feels nice." Estate, enjoying the head pat, finally nodded in agreement. Roy breathed a sigh of relief, then turned towards Loki. "Loki, you think you can destroy the underworld? You're digging your own grave," he declared, unleashing his powerful aura. Loki struggled to breathe under the immense pressure. "How? His aura is even stronger than Odin's." He couldn't believe that Roy, who seemed so young, to possess such power. "Die." Roy swung the sword trying to escape. Just as he struck, Loki's true form had already fled, leaving behind a clone. Dark lightning flash. Roy casually swung his sword again. A bolt of black lightning shot out, striking the fleeing Loki. With a scream, Loki was incinerated, his soul extinguished by the powerful dark lightning. He's become even stronger. "Vali, what do we do?" Kuroka is still in his hands. In a separate dimension, Vali, Vaiku, and Arthur watched in shock as Roy effortlessly defeated Loki. Vaiku was the one who had spoken. After being released by Roy, he had delivered the message to Vali. But Vali hadn't shown any interest in rescuing Kuroka. He had come here with a different goal, to capture Fenrir. Vali wanted to make Fenrir his servant and participate in the World Raiding Game tournament. "Now that Fenrir is dead, shouldn't we retreat?" Arthur, a handsome young man with blonde hair, suggested, adjusting his glasses. They were hiding in this separate dimension thanks to Caliburn. Vali nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to speak. "Vali, you're here, but you don't even bother showing your face. Have you given up on rescuing Kuroka?" Roy's voice echoed through the dimension. "He found us?" "How?" "We're in a separate dimension." Vaiku and Arthur exclaimed in disbelief. "It's not impossible. That man's power is unfathomable. Let's go out." "There's no point in hiding," Vali said calmly, though he was also surprised. Arthur activated his Caliburn and they appeared on the battlefield. "It's the White Dragon Emperor. What's he doing here?" "Vali was hiding here. If it weren't for Roy, we wouldn't have noticed." The girls, who had been wondering about Roy's words, were surprised to see Vali appear. Kuroka, seeing Vali, was initially disappointed. He had only appeared after Roy called him out, clearly not intending to rescue her. But then, she smiled. She had made the right choice. Vali and his group were unreliable. Vali, are you here to rescue Kuroka? Roy asked with a mocking smile. Vali's expression darkened. He couldn't believe Roy hadn't realized they had no intention of rescuing Kuroka. No, we came to stop Loki. Now that he's dead, our mission is complete. Arthur replied, adjusting his glasses. Really? Roy shrugged. Perhaps that was one of their goals, but it wasn't their only one. We were actually after Fenrir, but it seems that's no longer an option. Vaiku admitted, scratching his head as he watched Kirom collect the corpses of Fenrir and Midgardsormr with her Tegu. She would turn them into her puppets. Her strength would increase significantly. Her fighting style would involve summoning a horde of powerful puppets to overwhelm her opponents. How boring. Roy said, glancing at the silent Vali, then waving them away dismissively. Roy, I will defeat you one day. Vali declared. Yeah, I've heard that before. Good luck. Roy replied, rolling his eyes. Those I've defeated will never surpass me. Vali felt a pang of frustration and helplessness. He had felt this way ever since witnessing Roy effortlessly defeat Loki. Roy's power was far greater than it had been during their previous encounter. If they fought now, even with his juggernaut drive, Vali would likely lose. He turned away silently. Arthur activated his Caliburn and teleported them away. Don't worry, Kuroka. I'll always protect you. Roy reassured Kuroka, who seemed a bit lost. I knew I made the right choice, Naya Kuroka purred, nuzzling him affectionately. Roy, you're a pervert. Konko huffed. She was still upset about Roy and her sister sleeping together. Just then, several magic circles appeared nearby. The Mouse, Azazel, Michael, and Odin emerged. I didn't expect the Chaos Brigade to be behind this. Only the Caliburn could have teleported Loki to the underworld undetected. I doubt Loki expected to be used by the Chaos Brigade. Roy rolled his eyes, seeing them discussing the incident. It was already resolved. Why were they here? Xerxes noticed his expression and patted his shoulder. Well done, Roy. He praised. It was nothing. Roy replied with a shrug. Actually, we have a proposition for you. Xerxes said with a smile. Everyone looked at him expectantly. After some discussion, we've decided to nominate you as the fifth Ma'o of the underworld. Xerxes announced. Ryaz and the others gasped in surprise. A Ma'o was the highest-ranking devil, a ruler of the underworld. They were figures of immense power and authority, revered by all devils. Ryaz and Sun admired and respected the Ma'os. They were thrilled to hear that Xerxes was nominating Roy for this position. They looked at Roy expectantly, eager to hear his response. You want me to become a Ma'o? Roy asked, surprised. Why? You exposed Kater Leviathan's plot during the Three Factions Peace Conference, and you've repeatedly thwarted the Chaos Brigade's plans. And now, you've protected the underworld from Loki's threat. Xerxes explained. Your achievements and your strength make you more than qualified for the position. Seraphol, Falbium, and Ichika nodded in agreement. Roy-kun loves peace. He'll make an excellent Ma'o. Seraphol declared. Having spent some time with Roy, she had came to understand his character. Everyone looked at Roy, awaiting his answer. Chapter 142, The New Ma'o Ouroboros Dragon Contract. I accept the position of Ma'o, but... Roy paused, considering his options. He had a condition. But what? Seraphol asked eagerly. But don't assign me any tasks. Unless there's a major crisis, I won't participate in any Ma'o duties. Roy declared. He was quite lazy. Being a carefree Ma'o was fine, but he wasn't interested in handling daily administrative tasks. He would rather spend his time with the girls. Sona and the others' lips twitched. Others would do anything to become a Ma'o. But Roy had demands. Very well. We can agree to that. Xerxes said after a moment of consideration. Then I accept the position. Roy declared. Seeing his brother-in-law's straightforward agreement, Roy didn't hesitate. By the way, Odin, killing Loki won't affect the peace between our factions, will it? Roy asked with a grin. Of course not. In fact, I apologize for his attempt to disrupt the peace. Odin replied smoothly. After the deaths of God and the original Satans, the power of the three factions had declined. But now, they were rising again. Odin, having witnessed Roy's strength, wouldn't jeopardize their alliance for the sake of Loki. The four Satans then announced the rise of the fifth Ma'o to the underworld. This news shocked the devil community. Many devils couldn't understand why the Satans would choose a young devil, especially an extra demon, for such a prestigious position. He's just a young devil. What makes him qualified to become a Ma'o? This is an insult to us devil nobles. I object to this boy becoming a Ma'o. Many devil nobles protested Roy's appointment. However, Roy's achievements were soon revealed. Roy-sama is one of the 6 young kings. He easily defeated Riser-Phoenix in his debut. Roy-sama also stopped the old Satan faction's plot led by Kater Leviathan. I heard he has thwarted the Chaos Brigade's plans many times. And he even effortlessly defeated the Norse god Loki, saving the underworld. As his accomplishments were revealed, the tide of public opinion turned. Most devils now supported and admired Roy. Although some nobles still opposed him, their voices were drowned out. Roy's position as the 5th Mao was confirmed. During this time, they remained in Surst's territory. The rating game tournament for the young generation, organized by Surst, had begun. Roy, as a member of the younger generation, had also been assigned opponents. However, upon learning that their opponent was Roy, they all forfeited. Roy and the girls were currently at the rating game arena. Today was Ryaz's match. Her opponent was Zephyr, the heir to the Glaciolibellas clan. The same delinquent with tattoos from before. Ryaz, good luck. Roy said with a smile. Ryaz-senpai, good luck. Asia and Eika cheered. Don't worry. Ryaz replied with a confident grin. Soon, Ryaz and Zephyr entered the arena. Their strength was on completely different levels. Ryaz easily defeated Zephyr. Roy, your next match is against Diodora Estroth. Greyfire informed him after the match. Oh? He didn't forfeit? Roy was surprised. Diodora shouldn't have the courage to challenge him, unless... Indeed, he didn't forfeit. Greyfire confirmed. So Diodora had joined the Chaos Brigade. It seemed obtaining power from Aphis had inflated his ego. He had the audacity to challenge Roy. I see. Roy said calmly. Be careful, Roy. Greyfire warned. Don't worry, sis. He won't cause any trouble. Roy reassured her. The match against Diodora was scheduled for that evening. Good luck, Roy. Do your best. Just crush that jerk. This time, it was Ryaz, Sona, and the others cheering for him. Haha, it'll be a piece of cake. Roy chuckled, giving them a thumbs up. He entered the magic circle with his peerage. A flash of light, and they were transported to a vast, barren landscape. Jagged rocks littered the ground, and the sky was a dark crimson, like a scene from hell. A spiral staircase led to a towering castle in the distance. This is strange. Is that their base? Something feels off. The girls noticed the unusual environment. This didn't seem like a typical rating game arena. Diodora Estroth must have done this. Siko deduced. It seems we've been lured into a trap. Asdeath said with a smirk. Yes, this must be Diodora's doing. Roy confirmed. Just then, numerous magic circles appeared in the sky. A horde of devils, numbering in the tens of thousands, emerged from the circles, their eyes filled with killing intent. This must be the full force of the Estroth clan. Roy scoffed. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat so many high-class and middle-class devils, can you? Ha ha ha, die. Die. Diodora's voice echoed from the distance. Asdeath, can you take care of those 2 over there? I'll deal with this idiot myself. Roy said, pointing towards 2 figures hiding in the shadows. One was a descendant of the previous Asmodeus, named Kruzri Asmodeus. The other was a descendant of the previous Beelzebub, named Shulba Beelzebub. Very well. Asdeath agreed. Ha ha ha, if you want to defeat me, then come. I'll be waiting in the castle. Diodora cackled, then teleported away. Roy didn't stop him. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Sursts and the others were there, seemingly waiting for something. He could sense a powerful presence. Roy glanced at the castle, then shook his head. I don't have time to play cat and mouse with him. Siko, I'll leave him to you. With that, Roy vanished. Yes. Siko replied, then charged towards the castle with Kirim and the others. They cut down any devil bold enough to stand in their way. Although there were many high-class and middle-class, they were no match for Roy's peerage. Roy appeared beside Sursts and the others. His eyes were fixed on a small figure standing among them. It was a young girl with long black hair, dressed in a black Gothic Lolita dress. Her delicate features made her look like a porcelain doll. Roy instantly recognized her as Aphis, the Ouroboros dragon, one of the most powerful beings in this world. I didn't expect you to show up in person. What are you planning, Aphis? Azazel asked, his voice wary. Azazel, it's been a while. I'm just here to observe. Aphis replied. Her voice was melodious but devoid of emotion, as if nothing in the world could affect her. Watching from the sidelines? Well, it seems the enemy leader has appeared. If we defeat you here, there will be peace, right? Azazel chuckled, though his words held a hint of challenge. That's impossible. You can't defeat me, Azazel. Aphis stated flatly. Roy, hearing this, couldn't help but laugh. Azazel and the others looked at him, as did Office. Ahem. The Governor General's words are always so amusing, Roy said with a smirk. Office was innocent, naive, and unworldly, more pure than anyone else. Otherwise, she would have retaliated against Azazel's provocation. After all, Office was one of the most powerful beings in this world, her strength far beyond Azazel's comprehension. Roy estimated that Office was at the level of a 5B. Tier 5 were beings capable of destroying planets. Although she had been driven out of the dimensional gap by Great Red, her power was on par with his, only slightly weaker. Azazel's face twitched in embarrassment. Office, what is your goal? Roy asked, ignoring Azazel and approaching Office with a smile. A silent world. I want to return to my home, the dimensional gap, and find peace. That is all. Office's expression remained blank. Unlike other dragons, she was born in the dimensional gap. It was her home, and she had been exiled from it by Great Red. Her goal was simple, defeat Great Red and return home. Xerxes and the others understood her desire. Then why did you become the leader of the Chaos Brigade? Roy asked. Because Ryzevim promised to help me defeat Great Red. Office replied innocently. I see. You were used by the Chaos Brigade. Xerxes said, realizing why Office had joined them. The Chaos Brigade wouldn't have been able to rise to prominence without Office's backing. Office, if you want to defeat Great Red, perhaps I can help you. Roy offered. Why you can't? Office said, shaking her head after observing him. Roy was currently Ma'au level. He was still far from reaching their level of power. Oh? So there's someone in the Chaos Brigade stronger than me? Office studied Roy, her gaze lingering on the spirit seals on his arms. No. She finally replied, shaking her head. Roy smirked. He had her hooked. If the Chaos Brigade doesn't have anyone stronger than me, how can they help you defeat Great Red? Why don't you join me instead? I can help you defeat Great Red. Roy offered. Office, despite her naivete, understood his intentions. Her eyes sparkled with hope. Really? Of course. Then I agree. If you can help me defeat Great Red, I'm willing to share my power with you. Office accepted his offer. She could sense Roy's true strength from the spirit seals on his arms. Roy was overjoyed. If he could form a contract with Office, his power would reach the level of a Tier 5. However, the difference in their strength was currently too vast. He didn't meet the requirements for a contract yet. But he had resolved the Chaos Brigade's interference and gained a powerful ally. It was a win-win situation. Chapter 143, Office Welcome Party. Great Red appears match against Seira Orgmine's debut. The four Satans and Azazel, Michael and Odin were speechless. Office, the Ouroboros dragon, feared even by gods, had been persuaded so easily. They were shocked and couldn't quite believe it. But Xerxes and the other Maus were overjoyed. Roy had brought Office to their side. The power of the devils had increased significantly. Odin, however, frowned. Office joining the three factions was a disadvantage for the Norse pantheon. The balance of power had been disrupted, and their alliance was now in jeopardy. Just then, everyone, including Roy, looked towards the sky. A colossal, crimson dragon soared through the air, its presence awe-inspiring. Roy could sense its ancient and powerful aura. Great Red, it's been a while. Office said, her gaze fixed on the dragon with a hint of longing. Great Red, the true dragon god emperor. So that's your goal, Office? Roy said, understanding her desire. Yes, to return to the dimensional gap and reclaim my peace, I have to defeat him. Don't worry, I'll help you defeat him. Roy reassured her, gently patting her head. Azazel and the others were surprised. Is Roy touching Office's head? How bold. But Office simply looked at Roy, her expression unchanged. Great Red's massive form, the size of a city, appeared in the sky. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. Great Red was likely flying within the dimensional gap. They couldn't see his true form, so they turned their attention back to the matters at hand. The battle below was nearing its end. Although the devils of the Astroth clan were skilled, they were no match for Esdeath and the others. Within moments, most of them had been defeated. Sicko and the others stormed Diodorus' castle. His peerage didn't pose much of a challenge, and they quickly found him. Diodorus, arrogant and overconfident with the power he had received from Office, was caught off guard and decapitated by Kurum. The battle was over. Roy took Office back to the Greenery mansion in the Ma'au territory. Ahem. Let me introduce you. This is... Roy began, but the girls interrupted him with their excited chatter. Did Roy kidnap another child? Oh my, has Roy's taste changed? Is he into lalas now? Is Royal Elikon? Konko-chan has a chance now. Are mature women no longer interesting to Roy-kun? Roy's eye twitched, hearing their teasing. He flicked Kuroka on the forehead. Kuroka clutched her head dramatically. This is Office, the Ouroboros dragon, the former leader of the Chaos Brigade. From now on, she'll be our ally, Roy announced. Uphis, the Ouroboros dragon? It's actually Uphis? Ryaz and Suna exchanged shocked glances. They knew about Uphis, the dragon god feared even by the gods and Maus. Asia and the others, however, weren't as impressed. They didn't know who Uphis was. Uphis, I'm Asia Argento. Pleased to meet you. And I'm Mila Bassett. Nice to meet you. Here, have some snacks. You can have my lollipop. The innocent and naive Uphis was quickly surrounded by the girls. After accepting Kurum's snacks and Mine's lollipop, she was instantly captivated by the delicious treats. As the Ouroboros dragon, she didn't need to eat, but this was likely her first time trying human food. Following Roy's instructions, everyone treated Uphis like family. She was simply too adorable and innocent. Roy, how did you manage to bring Uphis here? Ryaz whispered in his ear. Well, let me tell you. Roy explained the events to Ryaz and Suna. After hearing about Uphis's situation, the two girls looked at her with sympathy. They had always thought of Uphis as the evil leader of the Chaos Brigade. But now they realized she was just a naive little girl. To welcome Uphis, they held a party that night. The rating game tournament for the young generation wasn't over yet. Roy's match was coming up. A few days later, Greyfire informed him that his opponent was Seira Org. Seira Org hadn't forfeited, despite knowing he wasn't Roy's match. He still wanted to fight Roy in a rating game. Roy had no reason to refuse. The day of the match arrived. Roy, good luck. Do your best, Sakonizan. You have to win. Ryaz, Sona, and the others cheered for him. The arena was packed, and the audience roared with excitement as Roy and his peerage entered. This match was different from the previous ones. Both teams were brought to a raised platform in the center of the arena. Roy's team and Seira Org's team stood on opposite sides of the platform. There were sofas for them to relax on. After they were seated. Greetings, everyone. I'm your host for tonight's broadcast. A middle-aged devil announced. The referee for this match is Greyfire Lucifuge. Greyfire appeared on the large screen, and the audience erupted in cheers. We've also invited Surst-sama, Azazel-sama. The host continued his long-winded introduction. Finally, he explained the rules of the match. Tonight's match will be a dice game, a popular format in rating games. The host announced. The audience cheered. In a dice game, the two kings each rolled a die. The sum of the numbers determined the number of servants they could deploy. Each rank had a different point value. Knights were worth 3 points, bishops were also worth 3, rooks were worth 5, and queens were worth 9. Pawns' value depended on the number of evil pieces used to reincarnate them. For example, Sai, who was reincarnated with 8 pawn pieces, was worth 8 points. Roy's pawns, however, were all reincarnated with mutated evil pieces, so they were all worth 1 point. This meant that if Roy and Seira Org rolled a combined total of 6, Roy could deploy 6 pawns, 2 knights, 2 bishops, or a combination of knights and bishops. Seira Org, however, couldn't do that. His pawn was the sacred gear Regulus Namiya, which was worth 8 points. Roy had the advantage in this regard. The king's point value was determined by the judges. The judges have determined the king's point value. Seira Org Bale is worth 12 points, and Roy Lucifuge is also worth 12 points. Finally, regarding the use of the Phoenix Tears. As you all know, due to the recent terrorist activities of the Chaos Brigade, all factions are on high alert. The demand and price for the Phoenix Tears have skyrocketed, making it difficult to obtain. However, thanks to the generosity of the Phoenix clan, the manufacturers and distributors of the Phoenix Tears, and the support of everyone here, each team will be provided with 1 vial of the Phoenix Tears for this match. The audience erupted in cheers. The Phoenix Tears would undoubtedly make the match more exciting. Now then, let the rating game begin. Kings, please roll the dice. Roy and Seira Org picked up their dice. They exchanged glances, then rolled. The dice rattled in the bowls before settling. Seira Org rolled a 2, and Roy rolled a 1, for a total of 3. This meant they could only deploy knights, bishops, or pawns. Seira Org couldn't deploy his pawn. Roy, however, could deploy any 3 of his 8 pawns. But that would be too unfair. During the selection process, both teams were isolated in separate areas until their chosen servants were transported to the battlefield. So, who wants to play? Roy asked casually, leaning back on the sofa with his hands behind his head. With a total of 3 points, they can only deploy 1 knight or bishop. So, as a fellow bishop, I'll go. Mine volunteered. Siko and Kurum, the knights, had no objections. Neither did Asia, who was also a bishop, but more of a healer. Mine, good luck. Do your best. Make sure you win. Remember to go easy on them. No problem. Leave it to me. Mine declared confidently, then vanished as she was teleported to the arena. The audience could watch the match on the large screen. The battlefield was a vast grassland. Both contestants have entered the arena. The Lucifuge team has deployed their bishop, Mine. The host announced. Mine, dressed in a pink princess dress, appeared on the screen. Her adorable appearance elicited squeals from the audience. And the Bale team has deployed their knight, Beluga Furkas. A knight clad in full armor, riding an armored warhorse, appeared before Mine. A close combat specialist, huh? This battlefield isn't in my favor. Mine thought, observing the open grassland. But with her pumpkin in hand, she wasn't worried. I am Beluga Furkas, Knight of Saira or Bale. The knight declared. And this is my beloved steed, Alto Brayu. He looked at the petite girl before him. Although you are a girl, I won't hold back. Please fight with all your might. Humphrey. Come at me. This battle will be over in an instant. Mine replied confidently, holding her pumpkin. She agreed with his sentiment. In battle, regardless of gender or age, one had to give their all. That was the rule of an assassin. Then let the first round begin. Greyfire appeared between them, announcing the start of the match. She then vanished as the horn signaling the start of the battle blared. Beluga charged towards Mine on his warhorse. He could sense her power, despite her appearance. But she was likely a long-range attacker, so he had to close the distance quickly. He reached her in an instant and thrust his lance. But just as he thought he had struck her, she vanished. Where is she? Where did she go? Beluga frantically searched for her. No need to look, big guy. I'm right here. Beluga's eyes widened as he heard her voice from above. Mine was floating in the air, aiming her pumpkin at him. Beluga's expression hardened. He created several illusory clones of himself. Even if your attacks are powerful, they're useless if they can't hit me. He taunted. But Mine simply smirked. She pulled the trigger. Chapter 144, Akakuryu's team arrives. Leon overwhelms Saira Org. A blinding golden beam shot down from the sky. Boom. The beam struck the ground, creating a massive explosion that engulfed a kilometer-wide area. The earth shook violently, and a mushroom cloud rose into the air, resembling a nuclear explosion. The audience was stunned into silence, then erupted in cheers. One of Saira Org Bale's knights has been eliminated. The winner of the first round is Roy Lucifuge. The announcer declared excitedly. The cheers grew louder. That's amazing. We won. Mine, you did it. That was awesome. When Mine returned, Asia and the others showered her with praise. Well done,